Chapter 740. If it was a strong divine force rank god, they could burn divine force and have a 20% chance of resisting the curse of the dagger of the night. Zhu Lai is just an ordinary junior infinity warlock. It is impossible for him to resist the stab of the dagger of the night held by the strong divine force rank ruler of the night. In less than 5 seconds, his soul decayed and turned into a corpse covered with countless curses. The ruler of the night is a top assassin. Compared to the ruler of the night and the ruler of shadows of other planes, although they are slightly weaker in head-on combat, but they are strong divine force rank gods most adept at assassination. At the time, if the ruler of the night hadn't taken the initiative to enter Yang Feng's divine country and kill him in one fell swoop, Yang Feng wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Unless it is a Holy Spirit warlock or a secret treasure that specifically restrains the divine force authority of the ruler of the night, it is extremely difficult to kill an assassin god who wields the authority of the night. After killing Zhu Lai with a sneak attack, Yang Feng's god clone entered the night and silently appeared behind the blazing angel, who is fighting Yu Yan. With the dagger of the night in his hand, he stabbed the blazing angel in the back. Divine decree, there is light. The blazing angel roared, burned divine force frantically, unleashed the law of dawn, and dazzling light of dawn spread in all directions. The divine domain of the night formed by the god artifact curtain of the night was immediately broken by the resplendent light of dawn. Illuminated by the light of dawn, the night divine force around Yang Feng's god clone was neutralized and emitted wisps of black smoke. Night divine force is greatly restrained by dawn divine force, which is why the light of dawn can easily dispel night divine force. Divine decree, evil gods shall be judged by divine decree. The blazing angel roared, and a strange ray suddenly shot out, hit Yang Feng's ruler of the night clone, and engraved an evil god mark on it. As soon as the evil god mark appeared on Yang Feng's ruler of the night clone, the speed of the blazing angel suddenly increased by 30%, and the blazing angel sword in his hand blazed with fire of purification and slashed towards Yang Feng. The god of dawn wielded the power of dawn, and the seraphs under his command were all angels of dawn. They wielded part of the power of dawn, and the flame of purification was the manifestation of the power of dawn. Under the power of the flame of purification, any existence would be directly purified and turned into dust. The face of Yang Feng's ruler of the night avatar flickered, and he blocked the blazing angel sword with the dagger of the night. Dang! The divine power of dawn and the divine power of night clashed madly, twisting and weaving. Yang Feng's ruler of the night avatar was flung hundreds of meters away. As if maggots, the fire of purification wrapped around Yang Feng's ruler of the night avatar, as if to burn it to ashes. The Kingdom of Dawn's power is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the Kingdom of Dawn's king couldn't stop him from banning it. Yang Feng's ruler of the night avatar sighed in admiration and burned divine force frantically, and night divine force surged and turned into black gas that extinguished the purification flames. The power of dawn can purify everything. There is almost no force that can restrain it. At the time, after the Dawn Lord became the Warlock Emperor of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, he went on a punitive expedition to planes with Dawn Lord gods, slayed them one by one, and issued an order that gods of other planes are not allowed to form the divine authority of the Dawn Lord. Even though the Warlock Emperor of the 8th Warlock Dynasty issued an order, but there are still people in many planes who covet the authority of the Dawn Lord, promote to gods of the Dawn Lord, and then are slain by the Warlock Emperor. When the blazing angel wanted to pursue Yang Feng, he was stopped by Yu Yan, and the two sides continued to engage in a frenzied fight. Alexia equipped the fallen angel armor, turned into a black stream of light, surged with formidable dark force, flew towards the dawn blazing angel, and engaged him in a frenzy. As soon as Alexia joined the battle, the dawn blazing angel fell into a disadvantageous position. However, he radiates dazzling light of dawn at all times, and the fire of purification is extremely troublesome. Even though Alexia joined the battle, it is still very difficult to kill him. Yang Feng's ruler of the night avatar frantically burned divine force, and the curtain of the night released dark light that instantly devoured all light in an area of dozens of kilometers in radius. The protective light of the three blazing angels was also suppressed to a distance of 3 meters from them. In an instant, Yang Feng strangely appeared behind Jin Mushuan and silently stabbed the dagger of the night in his hand towards Jin Mushuan's heart. Jin Mushuan's trigger secret treasure shone brightly and formed colorful magic shields. However, in front of the dagger of the night, the magic shields were easily torn apart like paper, and the dagger of the night stabbed into Jin Mushuan's heart virtually in an instant. In an instant, all kinds of terrifying curses of the night pantheon erupted, and Jin Mushuan's complexion immediately declined, his body became covered in pustules, and his eyes shimmered with despair. Damn it, light of purification! A blazing angel roared and pointed at Jin Mushuan with the blazing angel sword in his hand, and pure light of dawn entered Jin Mushuan. Under the purification of the divine light of dawn, Jin Mushuan's body seemed to be burned by flames, emitting bursts of black smoke. The water in his body evaporated, and his face twisted in pain. However, the various curses in the dagger of the night also collapsed and disappeared. The dagger of the night buzzed and was bounced away from Jin Mushuan's body. The dagger of the night is a strong divine force grade assassination secret treasure. It is eternally enchanted with countless curses of the night pantheon. It can pierce all magic shields, seal teleportation spells, and cast various curses on the target. However, it is not strong enough to fight head-on, and is easily restrained by the authorities of dawn and light. As if mad, the two blazing angels burned their divine force and slashed with their swords. Containing the power to purify everything, the fire of purification slashed at the hurricane Zhuge Ding has transformed into. Wherever the sword rays reached, the violent hurricane will be purified into pure particles. Every time a part of the violent hurricane is purified into pure particles, Zhuge Ding's injuries will worsen by a notch. However, he is a veteran peerless expert of the battle demon sect. He forcibly burned his divine force and entangled the two blazing angels, making it difficult for them to advance. Yang Feng's ruler of the night avatar fluttered, countless runes appeared, and the darkness divine force on him faded in an instant. His eyes turned bloodshot, and wisps of bloody divine force diffused around him. The strong divine force grade scimitar of massacre appeared in his hand. As soon as Yang Feng grasped the scimitar of massacre, as if he has become the embodiment of the god of massacre who has experienced countless battles and slaughtered countless life forms, he appeared in front of the seriously injured Jin Mushuan in an instant and slashed at him. When the blade slashed out, Jin Mushuan felt as if the space around him was completely frozen, and the world was shrouded in blood. His mind blurred, and a red line appeared on his body. No, as soon as the red line appeared, Jin Mushuan's eyes dimmed, and then he was swallowed by endless darkness, and he lost consciousness. Yang Feng grabbed Jin Mushuan's body and put it into his storage ring. The god of massacre wields the authority of massacre and is proficient in countless methods of massacre. The god armament scimitar of massacre has slain who knows how many powerhouses and devoured their souls. Moreover, Jin Mushuan was seriously injured by the dagger of the night, which is why Yang Feng was able to kill him with a single strike. After the battle in the divine country, Yang Feng's god clone refined the godheads of many strong divine force rank gods, making his battle prowess even stronger. The more godheads a god refines, the more difficult it is for a god to break through. Yang Feng's god clone refined the godheads of the god of fire, the god of war, the god of massacre, and the ruler of the night, making his strength skyrocket. However, in this way, it is almost impossible for him to promote to a mighty divine force rank god by relying on his own comprehension. After Yang Feng's avatar transformed into the god of massacre form, his figure fluttered, and, virtually covered in blood, he appeared behind the blazing angel fighting Alexia and Yu Yan in an instant and slashed at the blazing angel with a blade containing countless exquisite laws of massacre. The dawn blazing angel is worthy of being the strongest weapon of war. Despite Yu Yan's spear piercing his wing, at the critical moment, he pulled back his sword and forcibly blocked the blade strike of Yang Feng's incarnation of the god of massacre. Yang Feng's true body watched the three powerhouses besieging the Blazing Angel and couldn't help but praise, "Amazing." Blazing Angels are said to be able to contend against warlock-rank powerhouses who have established a virtual world inside them. Unfortunately, the Dawn Angel restrains fallen angels too much. Otherwise, the fight wouldn't have ended up like this. Alexia is a blazing angel among fallen angels. After equipping the fallen angel armor, her strength surpasses that of the Dawn Blazing Angel. However, the Dawn Blazing Angel's authority completely restrained the fallen angel, causing her to display strength that was even weaker than the Dawn Blazing Angel's. Yang Feng's true body extended his hand, and a 30-meter-long pitch-black hand appeared out of thin air and shot towards Qi Xiener. In this area, the genius disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead have been killed by Battle Demon Sect's geniuses one by one, leaving only Qi Xiener alive. Faced with Yang Feng's pitch-black hand, Qi Xiener clenched her silver teeth, world force diffused from her body, and she transformed into a great sun golden crow exuding quasi-bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. She opened her mouth, and golden crow fire slammed into the pitch-black hand and blasted it to pieces. Chapter 741. World Force. I didn't expect that I would make a mistake. Heart of Fury, to have such a warlock genius like you, no wonder you dare to fight a genius disciple of the Battle Demon Sect. Yang Feng's eyes showed the shade of surprise, and he smiled lightly, took a step forward, blurred, appeared on the head of the great sun golden crow, and extended his hand to slap it. The great sun golden crow that Qi Meixian has transformed into suddenly felt a sense of danger. She struggled frantically, opened her mouth, and fired a beam of fire that can burn bright world warlocks to ashes barreling towards Yang Feng. Suddenly, a black whirlpool appeared in Yang Feng's right hand. When the pillar of fire entered the black whirlpool, it was completely devoured by the black whirlpool. Yang Feng's hand slapped the nearly 100-meter-long head of the great sun golden crow. Boom! The great sun golden crow that Qi Meixian has transformed into fell heavily to the ground, blasted open a huge crater like a meteor, and sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. Countless black runes filled the great sun golden crow that Qi Meixian has transformed into and completely sealed her power. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the great sun golden crow that Qi Meixian has transformed into disappeared completely, and she reverted to her human form. Submit to me and live, or die. Two streams of black gas lifted the seriously injured Qi Meixian, whose power has been sealed, like snakes. At the same time, Yang Feng's cold and unfeeling voice entered her ears. Qi Meixian hesitated for a while, and then finally gritted her teeth and said, "I am willing to submit." Warlocks have a long lifespan, are knowledgeable, and enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth. Naturally, they don't want to die. Only warlocks who have received great kindness from their sects and are carefully nurtured along the way will have a sense of identity with their sects and be willing to live and die with them. The Heart of Fury is a warlock group that believes in the law of the jungle, and its internal strife is extremely fierce. Qi Meixian has experienced countless struggles, experienced countless hardships, and obtained countless fortuitous encounters before she became a peerless genius of the Heart of Fury. She doesn't have a high sense of identity with the Heart of Fury, which is why she chose to surrender so easily. There was a flash of surprise in Yang Feng's eyes. He took out a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir and injected it into Qi Meixian. Although the liquid metal nanorobot elixir has no effect on powerful existences who have already promoted to the Bright World Warlock rank, but it is very effective on Qi Meixian, who is a pinnacle glorious sun warlock. After suppressing Qi Meixian, Yang Feng's gaze fell on the center of the battle. At this time, the battlefield was divided into two parts. In one part, two blazing angels besieged Zhuge Ding, while in the other part, Yang Feng's god clone, Alexia, and Yu Yen besieged a blazing angel. Besieged by Yang Feng's god clone, the blazing angel, who is barely holding on, may be defeated by the three powerhouses at any time. It's time. Yang Feng's true body smiled and flicked his wrist, and the shoot the heavens bow appeared in his hand. The 9 small worlds in his body madly extracted world force and poured it into the shoot the heavens bow in his hand, and a terrifying middle stage bright world pressure spread in all directions. Bright World Warlock. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng has promoted to a Bright World Warlock. Bright World Warlock, how is that possible? When the genius disciples of the Battle Demon sect sensed the fearsome breath, they were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. A Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse can already become a great elder of the Battle Demon sect, enjoy endless honor, obtain great power, and wield the life and death of countless life forms. Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and she showed a complicated smile. Bright World Warlock, that's really amazing. Zhou Feng said with a wry smile, people really can't be compared. Zhui Yifan sighed lightly, Bright World Warlock, that's a gap that makes people feel so desperate that they can't even feel jealous. Zhang Hanshan, Zhou Feng, and Zhui Yifan are personal disciples of the Battle Demon sect's 4 great elders. They are peerless geniuses selected from among the hundreds of thousands of geniuses in the Battle Demon sect. They watched Yang Feng surpass them step by step as a great warlock, and now he has promoted to a Bright World Warlock. Zhang Hanshan's group of 3 had a fortuitous encounter in the Time Sky City and obtained an opportunity to promote to a Glorious Sun Warlock. However, it is extremely difficult for a Moonlight Warlock to promote to a Glorious Sun Warlock. As for a Bright World Warlock, it is even more difficult. Now that they saw Yang Feng promote to a Bright World Warlock, they were both excited and envious. Their feelings were very complicated. The blazing angel who is fighting Yang Feng's god clone suddenly had an alarm in his heart, and he looked up in Yang Feng's direction. In a flash, an arrow capable of shattering space and suppressing everything shot towards the blazing angel like a meteor. The blazing angel, who is doing his best to fight the 3 powerhouses, barely managed to form a dawn-light shield in front of him. The shoot the heavens bow's arrow pierced through the blazing angel in an instant and nailed him to the ground. Yu Yan silently recited an incantation and flicked her wrist, and the level 9 secret treasure lock dragon nail suddenly flew out and pierced into the blazing angel, sealing his power completely. Retreat. The complexion of the 2 blazing angels, who have already seriously injured Zhuge Ding, changed dramatically. They brandished their swords and forcibly cut apart the violent hurricane Zhuge Ding has turned into 2 rays of dawn, and flew away. At this moment, countless 7-color petals appeared in the void. The countless 7-color petals superimposed on each other, surged with power, and formed a 7-color rose seal boundary. The 7-color rose garden's garden master suddenly appeared. Sitting among the countless 7-color rose petals with the 7-color rose garden in hand, she has an otherworldly temperament, looking like a beautiful goddess who has descended to the secular world. The 2 dawn-blazing angels brandished their swords and slashed at the 7-color rose seal boundary. With the power to incinerate everything, fearsome fire of purification burned the countless 7-color rose petals to ashes and cut open a path in the 7-color rose seal boundary. But the 7-color rose petals continued to appear and blocked the path of escape in an instant. With a flash of black light, Alexia's figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of a blazing angel and slashed at him with her sword. Yu Yan's figure fluttered, and she turned into a stream of light and blocked the other dawn-blazing angel. Yang Feng's god clone changed again, and his divine force fluctuations changed into that of the god of war. God of war domain, comprehensive strengthening. Yang Feng's god clone barked, and divine force halos appeared on all of Yang Feng's allies. The divine force halos buffed strength, agility, morale, soul force, and other powers. Even if an ordinary person was buffed by the various divine force halos, they would still possess the power to kill a level 1 warlock. Boosted by the divine force halos, the strength of Yu Yan's, Alexia's, Zhuge Ding's, and Yang Feng's god clones suddenly soared by 30%. Alexia was originally suppressed by the Dawn-Blazing Angel's divine force. But after being buffed by the divine force halos of the god of war, she immediately suppressed the other Dawn-Blazing Angel. Among the 4 strong divine force rank gods, the ruler of the night was the strongest in terms of assassination, the god of massacre was the strongest in terms of direct combat, the god of fire was the strongest in terms of destructive power, and the god of war was the strongest in terms of assistance. Besieged by the 4 powerhouses, the 2 Dawn-Blazing Angels were at a complete disadvantage. The 7-color Rose Flower's Flower Master's 7-color Rose Flower sealing barrier completely sealed the 2 Blazing Angels within the barrier space, making it difficult for them to escape. Suddenly, an ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede flew out from behind Yang Feng's god clone, opened its maw, and fired a beam of bright sun god fire barreling towards a blazing angel. The blazing angel dodged frantically, but half of his wings were burned to ashes by the sun god fire. At this moment, bloody light shone behind Yang Feng's god clone, and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar suddenly flew out, slashed the blazing angel with the divine blood sword in hand, and cut open a deep wound on the blazing angel at lightning speed. A large amount of golden blood flew out of the blazing angel's wound and entered the divine blood sword. Zhuge Ding transformed into a gale and formed a huge wind blade containing divine power of wind that slashed at the blazing angel and cut off half of the blazing angel's arm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Yan stepped forward and stabbed her spear into the blazing angel's body. Taking advantage of this, she inserted the other level 9 secret treasure, the locking dragon nail, into the blazing angel's body, sealing it. The level 9 secret treasure lock dragon nail is a small secret treasure that can seal the power of infinity warlocks. The Great Cloud Dynasty's secret treasure division can refine more than 100 such secret treasures every year. Although the lock dragon nail can be easily broken by infinity warlocks, but once it is inserted into the body, then even quasi-warlock monarch rank powerhouses won't be able to break free from the seal. Even infinity warlocks who have formed a virtual world will have their virtual world sealed, unable to provide any power. You heretics, you dare to blaspheme the great Dawn Lord's emissary. Then let's die together. The eyes of the remaining blazing angel flashed with anger, his breath became unstable, and his heart thumped, and he wanted to blow himself up. The instant explosion of an angel's heart is extremely terrifying. If hit, the explosion of an infinity warlock rank blazing angel can even seriously injure a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. At this moment, an arrow flew out from the shoot the heavens bow of Yang Feng's true body, pierced through the last blazing angel, and nailed him to the ground. Yu Yan stepped forward and added another lock dragon nail to seal the blazing angel. Chapter 742. After suppressing all the enemies, 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master, Yang Feng's God Avatar, Kindred Avatar, Ultimate Form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede, Alexia, and Yu Yan blurred into motion and disappeared. The power hidden in the dark would make people even more fearful, and they would not be able to figure out the details. Alexia and Yu Yan's all-out fighting stance can easily remind people of Undying Mountain's fallen blazing angels and Great Cloud Dynasty's traitor Marshal Yu. Since Yang Feng doesn't want to deceive Zhuge Ding, he can only let them leave quickly and maintain a sense of mystery. Zhuge Ding looked at the infinity warlock rank powerhouses who suddenly disappeared and suddenly asked, "Who are they?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "They are all my friends." Zhuge Ding gave Yang Feng a meaningful look, "You really have a group of good friends." Zhuge Ding looked at the 3 sealed dawn blazing angels, frowned, and a dignified shade flashed in his eyes, and he asked solemnly, "What do we do with these guys?" The 3 dawn blazing angels claimed to be emissaries of the 8th Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord. If this is the case, then the Battle Demon sect may be wiped out by the other party at any time. Each of the Cangji Plains 8 Warlock Emperors is extremely powerful. At the same time, they are ruthless and merciless. In his later years, the Dawn Lord became even more famous for his cruel methods. In the end, he suffered a backlash and was besieged by countless Cangji Plains warlocks while he was weak. Although Zhuge Ding and Yang Feng worked together to quell the three blazing angels, but once he calmed down, he felt that the situation is very tricky. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said coldly, "At this point, we might as well go all the way. Destroy Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead as fast as possible. Seize all their resources. Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead will never expect us to act at this time." For Yang Feng to bring so many Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses here, he harbored some ill intentions. If the Infinity Warlocks of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead dare to play any tricks, he can kill them directly. Every Infinity Warlock possesses great wealth. At the same time, every Infinity Warlock is a moving treasure trove. Now that the two Infinity Warlocks of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead have been wiped out, Yang Feng suddenly had the intention to annex them. Infinity Warlocks are the core and strongest fighting force of a Warlock group. Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, the two Warlock groups, have to join forces to be able to contend against the Battle Demon sect. Now that they have lost two Infinity Warlocks, they are at their weakest. Yang Feng would never let such an opportunity slip by. Zhuge Ding furrowed his brows and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead control two fourth-grade planes, Anta and Bola respectively. Although the Anta plane and the Bola plane are both low-class level, for planes, far inferior to our Battle Demon sect's upper-class level, for Battle Demon plane, there are still many gods in those two planes. Moreover, they had the support of the origin will of the plane in this plane, so it wouldn't be easy to take them down. This kind of major event must be decided by a meeting of the Great Elders. There are more than a dozen Great Elders in the Battle Demon sect. It is impossible for one person to decide a war against a Warlock group of the same rank." Yang Feng's eyes flickered for a while, and then he uttered with a smile, "In that case, forget it. Since the Battle Demon sect isn't willing to take action, it's better for Yang Feng. As long as he can capture the planes where Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead are located, everything in the two Grade 4 planes will belong to Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. Zhuge Ding, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." With the three sealed dawn blazing angels in hand, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and then he disappeared. "Let's go." Zhuge Ding took a deep look at Yang Feng's back, and then took the genius disciples of the Battle Demon sect aboard the Battle Demon vessel and disappeared from the celestial body with a heavy heart. In Astral Boundary, a huge fleet composed of 3 blazing sun battlestars, 30 star destroyer battlestars, and 60 interstellar carriers flew slowly. In a laboratory on the huge blazing sun battlestar, Yang Feng stood in front of a crystal pillar and looked inside. There is a person sealed inside the crystal pillar. It is a dawn-blazing angel. Yang Feng looked at the dawn-blazing angel nailed by the lock dragon nail and asked unhurriedly, "I am the Battle Demon sect's Yang Feng. What's your name?" Each and every one of the dawn-blazing angel's memories was completely sealed by an incomparably powerful power of dawn. Even Yang Feng, who is proficient in countless secret methods, cannot break the power of dawn and obtain information from the brain of the dawn-blazing angel. The dawn-blazing angel said with a ferocious smile, "You don't need to get any information from me. Since you dare to attack us, the great Dawn Lord won't let you get away with it. All the heretics who are related to you will die." Yang Feng sneered, "Blazing angels subordinated to the Dawn Lord, you don't even dare to tell me your name? Or are you saying that the subordinates of the King of Dawn are all cowards like you?" The blazing angel sneered, "My name is Seabass, I am a dawn-blazing angel subordinated to the great Dawn Lord." Yang Feng smiled and continued to ask, "Seabass, why did you come with Heart of Fury and them to make things difficult for the Battle Demon sect?" The dawn-blazing angel just sneered. Without saying a word, he stared at Yang Feng with resentment in his eyes. Yang Feng then asked a few more questions, but the dawn-blazing angel didn't say a word and just sneered. Even when Yang Feng threatened to destroy his angel heart, he didn't react. Seeing that the interrogation had no effect, Yang Feng couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, the blazing angels created by gods are really troublesome. As the best weapons of war in the hands of the gods, those angels would be loyal to their gods before they fell. Other powerhouses can kill them, but they can't make them betray their gods. It was precisely because of this that most of the gods chose angels as their strongest weapons of war. Moreover, the most trusted ones of the gods were the seraphim that they created with their own hands. Yang Feng frowned slightly. It seems that a fallen angel pool must be created as soon as possible. As long as the fallen angel pool is successfully created and the 3 blazing angels are contaminated, I will be able to get information about the Dawn Lord and have 3 Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels under my command. After this battle, it seems that I have to make a trip to the Endless Abyss. The appearance of fallen angels was the result of demonic creatures in the Endless Abyss polluting the gods' angels and creating the first batch of fallen angels. To refine a fallen angel pool, you can only enter the Endless Abyss to look for materials. The power that fallen angels controlled was the power of darkness, while the power of angels depended on the different gods. They could choose to buff the power of different gods, and angels were far more loyal than fallen angels. Therefore, gods like to create angels the most, while the abyssal lords of the Endless Abyss can only create fallen angels. The 3 Dawn Blazing Angels are loyal and devoted to the mysterious Dawn Lord. They are more difficult to deal with than gods. Yang Feng can only think of a way to transform them into fallen angels, and then get the secrets of the Dawn Lord from them. The huge fleet flying in the distorted astral boundary suddenly decelerated, and then hit a twisted membrane. The twisted membrane set off ripples, and the huge fleet suddenly passed through the twisted membrane and appeared in the space. A blue celestial body about 10 times the size of Earth, but 7 times the size of Battle Demon Plane, appeared in front of Yang Feng. In an instant, the main cannons of the Blazing Sun interstellar battleships and Star Destroyer interstellar battleships that had already been fully charged flashed. Terrifying beams of light that could destroy everything descended from the sky and blasted toward the planet like divine punishment. In the center of Red Rage Plain, there is a floating continent. The floating continent is the headquarters of the Heart of Fury Warlock Group. There are warlock towers built on the floating continent, and countless warlock geniuses of Heart of Fury live there. The dazzling beams of light descended from the sky and bombarded the floating continent. The tallest few 10-story warlock towers collapsed and shattered under the bombardment of the Star Destroyer battlestars. The remaining 9-story warlock towers also collapsed and shattered under the bombardment of the Star Destroyer battlestars' main artilleries. What's going on? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. There's an enemy. Damn it. Who the hell is it? How dare they sneak attack us? Quick, activate the defensive barrier. Countless rays of light shone, and countless warlocks flew out from the floating continent and flew in different directions. The secondary artilleries of the Star Destroyer battlestars and the Blazing Sun battlestars shone brightly, and a dense rain of light barreled towards the warlocks. Hundreds and thousands of warlocks were hit by the rain of light, their magic shields were broken, and they were run through like ants. Some warlocks with death substitution secret methods were lucky enough to escape, while even more warlocks died directly. This is the headquarters of Heart of Fury. Who are you people? A furious roar came from the floating continent where Heart of Fury is located, and Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from the floating continent. We are from Undying Mountain. People of Heart of Fury who surrender will be spared, or else die. A cold voice came from the sky, and densely packed fighter jets and battle robots flew out from the interstellar carrier like a tide, forming a terrifying torrent of steel that flew downwards. Chapter 743. What big talk! Since the Undying Mountain wants to throw away their lives, then I'll fulfill your wish. A furious voice came from the floating continent where Heart of Fury's headquarters is located. In the outer space of the Red Rage Plain, stars suddenly lit up one by one. Divine kingdoms flickered and their figures appeared. A Grade 4 plane can accommodate no more than 100 gods. As an inferior grade 4 plane, the Red Rage plane can accommodate 60 gods. At this time, 23 stars lit up, they are the divine countries of the Red Rage plane's 23 gods. One after another, huge warships filled with countless angels flew out of the divine countries. Heart of Fury has occupied the Red Rage plane for thousands of years, but only 23 people have ignited their divine fire and become gods. Among the 23 people, only 3 were mid-level divine power rank deities. There was not a single strong divine power rank deity. However, the Divine Legion has forged a lot. In the God system, if you don't have the godhead of a strong divine force rank god, then it will be very difficult to become a strong divine force rank god even if you have the faith of a grade 4 plane's intelligent life form. Of course, as long as warlocks grasp the method to ascend to godhood, it will be even easier to become a feeble divine force rank god than to become a moonlight warlock. The higher one went, the more difficult it was to make progress in the divine system. Many gods of the great divine power level only specialized in one kind of authority and one priesthood, in order to purify their own power and obtain the opportunity to advance to the great divine power level. The Divine Legion has been dispatched. These damned invaders are dead for sure. Go to hell. The warlocks hiding in the defensive barriers behind the floating continent revealed looks of excitement when they saw the dense crowd of angels rise into the air. Angel legions are known as the strongest weapons of the gods. Their fighting strength has been tested in countless wars. As long as the angel heart isn't destroyed, they won't die. Moreover, their combat experience can be accumulated and they will evolve to become stronger and stronger. The dense crowd of Type 2 Undyings blurred, and then rushed into the midst of the Divine Legion, leaving afterimages behind. A Type 2 Undying plunged into the angel army like a black line, shuttling through the angel army. Wherever the black line passed, the angel hearts were sliced into pieces, turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. After the black thread crossed more than 10 kilometers in a row, Moonlight Warlock rank fire blazing angel suddenly erupted, slashed the Type 2 Undying with a sword imbued with the authority of fire, and cut the Type 2 Undying in half. Violent flames erupted and burned the Type 2 Undying to ashes. Blade rays shone, and the great Warlock rank angels, whose main force was the angel army, fell like raindrops. Countless angels were chopped into pieces. Only the Moonlight Warlock rank angels could contend against the 4th generation battle robots. Countless angels were frantically fighting in the sky, but they were still being pushed back. Countless fragments of angels fell from the sky and scattered on the ground. Under the siege of the 4th generation battle robots, the angels disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Angels are one of the strongest weapons of war in the world. How could they be defeated by those mechanical puppets? How is this possible? Those are angels. How could the strongest weapons of war be defeated by those mechanical puppets? When the warlocks of Heart of Fury saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with despair. Yang Feng swept the battlefield with a glance and revealed a smile, not bad. It seems that this plane has cultivated a few outstanding blazing angels. On the starry sky battlefield, the angel army was almost immediately routed by Yang Feng's mechanical legion. However, amid the collapse, there are still 4 bright world warlock rank blazing angels fighting desperately to block Yang Feng's mechanical legion. However, if this continues, if the 4 bright world warlock rank blazing angels don't escape, they will be besieged and killed by Yang Feng's mechanical legion in the end. At this moment, 3 Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels opened hatches, and the Gale Giant, the Space Breaker Dragon Whale, and the Scarlet Flame Feng Huang flew out in an instant. The Gale Giant took a step forward, countless runes flashed in his eyes, and gusts of wind shrouded him, forming a whirlwind blade that spun wildly. Accompanied by the law of wind, it appeared in front of a bright world warlock rank blazing angel and sent a fist barreling towards him. Countless wind blades barreled towards the bright world warlock rank blazing angel with overwhelming force. The blazing angel raised its sword to block, and sword rays containing the authority of nature slashed the Gale Giant's fist. The sword lights containing the power of nature were shattered by the Gale Giant's punch, and the blazing angel was sent flying. When the nature blazing angel was blasted away by the Gale Giant's fist, a swarm of Type 2 Undyings poured into the Angel Legion behind the nature blazing angel and unleashed a massacre. The Space Breaker Dragon Whale opened its maw, swallowed a Berserk Blazing Angel, and sealed the Berserk Blazing Angel in an alternate space inside it. When the Scarlet Flame Fenghuang pounced, a Water Blazing Angel could only avoid the Berserk Scarlet Flame Fenghuang, revealing the Angel Legion guarding behind it. As soon as the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons entered the fray, the Angel Legion could no longer resist and retreated in defeat, suffering heavy casualties. It's time. Yang Feng suddenly disappeared from the main seat of the warship, and then appeared in the void in an instant. Suddenly, the god armament curtain of the night flew out, turned into a night, and devoured the 4 Bright World Warlock rank blazing angels along with the space they are in. In an instant, Yang Feng's true body emerged from the night, teleported behind a nature blazing angel, and easily pierced through the nature blazing angel's defenses with the dagger of the night in his hand and stabbed him inside. Countless curses erupted in an instant, weakening the nature blazing angel, and then Yang Feng inserted a lock dragon nail into the blazing angel's body and sealed it. Although Yang Feng's true body can't manipulate the divine force of the night like a god clone can and become a peerless assassin who can assassinate infinity warlocks at will. However, he can still do all kinds of incredible things with the partial authority of the night of a god clone. A characteristic of gods is that they can bestow part of their authority to their divine chosen, God's darling, and saints. Yang Feng's true body can naturally obtain part of the authority bestowed by his god clone. In the night, with the help of the authority of the night, Yang Feng teleported and came and went like a ghost. Cooperating with the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, he suppressed and sealed the remaining 3 blazing angels one by one. After the 3 Bright World Warlock rank blazing angels were quelled by Yang Feng, the dense mechanical legion descended from the sky and shot towards the Red Rage Plains floating continent. The floating continent is the foundation of Red Rage Plain. Once the floating continent is breached, Yang Feng's mechanical legion can sweep through the divine countries of the gods one by one. The warlock towers on the floating continent lit up, and a dense number of barriers opened and resisted Yang Feng's mechanical legion. However, Yang Feng has already learned the location of the most important warlock towers on the floating continent through the Battle Demon sect's intelligence. Furthermore, he destroyed most of them before they were launched. The defense of the floating continent weakened a lot. The Blazing Sun Battlestar's main artillery is extremely powerful. Even if a warlock monarch rank powerhouse doesn't use a secret treasure, they will be seriously injured if they face it head-on. Moreover, with its extremely long range, it is most suitable as a weapon to break through fixed defenses. It is somewhat difficult for the Blazing Sun Battlestar to deal with ordinary Infinity Warlocks one-on-one, and it may not even be able to win against Bright World Warlocks. However, its destructive power is much greater than that of ordinary Infinity Warlocks. It is Yang Feng's siege weapon. Undying Mountain. Since you dare to attack our Heart of Fury, then go to hell. A crazed roar came from the floating continent where Heart of Fury's headquarters was located. The earth split open, and a 3,000-meter-tall, golden-colored monster with a devilish head and incredibly thick legs suddenly appeared. It was radiating faint traces of holy light. As soon as the monster appeared, it took a step forward and appeared on a scorching sun interstellar battleship as if it had teleported. Then, it extended its foot and stomped down. Resplendent holy light shone, and fearsome power erupted and enveloped the entire battlestar. Boom! The Blazing Sun interstellar battleship, which could fly at the speed of light and was made of countless top-grade alloys, exploded just like that. As if thousands of nuclear warheads exploded at the same time, endless light and heat engulfed the gold-colored monster in an instant. Blazing Sun battlestars have a self-detonation function to begin with. Once they explode, the power of the explosion can seriously injure or even kill a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. No. A burst of miserable screams came from the floating continent. After the light dissipated, only two legs that look like ordinary human legs exuding Holy Spirit warlock rank fluctuations of power remained in the void. These are the legs of the brilliant sage. That terrifying monster used these two legs as its power source and was refined into a monster. A sealed box containing the left hand of the brilliant sage in Yang Feng's hand trembled, making him realize that the two legs belonged to the brilliant sage. Chapter 744. After the Gold Freak and Yang Feng's blazing sun battlestars perished together, the morale of Heart of Fury's warlocks plummeted. The frightening mechanical legion poured into Heart of Fury's floating continent like a tide and destroyed one warlock tower after another as if crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. An infinity warlock rank aura suddenly rose from the floating continent, and then disappeared. The Grand Elder escaped. We were abandoned. The Grand Elder escaped. We surrendered. We surrendered. Bursts of anguished screams and wails came from the floating continent down below. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Escaped. What a decisive fellow. To be able to make a decision so quickly. How terrifying. Yang Feng only used a few Infinity Warlock rank weapons. The Infinity Warlock rank experts hid themselves, ready to besiege and kill the Infinity Warlock at any time. Once Heart of Fury's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses dare to appear, they will definitely be besieged by Yang Feng's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Infinity Warlocks are indeed difficult to kill, but that is in a one-on-one situation. 5 or 6 Infinity Warlocks besieging an ordinary Infinity Warlock, Yang Feng is quite confident. Red Rage Plane's plane will has already been analyzed by Battle Demon Sect, and Yang Feng's experts are already prepared. As such, he doesn't have to worry about plane will suppression. What a pity. Yang Feng just sighed regretfully, and then no longer cared about it. His attention shifted to the offensive of the Mechanical Legion. As long as Yang Feng's forces continue to grow, his Mechanical Legion will continue to grow stronger in a snowball fashion. It was precisely because of this that he would grab hold of all the forces that he could annex and continuously annex them to strengthen his own strength. Red Rage Plane is a grade 4 plane. Once it is seized by Yang Feng, this plane will become his base. The escape of Heart of Fury's Great Elder caused the morale of Heart of Fury's warlocks to collapse. The remaining Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks cast secret methods and fled in other directions. As soon as the countless Type 2 Undyings entangled them, the other 4th generation battle robots surrounded them and bombarded the powerhouses with various attacks, killing them one by one. Within the 23 divine kingdoms, rays of divine light flashed as gods flew out of their divine kingdoms. Without looking back, they used divine spells and flew into the astral boundary. Once a god leaves the plane where he ascended to godhood, his strength will continuously weaken. Their connection with their believers would also be weakened by more than 90%, making it difficult for them to absorb the power of faith. In the end, they might even die from the collapse of their divinity. However, when a warlock was promoted to a god, after leaving the plane, they could use a special secret method to shatter their divinity and abandon more than 99% of their power. There was still a chance for them to get rid of the shackles of a god and become a non-divine being. Of course, once one became a deity, not all deities would choose to shatter their divinity, abandon their divine body, and abandon everything they had. If a strong divine force rank god abandoned everything, they would likely end up as an ordinary person. They would have to practice cultivation from the beginning again, and after experiencing countless hardships and dangers, they may not be able to reach the Infinity Warlock realm. Seeing that the situation was far from reassuring, the 23 gods of Red Rage Plane knew that they couldn't compete with Yang Feng in Red Rage Plane, and so they chose to escape. A defeated army is like a landslide. The fierce battle lasted for 2 hours. After 2 hours, Red Rage Plains' floating continent was completely occupied by Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. The huge Mechanical Legion seized the opportunity to attack the divine kingdoms of the 23 gods, capturing them one by one. The 23 gods fled in a hurry. In addition to some treasures, they couldn't take away a large number of petitioners, saints, angel pools, divine force crystals, and other resources. Destroy all these divine nations for me. Yang Feng looked at the star-like divine countries and smiled coldly. He spread the fingers of a hand, and a black vortex suddenly appeared. A swarm of devourers poured out of the black vortex and rushed towards the divine countries. Not long after, the divine kingdom began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. The divine countries of gods are refined from divine force, laws, semi-planes, and various rare materials. The devourers inside Yang Feng can devour anything. Every time they devour a divine country, they will become a fraction stronger. In Astral Boundary, a weak divine force rank god of Red Rage Plain was flying. Suddenly, his complexion changed dramatically, and he screamed in horror and despair, "No! My divine country! Damn it! Damn bastard! My divine country!" Along with the miserable screams, the weak divine force rank god spewed out a mouthful of gold blood, his aura weakened to the extreme, and he fell unconscious. Divine countries are closely related to gods. Every divine country is constructed by gods using their divine authority, countless resources, divine force crystals, laws, and even part of their soul. The closer the connection between a god and a divine country is, the greater the power of the divine country. Similarly, once a divine country is destroyed, the god will suffer a huge backlash. Wisps of distorted astral aura slowly seeped into the god's body, making him look twisted and ferocious. Before long, a ferocious-looking glorious sun astral freak mixed with astral force and part of divine force was born. Yang Feng's devourers devoured the 23 divine countries one by one. When the devourers devoured the 10th divine country, they split, and their numbers doubled. After the 23 divine countries were devoured by the devourers became more powerful. Devourers are one of the strongest Shizu weapons to begin with, and they are weapons that can evolve continuously. It is for this reason that Yang Feng gave the precious 23 divine countries to the devourers to devour. In the deepest part of Heart of Fury's floating continent headquarters, in front of a red gate engraved with countless runes stands a person. It is Yang Feng. Behind the red gate is Heart of Fury's treasury. Heart of Fury's great elder escaped with a plan. Who knows how many treasures in the treasury were swept away by him? A thought streaked across Yang Feng's mind, and he pushed open the gate of the treasury. At this time, as if a storm swept through the treasury, it is a mess. Most of the precious treasures were swept away, leaving only many magic crystals behind. Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. He spread the fingers of a hand, and countless ant-like reconnaissance robots suddenly flew out and flew towards the treasury. That Heart of Fury's great elder is really a scoundrel. It would be great if he could be stopped and killed. The ant-like reconnaissance robots are linked to the database of Yang Feng's level, for optical computer network. They can freely use the data in the database to analyze and search for treasures useful to Yang Feng. Suddenly, a flying ant sent a prompt. Yang Feng followed the prompt and saw a bead engraved with mysterious runes scattered on the ground. It doesn't emit any light. This is a dragon origin bead. It seems that my luck is pretty good. Yang Feng took a closer look at the bead, his heart stirred, and he revealed a smile. Dragon origin beads are strange existences formed when part of the soul of a dragon powerhouse converges with the life magic energy of heaven and earth after they die. If the dragon source pearl was absorbed by puppets refined from high-grade soul stones, they would be able to transform into existences similar to the dragon clan. Dragon origin beads are very rare. Yang Feng has occupied the Ligui province, Yu province, and Bright Moon province, yet he hasn't found such treasures. This shows how rare such treasures are. If the mechanical black dragon that has been following Yang Feng until now can only evolve to the pinnacle glorious Sun Warlock rank, it will be able to break through the bottleneck and evolve into a Bright World Warlock or even an Infinity Warlock rank existence. Yang Feng's mood became very good. He doesn't care that the most precious treasure in the treasury was taken away by the Great Elder of Fury. With this dragon origin bead, I can have another Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse under my command. Grade 4 Plain Bora. In the outer space, spatial ripples appeared in the void, and a red figure flew out of the void and flew towards a floating continent in the Bora plain. As soon as the crimson figure appeared, it was as if a barrier had been triggered. Powerful auras swept past the crimson figure and they immediately knew the identity of the person who had arrived. Great Elder Yan Pengfei of Heart of Fury requests an audience. As soon as the red figure landed on the floating continent, wisps of Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power overflowed, and a middle-aged man dressed in a red warlock robe appeared. A grey ray flew out from the depths of the floating continent and enveloped Yan Pengfei, and he disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, Yan Pengfei appeared in a bright and luxurious palace. In the palace, there sits an old man dressed in a grey robe, with grey hair and beard, who looks like he is shrouded in darkness. The old man smiled faintly and said, "Old Yan, what brings you here?" This old man is Graveyard of the Dead's Great Elder Ning Wuxia, who is also an Infinity Warlock. There was a flash of resentment in Yan Pengfei's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Old Mo, our Heart of Fury was just destroyed." Graveness and killing intent flashed in Ning Wuxia's eyes, and he uttered coldly, "Who did it?" "The Battle Demon Sect." "Damn it, these bastards just besieged and killed 2 of our great elders, and then they attacked us. They're worse than pigs and dogs, they deserve to die." Both Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead have special secret methods. As such, they immediately learned of the death of their great elders. The reason why Yan Pengfei fled so decisively is because Zhu Lai was killed. Chapter 745. When Yan Pengfei thought of the dense mechanical legion, he shuddered and gritted his teeth, saying, "It's a force called Undying Mountain. They were the ones who attacked us. They brought an endless army of mechanical puppets to kill us and defeated our angel corps." Ning Wuxia's eyes shimmered with dignity, and he uttered solemnly, "Golems? Are they warlocks who specialize in the secret methods of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, Golem Dynasty?" Among the Zhangji Plains 8 warlock dynasties, the Golem Legion of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, Golem Dynasty, ran amok in the early stages of the Golem Dynasty. But later on, when living golems appeared, the Golem Legion withdrew from the stage of history. This did not mean that the mechanical puppet army was weak, but rather that the cost of the living puppets was too low, far less than the resources consumed by the mechanical puppet army. In contrast, the Golem Legion withdrew from the stage of history. The warlocks who specialize in the Golem dynasty will never let go of the research of the Golem Legion. Yan Pengfei uttered, "I don't know." The other party came prepared. As soon as they appeared, they destroyed most of our warlock towers with warship-type weapons. After defeating our Angel Legion and destroying the Gold Holy Demon, I saw that the situation was far from good, and so I retreated. Ning Wuxia's eyes shimmered with dignity. The Gold Holy Demon was destroyed. The Gold Holy Demon is a gold freak refined from the legs of the brilliant sage coupled with alchemy and various spells. It is a fearsome existence that can fight against true Infinity Warlocks. The Scarlet Flame Feng Huang, Gale Giant, and other Infinity Warlock rank weapons in Yang Feng's hands can exert Infinity Warlock rank destructive power. However, if you want to fight a true Infinity Warlock, you need at least 4 of these weapons. The Gold Freak has the power to slay Infinity Warlocks. If it wasn't for the fact that it destroyed a blazing sun battlestar and was swallowed by the battlestar's explosion, Ong Feng would have to send at least 3 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses like Alexia to kill it. Yan Pengfei uttered solemnly, "That's right. Old Mo, I suspect that the Undying Mountain colluded with the Battle Demon Sect. Since they've already attacked Heart of Fury, it's very likely that their next target will be Graveyard of the Dead. Ning Wuxin smiled coldly. He looked at Yan Pengfei with a sense of superiority and said proudly, "Our Graveyard of the Dead will not be destroyed so easily by those beasts. If they dare to come, I will definitely kill them all and show them the power of Graveyard of the Dead." Although Graveyard of the Dead and Heart of Fury had been friends for generations, Graveyard of the Dead was much stronger than Heart of Fury. Ning Wuxin is an intermediate Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse while Yan Pengfei is just a junior Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Although the two seem to be on equal footing, but in fact, Ning Wuxin is in charge. Now that Yan Pengfei did not even have the Heart of Fury, he had lost his foundation and had become a rogue cultivator. His status was naturally not comparable to that of Ning Wuxin, the supreme elder of the Graveyard of the Dead. Yan Pengfei raised his eyebrows slightly. He keenly sensed the sense of superiority hidden in Ning Wuxin's words. He had originally wanted to warn Ning Wuxin, but he swallowed the words back into his stomach. Old Ning Wuxin has just opened his mouth, when suddenly, a hair-raising premonition of danger welled up inside him, and he pointed at the sky. Powerful runes suddenly appeared on the roof of the palace and formed layers of magic shields. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, an incomparably resplendent beam of light blasted onto the palace like divine punishment. Wherever the beam of light landed, everything was turned into ashes. Enemy attack! Damn it, there's an enemy! Panicked voices suddenly resounded in the palace, and magic barriers suddenly opened one after another. Boom! 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 The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly. Inside the palace, Ning Wuxin's face became gloomy and filled with killing intent. To dare attack my Graveyard of the Dead, what reckless fools! Old Yan, you have to help me kill all of these reckless fools. Yan Pengfei pondered for a while before gritting his teeth and saying, "Okay." Now that Yang Feng has captured Heart of Fury, Yan Pengfei has no foundation. From now on, Yan Pengfei will have to struggle as a rogue cultivator and have to rebuild his force. When warlocks practice cultivation to the Infinity Warlock realm, they will either choose to join a force, commit all kinds of evil and plunder resources, or choose to establish their own force. Otherwise, they won't be able to get enough cultivation resources. When Yan Pengfei thought of rebuilding his own force, killing intent welled up inside him. I am Lei Ming, the young master of Undying Mountain. Graveyard of the Dead, submit to me, or die. A frigid and domineering voice echoed in the space around Graveyard of the Dead. The warlocks and gods in Graveyard of the Dead heard the domineering and murderous voice. Two rays of light flew out from the depths of Graveyard of the Dead, stood proudly in the void, and Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power soared into the sky. Yan Pengfei focused his gaze and saw that the sky was filled with the seemingly endless mechanical army. In the sky, 48 stars shone brightly and revealed the divine country of the gods. A swarm of angels flew out of the divine country and fought with Yang Feng's mechanical legion. As soon as the ordinary angels came into contact with Yang Feng's mechanical legion, they disintegrated and turned into countless fragments that scattered in the air. Only some blazing angels above the Moonlight Warlock rank led the Angel Legion to resist and destroy one battle robot after another. The sound of explosions rang incessantly in the sky, and countless parts, corpses, and blood of angels fell from the sky and sprinkled on the ground. The gods of Graveyard of the Dead are much stronger than the gods of Heart of Fury. A total of 12 weak Divine Force rank gods and 2 intermediate Divine Force rank gods walked out of their divine countries, burned Divine Force, and enchanted the angels with various powerful divine spells. The angels enchanted by powerful divine spells have their fighting strength increased sharply. Ordinary angels enchanted by powerful divine spells even possess Starry Sky Warlock rank battle prowess. On the floating continent of Graveyard of the Dead, Graveyard of the Dead's warlocks recited incantations. Dragons, giants, devils, fiends, evil gods, devil insects, high elves, kindred, astral life forms, and other extraordinary life forms suddenly appeared. The strange demonic corpses rushed into the sky and engaged Yang Feng's mechanical legion. There are countless fighters in the sky. The extraordinary life forms have just taken off, when a rain of light shot out from the fighters and blasted the powerless extraordinary life forms to pieces. When Ning Wuxin saw the dense crowd of fighters and battle robots in the sky, his scalp turned numb, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. So this is Undying Mountain. What a terrifying mechanical legion. The fighters and battle robots are unmanned mechanical golems. Not only do they possess amazing fighting strength, but their numbers are also terrifying. Ning Wuxin originally looked down on Yan Pengfei, who fled in the face of battle, but now his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. At this moment, the doors of the 3 steel carriers opened, and the Gale Giant, the Space Breaker Dragon Whale, and the Scarlet Flame Feng Huang, the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons flew out and plunged into battle. As soon as the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons entered the battle, even with the gods casting divine spells in the rear, the Angel Legion was still forced to retreat. The 2 intermediate divine force rank gods had no choice but to burn their divine force frantically and cast powerful divine spells barreling towards the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons. When the 2 intermediate divine force rank gods burned their divine force frantically, their strength suddenly soared, and they suppressed the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons. However, the doors of the 3 steel carriers opened again, and the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, the 6-headed gold dragon, the archaic sacred dragon, and the Archduke rank archdevil, flew out and plunged into the battlefield. As soon as the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons entered the battlefield, the Angel Legion, which was already unable to hold on, retreated again and again, suffering heavy casualties. Eyes shot with blood, Ning Wuxin bellowed, "Undying Mountain, you bastards, you're dead. Annihilation Devil Body. Come out." Suddenly, from the shadows behind Ning Wuxin, a figure suddenly flew out. Holding the divine weapon, the Dagger of the Night, like a ghost, it pierced through the countless magic shields protecting his body and stabbed into his heart. Fearsome night divine force erupted in an instant, and various curses of the night pantheon appeared on Ning Wuxin. "You!" Ning Wuxin uttered a scream of horror, lost all his strength in an instant, and turned into a corpse. Strong divine force rank. Ruler of the night. Yan Pengfei glanced at Yang Feng's god clone who assassinated Ning Wuxin, and fear welled up inside him. His figure fluttered, and he fled into the distance. Although he is a junior Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, but against a strong divine force rank god, he is dead meat. Yang Feng's god clone has put on a special god armor secret treasure, and his god fluctuations have been adjusted to this world's god fluctuations. Although his strength has dropped by about 10% due to the plane suppression, but it is still enough to defeat Yan Pengfei. Yan Pengfei has just flown for hundreds of kilometers, when countless 7-color rose petals suddenly flew out and formed a 7-color rose barrier, trapping him inside. A tyrannical aura suddenly rose, and Yu Yan, who looks like a goddess of war, flew over from afar and blocked in front of Yan Pengfei. Chapter 746. When Yan Pengfei saw Yu Yan exuding advanced Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power, his face fell at once, and he shouted, "Stop! I am willing to surrender and submit to Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming." Yang Feng's god clone is a strong divine force rank god, the ruler of the night. Yan Pengfei is locked up by the 7-color Rose Garden's garden master, and there is still Yu Yan, one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, outside. This made him make a prompt decision. Yu Yan uttered coldly, "Let me use the lock dragon nail to seal your life force." Yan Pengfei frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "I'm Heart of Fury's Grand Elder, Yan Pengfei. As long as I submit to young Lord Thundercry, I'll be able to protect you. As long as I submit to young Master Lei Ming, young Master Lei Ming can easily master Heart of Fury. I can also have people take over Red Rage Plain to pacify the people and hand it over to Undying Mountain as soon as possible. At the very least, it will save you 100 years from taking over Red Rage Plain. When Yang Feng's true body aboard the warship heard this, his eyes shimmered with ridicule. Under normal circumstances, as Yan Pengfei said, it would take a lot of time and energy to completely annex a plane. However, Yang Feng's mechanical legion has a powerful artificial intelligence, which is controlled by the optical computer. Those key positions can be filled by intelligent robots. Therefore, the forces annexed by Yang Feng can quickly integrate into his force and transform into his power. Nurturing battle through battle, like a rolling snowball, constantly increasing their strength. This was the terror of the Shizu Mechanical Legion. If it wasn't for the incredible holy-grade secret treasures and Empyrean-grade secret treasures in this world, Yang Feng would have already crushed all his enemies. The Shizu Mechanical Legion is very powerful. But in this universe, there are Warlock Monarch, Holy Spirit Warlock, and Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. In particular, Holy Spirit Warlocks can suppress the destiny of a race by themselves. As long as a Holy Spirit Warlock takes action, Yang Feng's foundation in Sangji Plain will be uprooted, and he will have no choice but to retreat to lower planes such as Andrak Plain and Red Rage Plain. Otherwise, only death will await him. Holy Spirit Warlocks, even if they haven't formed a virtual world, are extremely powerful. In their race, they are invincible existences. It had been more than 100 million years since the birth of the first true ancestor in the God Blood Plane. In that 100 million years, the entire God Blood Plane had only given birth to 9 true ancestors. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is for a Holy Spirit Warlock to be born. Yan Pengfei, release your soul. Let my lord leave a soul imprint in your soul. Otherwise, you can die. With a flash of black light, Alexia wearing the fallen angel armor blurred into motion, appeared behind Yan Pengfei, blocked his path of retreat and spoke with biting killing intent. When Yan Pengfei saw Alexia, his face flickered, an Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel. What a strong foundation, what ruthless methods. Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels are terrifying weapons that can contend against human warlock geniuses of the same rank who have established a virtual world inside them. They are not existences that an ordinary junior Infinity Warlock like Yan Pengfei can contend against. Yan Pengfei thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I'll open my soul and submit to you, young master." Infinity Warlocks are born from ordinary people. Once they are deprived of their power, they are no different from ordinary people. Except for some Infinity Warlocks, many Infinity Warlocks are greedy for life and afraid of death just like ordinary people. Such people are easy to subdue by Yang Feng. In the world of Warlocks, power has nothing to do with a Warlock's moral character, or good or evil. Yan Pengfei silently recited an incantation, and a projection that looks exactly like him and exudes soul aura suddenly flew out. The void distorted, and Yang Feng's true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless black chains flew out from the true God Empyrean imprint, stabbed into Yan Pengfei's soul, and formed a strange soul imprint in the depths of Yan Pengfei's soul. When the soul imprint took shape, Yan Pengfei felt a vague sense of danger in his soul, and he realized that his life and death are no longer under his control. Damn it! Retreat! When the intermediate divine force rank god of war saw that Ning Wuxin was insta-killed by Yang Feng's god clone as soon as he appeared, he roared at once, blurred into motion, and fled into the distance. An endless darkness swept towards that area, instantly engulfing the god of war of the Bola Plain. At the moment and the endless night engulfed the god of war, On Feng's ruler of the night avatar silently appeared behind the god of war and stabbed the god of war in the heart with the dagger of the night in his hand. Before the god of war could even make a sound, he was eroded by the various curses of the god of war, and he lost the power to resist. Yang Feng's ruler of the night avatar stabbed with his hand into the forehead of the god of war and dug out his godhead. Yang Feng's ruler of the night avatar smiled and put the godhead away. The godhead of the god of war is exactly what I need. Gods are extremely powerful, but it is also extremely difficult for them to promote. To rely on the faith force of believers and their own understanding of a certain authority is 100 times more difficult than the promotion of a warlock. The fastest way for a god to promote is to devour the godhead of a god who has grasped the same authority. If Yang Feng can devour the godhead of a mighty divine force rank god, he can easily promote to a mighty divine force rank god. If he wants to promote to a mighty divine force rank god by devouring a strong divine force rank godhead, he needs at least 10 strong divine force rank godheads who have grasped the same authority. For Yang Feng's god clone, the godhead of an intermediate divine force rank god is of great use. The god of war may be able to tangle with Yang Feng's god clone head-on, but when he chose to escape, he exposed his back, which was how Yang Feng's god clone succeeded in assassinating him. In the starry sky, when the god of war died, the warlocks of Graveyard of the Dead lost their will to fight, and turned into streams of light that fled elsewhere. I surrender. I surrender. After a period of fighting, the warlocks of Graveyard of the Dead finally couldn't resist the siege of Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion, and surrendered. Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion seized the floating continent and took full control of Bola Plain's floating continent. So this is the Death Devil body. It's really a dangerous weapon. Besides, it's refined from a part of the brilliant Great Holy's body. If it is fully activated, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult to deal with than the Gold Freak. Standing in front of a 100-meter-tall monster without a head, with hands and feet refined from the remains of Warlock Monarch rank extraordinary life forms, and a holy body embedded in the center of its body, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified shade. In his storage treasure, the rest of the brilliant Great Holy's body resonated with the holy body embedded in the center of the Death Devil body. Clearly, that is the brilliant Great Holy's body. That Death Demon body was covered in all kinds of powerful seals. If it weren't for those seals, it would have been destroyed. Once it wakes up, it will release a terrifying life force field that can crush intelligent life forms level 3 warlock rank and below. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Unfortunately, I have an agreement with the brilliant Great Holy to help him resurrect. It seems that this weapon will have to be dismantled. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a swarm of devourers suddenly rushed towards the monster. Devoured by the devourers, the Death Devil body's various parts disintegrated inch by inch, and finally the brilliant Great Holy's body was decomposed. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and the brilliant Great Holy's body flew into his hand, and then was sealed in a jade box. After Yang Feng put away the jade box, a thought suddenly arose in his mind, and he was filled with apprehension towards the Great Holy Step Powerhouse. Great Holy Step Powerhouses are really scary. To be able to collect so many of their body parts, I don't know what spell this is. The brilliant Great Holy was an old monster from the first Warlock Dynasty era, who knows how many tens of thousands of years he has been dead. His body, which has a trace of immortality, is a top alchemy material, and has changed hands God knows how many times. For Yang Feng to be able to collect most of his body parts, it is clear that an incredible spell is at work. In any case, I intend to break the agreement, so he won't harm me. As soon as Yang Feng entered Graveyard of the Dead's treasury, he saw the treasury radiating treasure light, which contained all kinds of treasures collected by Graveyard of the Dead since its establishment. Yang Feng looked at Graveyard of the Dead's treasury, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. No matter how many times I look at the treasury of powerful warlock groups, I won't get tired of it. Every time he opens the treasury of a powerful warlock group, Yang Feng can get many useful treasures. It is because of this that he will destroy a powerful warlock group as long as he has a chance. In this way, he can get enough cultivation resources. Other warlock groups, even if they are several levels stronger than Heart of Fury in Graveyard of the Dead, don't dare to rashly start a war with them. Once a war breaks out, it means that warlocks will die. Ordinary warlocks are fine, but if too many warlocks above the Moonlight Warlock rank die, it will harm the vitality of a warlock group. It is because of this that the Battle Demon sect doesn't dare to rashly start a war. With the huge Mechanical Legion as his backing, Yang Feng was able to crush his enemies all the way and capture Heart of Fury in Graveyard of the Dead without any regard for the cost. Chapter 747. This is a Phantom Star Core, the main material needed to refine a top Shizu weapon, the Phantom Ruler. This amount is enough for me to refine an incomplete Phantom Ruler. While walking in the treasury of Graveyard of the Dead, Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly took a few steps forward and picked up a fist-sized or radiating eerie light, his eyes filled with excitement. Devourers and Phantom Ruler are two of the top Shizu weapons. When evolved to the pinnacle, Devourers can devour any energy and possess frightening defensive power and the ability to split. The Phantom Ruler, a weapon proficient in illusions, can easily confuse intelligent life forms and make them fall into illusions, unable to extricate themselves, and eventually sink. If Yang Feng has a top Phantom Ruler, then he only needs to give an order. The Phantom Ruler can confuse the three Dawn Blazing Angels, make them regard Yang Feng as the Dawn Lord, and make them tell him all the information honestly. Whether it is the Devourers or the Phantom Ruler, their core materials are the most precious treasures. Even with the strength of the Shizu, who crossed countless starfields at the time, it took them about 100 years to gather synthetic materials to refine a complete Phantom Ruler. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Although I can't refine a complete Phantom Ruler, but I can add superior grade soul stones and combine them with the alchemy of the Warlock civilization. With that, I can refine a Phantom Ruler that can evolve continuously. Superior grade soul stones are the most precious strategic materials as well as top materials to refine Blazing Angels. Yang Feng doesn't have many superior grade soul stones on hand. However, he has 43 Blazing Angels and a large number of saints and petitioners abandoned by the gods. He can use secret methods to transform those saints and petitioners into soul stones. In fact, once the divine country of a god was breached, then as long as the divine country wasn't pulled into the astral boundary, once the saints and petitioners were captured, they would be refined into soul stones by the warlocks. This was the greatest benefit that the warlocks could obtain from fighting the gods. A soul stone was a commodity that would not depreciate no matter which plane it was placed in. It was a common commodity in countless extraordinary worlds. Many secret treasures and war weapons with unimaginable abilities required soul stones. Yang Feng continued to search for treasures in the Graveyard of the Dead. There were indeed many treasures in the Graveyard of the Dead. But compared to the treasury of a kindred Grand Duke, they were still far from enough. There were very few treasures that could excite him. This is the corpse of a prince rank Abyssal Fiend Lord, worthy of being a warlock of Graveyard of the Dead. It seemed that they were all top-notch tomb raiders. This is probably the most precious treasure of the Graveyard of the Dead. If I'm not wrong, this treasure was sealed here because no one could control it. When Yang Feng reached the deepest part of the Graveyard of the Dead, his eyes suddenly lit up. A 3-meter-tall Abyssal Devil Lord with a single horn on his head and a sinister expression on his face was engraved with evil runes. It was as if he was slumbering in a transparent crystal coffin. The coffin was covered with countless seals and runes, and a terrifying aura of a king-class expert was slowly seeping out of the crystal coffin. The various secret methods recorded in the Graveyard of the Dead could allow the warlocks of Graveyard of the Dead to control all kinds of demonic corpses. However, after being refined by secret methods, the demonic corpses turned into extraordinary existences. Once the Prince rank Abyssal Fiend Lord corpse was activated, with the chaotic nature of Abyssal Fiends, a slightly weaker Infinity Warlock would be killed by the backlash. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. It seems that my luck is pretty good. This corpse is of great benefit to my next plan. The Andrak Plain, inside a palace. Yang Feng fiddled with a storage ring containing the most precious treasure of the Heart of Fury and asked Yan Pengfei flatly, "Yan Pengfei, do you know the origin of the 3 Blazing Angels?" Yan Pengfei replied respectfully, "Young master, the 3 Blazing Angels are said to be emissaries sent by the 8th Warlock Emperor the Dawn Lord." Yang Feng frowned slightly and said, "The Dawn Lord is a human warlock, not a god." For him to have blazing angels as his subordinates, don't you have any suspicions? Yan Pengfei smiled bitterly. Our Heart of Fury is a subject of the Dawn Lord in the 8th Warlock dynasty. The Dawn Imperial token cannot be faked. It is a genuine Dawn Imperial token. We have a special secret method that allowed us to perceive a trace of the Dawn Lord's aura in the Dawn Imperial token. Moreover, the aura hasn't been around for a long time. How can we disobey his orders? The Zhangji Plains' 8 warlock emperors have suppressed countless planes with their might. In the countless planes, Moonlight warlock rank powerhouses and above are basically aware of the prestige of the 8 warlock emperors. In the Great Cloud dynasty, Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead are second only to the 10 great sects and the 8 great families in terms of strength. But compared to the 8th warlock emperor the Dawn Lord, they are ants that can be crushed at will. Only Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses are qualified to talk to warlock emperor rank powerhouses. For warlock emperors, existences below the Holy Spirit warlock rank are ants. Yang Feng asked, "What do they want you to do when they find you?" Yan Pengfei smiled bitterly and took a deep look at Yang Feng. Resources, they want us to hand over more than half of our resources to them every year. At the same time, under their protection, we can expand outwards and annex other warlock groups. By now, Yan Pengfei already knows that Yang Feng, the Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, is also a peerless genius of the Battle Demon sect. Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead are eyeing the Battle Demon sect covetously, while Yang Feng is also eyeing them covetously. But in the end, they became Yang Feng's prey instead. Yang Feng continued to ask, "What else?" Yan Pengfei pondered for a while before saying, "The angels form a faction of their own. They don't have much contact with us, so we don't have much information. However, every time they appear, they are led by 3 Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels. There have already been 12 Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels." Yang Feng couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. 12 Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels. The Blazing Angels who wield the power of dawn are undoubtedly one of the strongest Blazing Angels. They have virtually no restraints. If you want to get rid of the Blazing Angels who wield the power of dawn, you must crush them with absolute power. Although there are strong and weak Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels, but even the weakest Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels are equivalent to junior Infinity Warlock Supreme Geniuses who formed a virtual world. If the 12 Blazing Angels were to attack Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, they would be able to steamroll everything in their path and wipe them out. With absolute power coupled with the Dawn Imperial token, Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead have no choice but to submit. Yang Feng continued to ask, "What else?" Yan Pengfei shook his head slightly, "Nothing else." Yang Feng asked a few more questions, but didn't get any information from Yan Pengfei. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with worry. "The 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord? If it's really him, then I'm in trouble. Don't tell me I have to change my identity and go into hiding again." Each of the 8 Warlock Emperors is a peerless and invincible existence with extraordinary talent. Even the weaker Dawn Lord is a peerless supreme genius who has suppressed countless supreme geniuses of the Zhangji Plain, a mighty and invincible Warlock Emperor. If he is alive, then even if he is at his weakest, as long as he locates the position of Yang Feng's true body, he can cross 10,000 kilometers and kill Yang Feng with a finger. The 7th floor of the Endless Abyss. A black sun is suspended strangely in the void, the earth is dry and cracked, there are all kinds of strange-shaped abyssal plants growing, and the air is filled with corrosive abyssal demonic chi. If an ordinary person breathes a trace of abyssal demonic chi, they will fall seriously ill, or even be poisoned to death. There doesn't seem to be any life form on the earth. But if you look carefully, you can see abyssal demonic creatures exuding cruel and violent auras hiding in the corners. Every once in a while, there will be a fight in a certain corner of the earth, and the loser will be devoured cleanly together with their bones. A pitch-black abyssal river formed from the negative force of various planes, exuding a foul stench, is flowing quietly. Every once in a while, the abyssal river will suddenly set off a black wave and roll towards the shore. Every time it rolls, there will be hundreds and thousands of abyssal insects about 20 centimeters long, pitch-black, with twisted faces on their backs and chrysanthemum petal-like sharp mouthparts on their heads. As soon as the abyssal insects appeared, they fought and devoured each other. Many abyssal imps with baby-like faces but beast-like sharp teeth rushed over happily, grabbed the fat abyssal insects, and stuffed them into their mouths. Is this the abyss? What a cruel place! Young Feng, whose soul is parasitizing an abyssal insect, just glanced around, then opened his sharp mouthparts, bit the abyssal insect next to him, chewed, and devoured it. When he devoured the abyssal insect, Yang Feng felt his body swell and gain a trace of power. Without any hesitation, Yang Feng arched his body, shot to the side of another abyssal insect, bit off its head, and devoured it in big mouthfuls. After devouring more than 30 abyssal insects in a row, Yang Feng's body swelled to 30 centimeters in size. At the same time, he was brimming with power. Chapter 748. Suddenly, the scarlet eyes of an abyssal imp shimmered fiercely, and it licked its lips and strode towards Yang Feng. Fat and full of power, abyssal insects like Yang Feng are the favorite food of abyssal imps. As long as abyssal imps devour enough abyssal insects, they can stimulate the abyssal force inside them and evolve into different abyssal demonic creatures. Abyssal insects and abyssal imps formed from the negative force of countless planes are the foundation of the endless abyss. A sense of death welled up in Yang Feng's heart. He manipulated his insect body to arch slightly, and then, with all his strength, shot out like an arrow, opened its chrysanthemum-like sharp proboscis, jumped onto the face of the devil imp, and bit down. The sharp teeth of the abyssal insect pierced deeply into the abyssal imp's face, and drops of blood trickled down the abyssal imp's face. With a painful expression on its face, the abyssal imp grabbed Yang Feng's fat body and squeezed hard. A sharp pain was transmitted from Yang Feng's body, as if his body was about to explode. At this critical moment, Yang Feng operated a strange power conduction secret method recorded by human warlocks. His body squirmed strangely, and he consumed the last trace of abyssal force inside him. The sharp proboscis erupted with tremendous power and bit through the abyssal imp's face. A large amount of black blood flowed out of the abyssal imp's face. It fell to the ground in pain and struggled for a while before losing all its strength and dying. Enduring the sharp pain, Yang Feng devoured the abyssal imp's corpse one mouthful at a time. For the surrounding abyssal insects, the abyssal imp's corpse is a great tonic. One after another, abyssal insects squirmed over. While devouring the abyssal imp's corpse, Yang Feng also devoured the abyssal insects that approached him. 4 hours later, his body grew to about 1 meter in size. When Yang Feng's body grew to 1 meter in size, he felt powerful abyssal force pour out of his body and combine with his soul. While twitching, a hand suddenly extended from the abyssal insect Yang Feng has transformed into. Covered in mucus, the hand tore at the abyssal insect, and an abyssal imp crawled out of the abyssal insect. Yang Feng sensed the changes in his body, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I finally have a human-like body. Now I can practice secret methods to enhance my strength. In the form of an abyssal insect, even though Yang Feng has mastered countless top secret methods, but there are very few secret methods that he can practice. Compared to other abyssal insects, it's just easier for him to control his body. Now that he has evolved into an abyssal imp, Yang Feng can practice various abyssal secret methods developed by warlocks. The endless abyss was once quelled by the 8 warlock emperors. Every time a warlock emperor ascended to the throne, they would go on a punitive expedition to the endless abyss and wipe out the top powerhouses of the endless abyss. That was because the endless abyss was connected to countless planes, and it was almost an amalgamation of this universe's negative energy. According to the classification of human warlocks, the endless abyss was a grade 1 plane that could give birth to warlock emperor rank existences. According to historical records, the 8 warlock emperors once slayed 4 extremely evil warlock emperor rank demonic creatures in the endless abyss. Although many strange demonic creatures are born in the endless abyss every day, but some of the most powerful and commonly seen demonic creatures have already been thoroughly studied by human warlocks, and all kinds of incredible and powerful secret methods have been developed. In the Tsangji Plain, there were many fiend warlocks, succubus warlocks, abyssal demonic dragon warlocks, and other warlocks with abyssal demonic creature bloodline. Of course, if those warlocks couldn't control the chaos and bloodthirsty instincts of abyssal fiends, they would be eradicated by other human warlocks. In the endless abyss, demonic creatures have a much easier time leveling up than human warlocks. As long as they keep killing and eating, they can get the favor of the will of the abyss and become stronger. Yang Feng grabbed 2 abyssal insects, twisted their heads, stuffed them into his mouth, and operated the Devour secret method and devoured them cleanly. In the abyss, the Devour secret method suits me better. Yang Feng grabbed abyssal insects and stuffed them into his mouth, operated the Devour secret method, and devoured them one by one. Yang Feng guided the traces of abyssal force into his claws. The claws on his hands gradually transformed, becoming longer and sharper. During the process of devouring abyssal insects, Yang Feng guided abyssal force to transform his claws and legs, making his claws sharper and his legs more powerful. In just an hour, Yang Feng's physical constitution skyrocketed by 50%, and his claws grew to 10 centimeters long, looking like sharp blades. With a casual swing, he could easily cut off the head of an abyssal insect. I can go hunt abyssal imps now. Yang Feng looked at his claws with a look of satisfaction, then turned around and strode towards an abyssal imp. When the abyssal imp saw Yang Feng, it suddenly opened its mouth, revealed beast-like teeth, raised its hands, and ejected 3-centimeter-long claws. The claws and teeth of abyssal imps are their means of attack as well as intimidate their enemies. Generally speaking, abyssal imps don't fight at will. After all, they don't have the confidence to win. If both sides are injured, they may even become food for abyssal insects. Devouring abyssal insects with weak combat strength is the most reliable way for abyssal imps to evolve. Without flinching, Yang Feng walked towards the abyssal imp step by step like a cheetah on the hunt. The eyes of the abyssal imp shimmered fiercely, and it suddenly pounced at Yang Feng and sent a claw at his eyes. Yang Feng stepped sideways, stabbed the abyssal imp in the heart with his right claw, and dug out its heart. The eyes of the abyssal imp dimmed, and it turned into a corpse. Yang Feng grabbed the corpse of the abyssal imp, opened his mouth, operated the Devour secret method, and devoured the abyssal imp. After killing the abyssal imp, Yang Feng walked along the abyssal river, killed and devoured the abyssal insects and abyssal imps he saw, and continued to improve his strength. After devouring more than 60 abyssal imps and more than 300 abyssal insects, Yang Feng trembled, and formidable abyssal force pervaded and condensed inside him. From the warlock records, Yang Feng learned that now is the time for him to choose the direction of his evolution. Most abyssal imps will evolve according to their instincts at this stage, and then evolve into all kinds of strange abyssal demonic creatures. What kind of demonic creature they can evolve into depends entirely on luck. However, human warlocks have already done profound research on this. Yang Feng's body trembled slightly, and he guided the formidable abyssal force to transform into a horn. Yang Feng's body suddenly grew inch by inch, and he became a 1.3 meters tall horned youngling with a small horn on his head and sturdy muscles all over his body. Yang Feng clenched his fists, sensed the formidable power flowing inside him, and sighed, "Youngling horned, I should now possess level 1 apprentice warlock rank battle prowess. In the endless abyss, as long as one doesn't die, one's strength will progress astonishingly fast." No wonder abyssal fiends seem to be inexhaustible like locusts, and even warlock emperors can't do anything about them. Yang Feng didn't use any resources when he came to the endless abyss. It only took him a day to kill his way here, but he already possessed level 1 apprentice warlock rank battle prowess. For many ordinary people, this kind of progress is simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng looked at the gradually dimming black sun with a dignified look in his eyes. The icy night is coming. I have to find a cave to hide in. I'm no longer an abyssal insect, so I can't resist the erosion of the icy night. The icy night was the night of the endless abyss. During the day, the black sun would emit strange rays of light, giving the endless abyss traces of gray light. But at night, there was no light at all. During the day, the temperature on the ground would still be more than 60 degrees Celsius, but at night, it would drop to below -40 degrees Celsius. In the endless abyss, during the day, the temperature difference between hot and cold was 100 degrees Celsius. Abyssal demonic creatures with weak bodies could easily freeze to death. Only abyssal insects, with their strange body structure, wouldn't freeze to death even at -40 degrees Celsius. Yang Feng looked around, and his eyes lit up. He saw a huge cave in the distance, which was the nest of an abyssal giant worm. In the vicinity of the abyssal river, many abyssal insects, unable to evolve into abyssal imps, would instead evolve into various abyssal insect-type demonic creatures. The abyssal giant worm was a kind of abyssal insect-type demonic creature that abyssal insects evolved into. Abyssal giant worms liked to burrow. They moved slowly and were huge, and their food was the abyssal insects that covered the abyssal river. After many low-level abyssal demonic creatures evolved into abyssal giant worms, the caves of abyssal giant worms were most commonly used to hide from the temperature difference between day and night. Yang Feng cautiously looked around. After confirming that there was no ambush, he strode towards the abyssal giant worm's cave. Yang Feng had just approached the entrance of the abyssal giant worm's cave, when a black figure rushed out of the cave and stabbed at Yang Feng with a sharp, spear-like abyssal ironwood in his hand. Chapter 749. A Succubus Youngling. Yang Feng was just about to stab the assassin in the heart, but when he saw the other party's face, his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light and he grabbed the abyssal ironwood spear. Then, he grabbed the other party by the neck with his right hand and raised it high. As if a god overlooking mortals, he threatened frigidly, "Submit to me, or die. If you submit to me, then use your tail to tap your head twice." The succubus youngling, who looked to be about 7 or 8 years old, had long blonde hair, was naked, and exuded a seductive charm. She firmly grasped Yang Feng's hand with both hands, struggled, and slapped her head twice with her tail. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he nodded in satisfaction and loosened his grip, and the succubus youngling fell to the ground and coughed heavily. Yang Feng looked at the succubus youngling and raised the corners of his mouth. "It seems that my luck is pretty good. To be able to encounter a succubus youngling here." Succubi were the most beautiful demons in the endless abyss. They were also the property that abyssal fiend lords liked to hoard the most. Many abyssal fiend lords liked to use succubi as currency in exchange for various resources. Only in the 777th floor of the endless abyss, where the succubus empress controlled succubi, could succubi have a bit of dignity. At other times, they were playthings attached to various powerhouses. Holding the abyssal ironwood spear, Yang Feng looked at the succubus lowly and said solemnly, "From today on, you are my property, and I am your master, understand?" The succubus lowly got up from the ground, looked at Yang Feng fearfully, and said in a childish voice, "Yes, master." The succubus lowly has just evolved from an abyssal imp, but she has instinctively learned to obey the strong. Yang Feng, a horned, was far superior to the succubus lowly in terms of fighting strength. Yang Feng asked, "What's your name?" "I don't have a name." "Then your name is Chloris, understand?" The succubus lowly said timidly, "Yes, I understand. Master, my name is Chloris." "Master, what's your name?" Yang Feng casually fabricated a name, "My name is Warren." "Master Warren." "Eat." Yang Feng tossed a headless abyssal insect in front of the succubus lowly. The beautiful succubus lowly Chloris grabbed the abyssal insect and ate it in big mouthfuls. The succubus tail was wagging. Suddenly, rustling sounds of footsteps came from outside. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he strode outside with the abyssal ironwood spear in hand. A total of 8 abyssal imps appeared outside. When the 8 abyssal imps saw Yang Feng, they immediately fled in different directions. With the abyssal ironwood spear in hand, Yang Feng suddenly burst out, caught up with an abyssal imp in a few steps, stabbed it to death, and then caught up with another abyssal imp. After stabbing it to death, he dragged the corpses of the 2 abyssal imps into the cave. When Chloris saw the 2 abyssal imp corpses, her eyes lit up at once, and she stared at the 2 abyssal imp corpses. Once an abyssal imp evolves into a succubus youngling, the strength of the succubus youngling is only slightly better than that of an abyssal imp. Most of the succubus youngling, who feed on abyssal insects, wander near the abyssal river. Only by eating abyssal insects until they reach level 1 warlock rank strength will the succubus youngling have the strength to crush low-level demonic creatures. Before that, they won't dare to fight an abyssal imp to the death. Yang Feng tossed an abyssal imp corpse in front of Chloris. "Eat it." The succubus lowly cheered, pounced on the abyssal imp corpse, and ate it in big mouthfuls. Adult succubi feed on the essence or other extraordinary power of males. But before they reach adulthood, they feed on other powerful demonic creatures like other abyssal demonic creatures. If Yang Feng was somewhere outside the endless abyss, there would naturally be other food for Chloris to eat. But in the endless abyss, he has no resources. As such, he can only give the abyssal imp corpse to the succubus lowly as food. As night fell, the temperature of the abyss suddenly dropped to 0 degrees Celsius, and then continued to drop. At the entrance of the cave, there are more than 100 abyssal imp corpses piled up, tightly blocking the entrance. Even so, the inside of the cave is still bitterly cold. As a succubus youngling, Chloris is much more resistant to the cold than ordinary humans. Yet, she still shivers from the cold. She glanced at Yang Feng hesitantly, and then crawled into Yang Feng's arms like a kitten. Traces of warmth passed from Yang Feng to Chloris, and then from her to Yang Feng. Yang Feng curled up into a ball and hugged Chloris tightly, feeling the trace of warmth in the cold and feeling the biting cold. The environment of the endless abyss is really harsh. No wonder so few people split their soul and enter the endless abyss. If Yang Feng hadn't hidden in the cave of the giant worm, then with his strength as a horned youngling, he would have frozen to death in the wilderness, and then become food for other abyssal demonic creatures. There are countless geniuses among human warlocks. Some people once split a part of their soul and turned it into an abyssal insect, wanting to promote to an abyssal lord step by step. Only by promoting to an abyssal lord in this way can they obtain the favor of the abyssal origin will and tremendous support of abyssal origin force. Moreover, by promoting to an abyssal lord step by step, they can keep a bit of their soul from being eroded by abyssal origin force. However, most human warlocks have failed. Over the years, only dozens of human warlocks have successfully become abyssal lords. However, in the cruel struggle, there are still less than 3 abyssal lords transformed from human warlocks. Abyssal demonic creatures are clearly very adaptable to all kinds of harsh environments. In the first half of the night, Yang Feng felt the biting cold around him, with only a bit of warmth in his arms. But in the second half of the night, he slowly adapted to the biting cold environment, and no longer felt uncomfortable. Early the next morning, a ray of gray light descended from the sky, passed through the hole formed by the piles of abyssal imp corpses, and entered the cave. Yang Feng operated the Devour secret method and grabbed the abyssal imp corpses. A black whirlpool flashed past, and the abyssal imp corpses were sucked into ashes. Yang Feng showed a look of satisfaction. This method is much better than before. Yang Feng threw an abyssal imp corpse in front of Chloris. "Chloris, stay here and hide. I'm going out to hunt." Chloris replied in a childish voice, "Yes, master." Succubi don't have strong battle prowess, but their intelligence is much higher than that of other abyssal fiends. If the ghost-type and beast-type abyssal demonic creatures can't understand Yang Feng's words, they will only have the desire to kill and eat in their minds. Yang Feng clenched the abyssal ironwood spear in his hand, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Hunting abyssal imps is no longer enough for me to evolve quickly. Now that I have this abyssal ironwood spear, I can go hunt stronger demonic creatures. At this time, there are already many abyssal imps eating around the abyssal river. At the same time, there are also all kinds of demonic creatures that have evolved from abyssal imps. Yang Feng's horn is one of these demonic creatures. The demonic creatures that have evolved from abyssal imps are hunting abyssal imps around the abyssal river, and they are also fighting with each other. There are all kinds of demonic creatures near the abyssal river. Only when the demonic creatures evolve to level 1 warlock rank can they be considered to have promoted to junior abyssal fiends. At that time, junior abyssal fiends will leave the abyssal river. No matter how many junior abyssal fiends they devour, they won't evolve. Yang Feng scanned the surroundings, and his gaze locked on a level 3 apprentice warlock rank 3-eyed abyssal wolf with 3 eyes, and he strode towards the 3-eyed abyssal wolf. When the 3-eyed abyssal wolf saw Yang Feng approaching, its eyes flashed fiercely, and the vertical eye on its forehead flickered, and a grey petrification ray shot towards Yang Feng. The 3-eyed abyssal wolf has just moved, when Yang Feng blocked with his left hand. The grey petrification ray hit his left hand and covered it in a layer of grey stone. He waved his right hand, and the abyssal ironwood spear turned into a shooting star, stabbed into the head of the 3-eyed abyssal wolf, and ran the devour secret method. After insta-killing the 3-eyed abyssal wolf, Yang Feng stepped forward, operated the devour secret method, and devoured the 3-eyed abyssal wolf completely. After devouring the 3-eyed abyssal wolf, Yang Feng's body swelled to about 1.5 meters tall, and his strength increased by a large margin. The petrified part of Yang Feng's left hand began to recover inch by inch. Horned are a race with very strong resistance to all kinds of things. The 3-eyed abyssal wolf's petrification ray couldn't petrify his arm. Abyssal demonic creatures have an extremely high resistance to curses and abyssal spells. Although the petrification spell had a certain impact on Yang Feng, but it couldn't really cause him irreparable harm. By killing monsters of a higher rank, my strength really improves quickly. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he pulled out the abyssal ironwood spear and rushed towards the next level, 3 apprentice warlock rank freak. Chapter 750. The horn that Yang Feng chose to evolve was a human-type abyssal fiend powerhouse. It was born with formidable magic resistance and tremendous power. It was a ferocious race among human-type abyssal fiends. Coupled with the various secret methods Yang Feng mastered, its fighting strength was even more ferocious. In the vicinity of the abyssal river, Yang Feng's incarnation of a ferocious humanoid fiend wantonly slaughtered the abyssal demonic creatures gathered near the abyssal river. Once the demonic creatures were killed, they were devoured by Yang Feng's devour secret method and turned into power inside him. The frenzied slaughter lasted all morning. Yang Feng walked along the abyssal river. Wherever he passed, advanced demonic creatures were killed and devoured. Amid the frenzied slaughter, wisps of chaotic abyssal origin force entered Yang Feng's body, making him more powerful. Yang Feng stabbed a boar-headed fiend with a pig's head and lion's fangs with his spear. After devouring the boar-headed fiend, he felt the power inside him surge. Based on the warlock records, he understood that he had reached the edge of evolution. No, I can't evolve like this. I have to accumulate more power, so that I can transform into a gold horn the moment I evolve into an adult. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he operated the gold horn secret method and channeled the power inside him to the horn on his head, dyeing the horn on his head with a touch of gold. Gold-horned were emperors among horned. Among human-type abyssal fiends, their evolutionary potential was the strongest. Only they could contend against ghost-type and beast-type abyssal fiends of the same race. Yang Feng could also promote to an abyssal lord as a horned. However, in a battle of the same rank, horned abyssal lords were much weaker than ghost-type and beast-type abyssal lords. After the horn was dyed with a layer of gold, although Yang Feng didn't transform into an adult horned, but his strength increased by a fraction, reaching the pinnacle level, 3 apprentice warlock realm. Killing those demonic creatures became even easier. Unfortunately, the accumulation of gold horned is too much. I'm still a little short of evolving into a gold horned. Before the icy night descended, Yang Feng dragged the corpse of a boar and strode towards the cave where Chloris was. She didn't escape. As soon as Yang Feng returned to the cave, he scanned it with his tremendous spirit force and sensed Chloris hiding in a pit. The corners of his mouth rose at once. Succubi were abyssal fiends proficient in charm spells. Moreover, they were very smart and liked to attach themselves to the strong. The succubus lowly Chloris clearly understood that it would be difficult for her to survive in this cruel abyss alone, which was why she didn't choose to escape. Only human-type demonic creatures would have a favorable impression of succubi lowly like Chloris before they evolve into abyssal fiends and be willing to shelter them. When other monsters encountered succubus lowly, they would directly eat them and turn them into their own nutrients. In the endless abyss, succubus lowly Yang Feng, succubi lowly, and that was demons would not be. Yang Feng said solemnly, "I'm back." When Chloris heard Yang Feng's voice, she crawled out of the pit. Although she was covered in dust, but she still had a charming and lovely face. Like a kitten, she jumped out, bounced to in front of Yang Feng, wagged her tail, and said in a childish voice, "Welcome back, master." Yang Feng looked at Chloris with some surprise. What a high IQ. Even without a teacher, you can act cute and ingratiate yourself. No wonder so many abyssal lords like you. The succubus lowly Chloris didn't learn any knowledge, yet she even learned the word, welcome, without a teacher. Clearly, it was an inheritance engraved in her bloodline and soul. Haha, interesting, a young horned and a young succubus. I'm really lucky this time. To be able to find 2 young ones, I'm going to be rich. A ferocious voice came from outside as a low-level abyssal demon walked over. It had 2 large eyes and a pair of demonic wings on its back. It was about 1.7 meters tall and gave off a terrifying aura. When Chloris saw the junior abyssal fiend, her complexion suddenly changed, and she hid behind Yang Feng, shivering all over as she looked at the junior abyssal fiend. By instinct, she could feel that the junior abyssal fiend was much stronger than Yang Feng's horned. Junior abyssal fiends were existences that received an infusion of abyssal origin force and underwent a transformation. Junior abyssal fiends were comparable to level 1 warlocks in terms of strength. Junior abyssal fiends were called fiends, while other existences were called inferior demonic creatures. The junior abyssal fiend glanced at Yang Feng, and his eyes shimmered with jealousy. He walked over and threatened coldly, "Lowly demonic creature, kneel down, lick my toes, drink my urine, and be my dog, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, I'll eat you alive." The junior abyssal fiend was just an ordinary hybrid fiend, and didn't belong to any category. Compared to horned, it was much weaker. A horned of the same rank could kill 3 of these hybrid fiends. This was why it was so jealous of Yang Feng and wanted to wantonly humiliate him. In the endless abyss, chaos, massacre, perversion, and madness were the main characteristics of the endless abyss. In the endless abyss, if you didn't separate a wisp of your soul and incarnate into an abyssal life form, then even a supreme god would be completely eroded after staying in the endless abyss for a long time. Eventually, their mind would become chaotic, and they would degenerate into an abyssal lord. Then go to hell. Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he suddenly rushed towards the junior abyssal fiend. "Idiot! I'm an abyssal fiend. A lowly demonic creature like you dares to offend me, go to hell." The junior abyssal fiend smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a 10-centimeter long fiend claw ejected from it and dug towards Yang Feng's heart. The gold horn on Yang Feng's head flashed, and his left hand turned gold. With a wave of his hand, he pushed the abyssal fiend's claw aside, and a fiend claw ejected from his right hand, stabbed the junior abyssal fiend in the heart, and dug out its heart. A look of horror on his face, blood trickled down from the corners of the junior abyssal fiend's mouth, and he cried out in despair, This, how is this possible? Become my nourishment. A devour force spread from Yang Feng's hand, enveloped the junior abyssal fiend, and devoured it. A formidable force pervaded Yang Feng's body, and a tremendous amount of abyssal force poured into him from the endless void. The gold horn suddenly blossomed with resplendent light, and a formidable force entered Yang Feng's body, baptized his life essence once more, and evolved into a higher being. The aura unique to junior abyssal fiends diffused from Yang Feng's body. Feeling the power inside him, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. I've finally evolved into a junior abyssal fiend. Now, I can use level 1 spells. The Golden Horned was a royal existence among the abyssal fiends. Not only was their physical strength extremely formidable, but they also had all kinds of powerful magic resistance. At the same time, they also had excellent magic talent and could learn all kinds of spells. Moreover, they could awaken golden spells from their bloodline. Yang Feng sensed the changes inside him. After evolving into an abyssal fiend, I awakened a level 1 spell gold power, level 1 spell gold arrow, level 1 spell gold curse, and level 1 spell gold shield. To possess 4 innate spells in one evolution, I'm really far ahead of human warlocks. Before advancing to the Moonlight Warlock realm, human warlocks had to condense spell models to be able to cast spells. For trigger-type innate spells, one could obtain an instantaneous innate spell at every evolution level. Abyssal life forms like Gold Horn possessed 4 innate spells upon awakening, and could cultivate spells like humans. Compared to them, the talent of human warlocks wasn't on the same level. Chloris looked at Yang Feng with a look of adoration, her small mind full of shock. Amazing, Master is really strong. Yang Feng threw a bag made of demonic beast skin, recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and suddenly unleashed the level 0 spell Flame Spark. A flame fell on the bag and set it ablaze. Yang Feng threw out a crude kitchen knife made from a demonic beast claw, pointed at the abyssal boar fiend beside him, and said, Go roast the meat. The abyssal boar fiend was the most delicious demonic beast Yang Feng had encountered so far, and it was even more delicious when roasted. However, in the abyss, the theme was slaughter and bloodthirst. Only by eating abyssal boar fiends raw or killing them could one gain more power. Therefore, most abyssal demonic beasts ate their enemies raw. Yes. Master. Without a teacher, Chloris took the crude kitchen knife made from a demonic beast claw and began to cook the abyssal boar fiend. When Yang Feng walked out of the cave, he found 6 junior abyssal fiends heading his way. The 6 junior abyssal fiends were mixed-breed abyssal fiends. When they saw Yang Feng concealing his aura, their eyes lit up, and they pounced at him. Idiot! Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he blurred into motion and pounced at the 6 junior abyssal fiends. Chapter 751. Yang Feng's heart stirred. The gold horn on his head radiated gold light, and he instantly unleashed the level 1 spell gold force, which enveloped him. With the blessing of gold force, Yang Feng's physique more than doubled. His figure fluttered, and he appeared next to a junior abyssal fiend. His right hand turned into an afterimage, stabbed the junior abyssal fiend in the chest, and dug out its heart. After insta-killing the junior abyssal fiend, like a cheetah, Yang Feng pounced on the remaining junior abyssal fiends and dug out their hearts with one move each. When a junior abyssal fiend saw Yang Feng appear in front of him, he was scared out of his wits and screamed mournfully, I am someone sent by Sir Paimon to recruit troops. If you kill me, Sir Paimon won't let you off. Yang Feng frowned and asked solemnly, recruit troops? Is Sir Paimon a great fiend? If great fiends wanted to recruit subordinates, they would send people to the abyssal river to capture them. Once a junior abyssal fiend was born, they would be captured by the great fiends and turned into their subordinates. The junior abyssal fiend threatened with a malevolent expression, "That's right, Sir Paimon is a great fiend. He is the #1 expert under the command of the mighty abyssal lord Baron Merton. Let me go, or Sir Paimon will definitely kill you." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered, and he revealed an excited smile, "Recruit troops. Interesting, there should be an advanced abyssal fiend leading you. What's his name, what race, and what abilities are he proficient in? Speak, or I'll kill you." Yang Feng's gold-horned avatar had great potential, but the resources needed for evolution were also tremendous. Devouring an advanced abyssal fiend was enough for him to advance to an intermediate abyssal fiend. The junior abyssal fiend said with a look of horror on his face, "Our leader is called Kukurina, a bony fiend proficient in bone spells." Abyssal fiends were the most shameless creatures. Except for a small number of abyssal fiends, the rest didn't know what loyalty was. Betrayal, killing, and deceiving each other were the essence of abyssal fiends. Yang Feng said coldly, "How many subordinates does it have? Are there any mid-level abyssal demons?" The low-ranked abyssal fiend said, "Lord Kukurina brought 100 of our subordinates here to recruit subordinates. According to past practice, he should have 5 subordinates by his side, and 2 of them should be mid-level abyssal demons." Yang Feng glanced at the junior abyssal fiend and said coldly, "You speak quite clearly. Not bad, I admire you. How about you be my subordinate?" The low-level abyssal fiend knelt on the ground and shouted, "Greetings, master." Yang Feng glanced at the junior abyssal fiend and smiled faintly. He understood that this junior abyssal fiend is completely unreliable. Whoever is stronger will attach themselves to them. But now that Yang Feng has no manpower, he can only use this junior abyssal fiend. Yang Feng said lightly, "Take me to Kukurina, tell him that I have a succubus youngling to offer it." The low-ranking abyssal demon rolled its eyes and reminded, "Master, are you going to see Lord Kukurina? It's an advanced abyssal fiend." Yang Feng gave the junior abyssal fiend a meaningful look and said faintly, "Many bony fiends are just my food." The junior abyssal fiend glanced at the gold horn on Yang Feng's head and flattered, "Master, you are invincible. All of your enemies are ants. They are no match for you, master." Gold-horned is a terrifying abyssal demon that can be mentioned in the same breath as abyssal demonic dragons, abyssal devils, and backed fiends. Because of this, the junior abyssal fiend doesn't dare to oppose Yang Feng openly. 30 kilometers west of the abyssal river, there are 6 abyssal fiends sitting in a spacious cave. The leader was a high-level abyssal. His entire body was covered in a thick layer of bone armor, and incomparably sharp spikes grew out of his joints. His face was hideous and fierce, as if he were a cross between a human and a horse. He stood 2 meters tall. This advanced abyssal fiend is the bony race's Kukurina. When the junior abyssal fiend brought Yang Feng's group of 2 to the cave, he shouted, "Sir Kukurina, I am Munch. I found a gold-horned and a succubus youngling near the abyssal river." A succubus youngling? When Kukurina heard this, his eyes lit up, and his gaze fell on Chloris next to Yang Feng, and his eyes revealed a lascivious glint. Abyssal fiends are freaks born from the negative forces of various planes. They are full of bloodlust, massacre, envy, gluttony, lust, and other desires. Although Kukurina's bony race doesn't look like humans, but he can still appreciate the beauty and charm of a succubus. The eyes of the other 5 abyssal fiends also focused on Chloris, their gazes full of greed and lust. Kukurina licked his lips with his lizard-like tongue and said excitedly, "I'll play with this succubus youngling for 3 days. After 3 days, I'll let you play with her. Don't kill her, or I'll eat you." "Good. That's great." The few abyssal fiends beside Kukurina issued roars of excitement. In the endless abyss, most abyssal fiends are male. Female abyssal fiends are rare, and abyssal fiends are supported by the abyssal river. Many abyssal fiends have no choice but to copulate with other female abyssal demonic creatures, giving birth to all kinds of strange demonic creatures. Most of the female abyssal fiends are very beautiful, but succubi are among the most beautiful female abyssal fiends. Chloris shrunk back in fear, yet she unconsciously exuded traces of charm, making her look even more beautiful and alluring. This made the eyes of the abyssal fiends gradually turn bloodshot. Wait a minute, she's my possession. The gold horn on Yang Feng's head flashed, and the level 1 spell gold force blessed him, and he strode towards Cucurina with an unruly expression on his face. Your possession. Fool, a trifling junior abyssal fiend dares to provoke me. Then go to hell. Cucurina's eyes shimmered fiercely, and it raised its right hand, which fired 5 sharp bone spurs barreling towards Yang Feng like artillery shells. Yang Feng suddenly erupted, his left hand flashed with light and a palm-sized gold shield suddenly appeared. He leaned slightly to the side and the 2 bone spurs were immediately deflected by the gold shield. He appeared in front of Cucurina, pierced Cucurina's heart with a meteor-like claw, operated the Devour's secret method and absorbed Cucurina's power. Munch was dumbfounded when he saw this. He couldn't believe his eyes. So strong. How can he be so strong? Gold-horned is indeed a terrifying existence on the same level as dragon-type and ghost-type existences. Kill him. An intermediate abyssal fiend was taken aback, then his eyes shimmered fiercely, and he rushed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a gold arrow suddenly shot out, instantly ran through the intermediate abyssal fiend, and nailed him to the ground. The other intermediate abyssal fiend turned and fled into the distance. It had just taken a step, when a gold arrow ran through its heart. Spare me. Sir, spare me. Don't kill me. Sir, spare me. The complexion of the other 3 junior abyssal fiends suddenly changed greatly, and they knelt on the ground and begged Yang Feng. Abyssal fiends were the most unprincipled beings, only obeying the strong. Yang Feng said lightly, Munch, from now on, you are the captain of the 3 of them. Munch responded even more respectfully, yes. Master. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, Yang Feng devoured Cucurina, and he evolved to the intermediate abyssal fiend realm. Yang Feng swept the 2 intermediate abyssal fiend corpses with his gaze and said lightly, Chloris, eat those 2. Chloris stared at the 2 intermediate abyssal fiend corpses with excitement in her eyes, yes, master. As an abyssal demonic creature that has yet to fully mature, Chloris can evolve into a mature succubus after devouring the 2 intermediate abyssal fiend corpses. These are abyssal soul coins, the common currency of the endless abyss. From the waist of the advanced abyssal fiend, Yang Feng found a pouch made of fiend skin containing more than 30 white and 2 gray abyssal soul coins. Abyssal soul coins are the common currency of the endless abyss. After the soul of an ordinary person is cut and decomposed by an abyssal lord, you can get a silver abyssal soul coin. 1,000 white abyssal soul coins can be exchanged for a gray abyssal soul coin, 1,000 gray abyssal soul coins can be exchanged for a silver abyssal soul coin, 1,000 silver abyssal soul coins can be exchanged for a gold abyssal soul coin, and 1,000 gold abyssal soul coins can be exchanged for a low-grade soul stone. When advanced abyssal fiends promote to great fiends and great fiends promote to abyssal lords, they need to absorb the power of abyssal soul coins. Apart from this, only by entering the bloody battlefields connected to the 9 devil planes, engaging in bloody battles, devouring the souls and power of the enemies, or by winning countless battles, obtaining the favor of abyss, and accepting the baptism of abyssal origin force can you promote. The remaining junior abyssal fiends who went to capture their subordinates returned quickly. After Yang Feng killed a few junior abyssal fiends, the remaining junior abyssal fiends chose to surrender and become Yang Feng's subordinates. Chapter 752. The endless abyss was full of dangers, with demonic creatures and abyssal fiends fighting everywhere. In the endless abyss, killing was the main theme. However, in the endless abyss, abyssal lords above the abyssal baron rank would build a city and develop it into their own force. In their respective cities, abyssal lords were equivalent to emperors in the secular world, controlling the fate of all life forms in the city. In addition to abyssal lord cities, there were also some abyssal fiend gathering places of various sizes in the endless abyss. The gathering places of abyssal fiends were the territories established by advanced abyssal fiends who subdued junior abyssal fiends. The gathering place of the advanced abyssal fiends was also constantly fighting each other, constantly evolving in the midst of the crazy fighting, and finally evolving into great fiends. The strongest of the newly born greater demons would establish a city of their own and continue their slaughter. They would also respond to the summons of other dimensions and use all sorts of methods to obtain the favor of the Chaos Abyss, transforming into an abyssal demon baron, or even becoming an abyssal demon lord. This was the promotion path for abyssal fiends. However, it was relatively easy for junior demonic creatures to evolve into junior abyssal fiends. As long as they continued to kill and devour other demonic creatures, they could evolve all the way to a junior abyssal fiend. However, it was very difficult for junior abyssal fiends to evolve into great fiends. Among 100,000 junior abyssal fiends, there might not be a great fiend. Only by fighting on the bloody battlefields of the endless abyss and the infernal plane could junior abyssal fiends quickly promote to great fiends, or even abyssal lords. On a hillside of a small abyssal fiend gathering place, Yang Feng overlooked the small abyssal fiend gathering place. Behind him followed more than 200 junior abyssal fiends of all shapes and sizes. These junior abyssal fiends were the subordinates Yang Feng subdued by force. Standing beside Yang Feng is Chloris, who is dressed in a simple and crude leather coat made from demonic beast skin. She has grown from an 8 or 9-year-old lowly into a 1.65 tall succubus with a pair of succubus wings on her back, a curvaceous figure, and a bewitching aura exuding from all over. The junior abyssal fiends looked at Chloris with greed in their eyes. But when their gazes fell on Yang Feng, they flashed with fear and apprehension. The advanced abyssal fiend subordinates of Kukurana summoned 400+ junior abyssal fiends. The 100+ junior abyssal fiends who spoke rudely died at Yang Feng's hands. In this abyssal fiend army, Yang Feng, who exudes intermediate abyssal fiend aura, is the most powerful existence. Yang Feng pointed at the small abyssal fiend gathering place. Attack! The more than 200 low-ranking abyssal fiends immediately charged towards the small abyssal fiend gathering place like a tide. There were as many demons in the endless abyss as there were stars in the sky, and it was impossible to kill them all. Moreover, demons were chaotic by nature, and it was almost impossible to train them into an orderly army. This kind of chaotic battle was normal. There was also a burst of chaos in the small abyssal fiend gathering place, and more than 400 junior abyssal fiends poured out and fought with the other junior abyssal fiends. The gold horn on Yang Feng's head flashed, and he conjured the spell Gold Force. A tremendous force enveloped him, and he rushed into the fray, slammed a fist into a junior abyssal fiend, and blasted a huge bloody hole open in the chest of the junior abyssal fiend. As soon as the abyssal fiends approached Yang Feng, they were blasted to death by his fist. As if a tank, Yang Feng rolled towards the depths of the gathering place. Go to hell! A mixed-breed advanced abyssal fiend flew out of the gathering place, roared, and rushed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled ferociously, then blurred into motion and rushed to in front of the advanced abyssal fiend, stabbed the advanced abyssal fiend in the heart with his hand, and dug out its heart. Then, he operated Devour secret method and devoured all the power of the advanced abyssal fiend. The advanced abyssal fiend struggled for a moment, and then slowly turned into ashes, its eyes filled with fear. When the other junior abyssal fiends saw this scene, their eyes revealed a look of fear, and they retreated, not daring to approach Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at the many junior abyssal fiends with a fierce glint in his eyes, and said fiercely, "Your leader is dead. From now on, I am your new leader. Who's not convinced? Greetings, Sir Leader." The surrounding junior abyssal fiends glanced at Yang Feng, then their knees softened, and they knelt on the ground and chose to submit. Yang Feng walked towards the depths of the gathering place, entered a spacious stone house, opened a dark room, and found an abyssal great fiend heart. The advanced abyssal fiend didn't know about concealment arrays. Naturally, the fluctuations of power of the abyssal great fiend heart couldn't escape the detection of a gold horned like Yang Feng. Many abyssal fiends condense their power in their hearts, just like how most of human warlocks condense their power in their soul core. My luck is pretty good. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. He grabbed the abyssal great fiend heart, operated Devour secret method, and devoured the power of the abyssal great fiend heart. In an instant, Yang Feng's body shone, and he expanded by a size and evolved into an advanced abyssal fiend. For ordinary advanced abyssal fiends, it would take them several years or even a dozen years to completely devour and digest an abyssal great fiend heart. However, Yang Feng could easily devour the power of the abyssal great fiend heart. This was the terror of Devour's secret method. Feeling the changes in his body, Yang Feng silently calculated, if it was an ordinary horn, they could use Devour's secret method to devour the abyssal great fiend heart and advance to an abyssal great fiend. But gold-horned are different. To evolve, they need at least 5 abyssal great fiend hearts, or the full power of 100 advanced abyssal fiends. Before long, the wealth of the gathering place was plundered by Yang Feng. At the same time, he took the 400+ surviving abyssal fiends to attack another gathering place. In the endless abyss, one gathering place after another was breached by Yang Feng, and his force expanded like a rolling snowball. A few days later, in front of a gathering place, more than 1,000 abyssal fiends attacked the gathering place like a tide. Yang Feng rode an abyssal demonic horse, and on the same demonic horse sat a succubus, it was Chloris. Among the more than 1,000 abyssal fiends, there were already 10 intermediate abyssal fiends. All the advanced abyssal fiends were killed and devoured by Yang Feng. Only the intermediate abyssal fiends were taken in as his minions. Although Yang Feng was extremely strong, but he also needed minions to collect resources, maintain order, and suppress enemies. Riding an abyssal demonic horse, Yang Feng strolled amidst the abyssal fiends with a 2-meter-long bone scythe in his hand, casually brandishing the huge bone scythe and cutting the abyssal fiends blocking his way in two. A huge isolation zone formed within an area of 2 meters around Yang Feng. No abyssal fiend dared to approach him. Suddenly, a great fiend aura rose from inside the gathering place, and a very handsome human-type abyssal fiend with 2 small horns on the head, a pair of fiend wings on the back, and dark gray skin suddenly flew up and appeared in midair. Behind the human-type great fiend, there were 10 advanced abyssal fiends looking coldly at Yang Feng. The human-type abyssal fiend looked at Yang Feng arrogantly and said, "Warren, I am Pimondi, the #1 expert under the command of the abyssal lord Baron Merton. I admire you very much. Offer me the succubus beside you. I can make you my subordinate and nurture you into an abyssal great fiend in the future." Abyssal great fiend. That's an abyssal great fiend. When the 1,000+ junior abyssal fiends following Yang Feng sensed Pimondi's aura, their countenances changed dramatically, and their eyes filled with apprehension. Abyssal fiends were a kind of life form that bullied the weak and feared the strong. The 1,000+ abyssal fiends that Yang Feng was entangled with were a motley crew. When they encountered an abyssal great fiend, their morale dropped to the extreme. If they encountered an abyssal lord, they would even rebel and become the abyssal lord's subordinates, and then attack Yang Feng instead. "You want my succubus? Then go to hell." Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he pointed with a finger and suddenly unleashed the level 3 spell gold spiral arrow, and a gold arrow that spun wildly shot towards Pimondi like a gold meteor. "Stubborn fool." Pimondi's eyes flashed fiercely, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a pentagram magic shield suddenly appeared in front of him. When the gold spiral arrow hit the pentagram magic shield, it spun wildly, pierced through the pentagram magic shield, and stabbed into Pimondi's shoulder, shattering his right arm. How is this possible? A look of shock on his face, Pimondi could hardly believe his eyes. Die. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared behind Pimondi, stabbed his hand into Pimondi's heart, operated the Devour's secret method, and forcibly absorbed Pimondi's body. Pimondi turned into ashes in Yang Feng's hand. A formidable force suddenly gushed out of Yang Feng and broke through a bottleneck. A tremendous amount of abyssal force poured into him, and he broke through and promoted to an abyssal great fiend. A frightening aura diffused from him. Chapter 753. Yang Feng scanned the 10 advanced abyssal fiends subordinated to Paimon with his gaze and said coldly, "Do you submit to me, or die?" "Greetings, Master." Without hesitation, the 10 advanced abyssal fiends knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Munch looked at Yang Feng in the void, dumbfounded, and shock filled his eyes. Amazing. This is my master. Really amazing. In just a few days, Yang Feng advanced from an intermediate abyssal fiend to a great fiend. In the eyes of a junior abyssal fiend like Munch, this evolution speed was simply heaven-defying. There was a flash of excitement in Chloris' beautiful eyes. Amazing, that's my master for you. It seems that I followed the right person. Succubi were creatures that liked to attach themselves to the strong. Although Chloris wasn't even a year old, but when she promoted to a mature succubus, she had already mastered many succubus-exclusive abilities. At the same time, her IQ had also increased to that of an 18 or 19-year-old girl, and her strength had increased sharply. Even a level 1 warlock might not be her match. Black Bone City was founded 1,000 years ago by the Abyssal Lord Baron Merton, and it had an area of 1,300 square kilometers. There were 1 million abyssal fiends living in Black Bone City. At the same time, there was an elite abyssal fiend legion of 20,000 people. When untamed abyssal fiends encountered a powerhouse, they would collapse, and even turn into the other party's people. Although the strictly trained abyssal fiends still didn't have a formation in battle, but as long as the great fiend presiding over the legion wasn't dead, they would fight desperately, and wouldn't easily change sides. In the center of Black Bone City, there was a luxurious castle. In some areas of the castle, there was a powerful barrier, which changed the environment of the area. The environment in the Endless Abyss was extremely harsh, with a temperature difference of more than 100 degrees between day and night. Although abyssal fiend lords didn't feel much about the temperature difference, but the beautiful women they abducted from other planes couldn't resist the frightening temperature difference and the erosion of abyssal force. In the castle of Black Bone City, abyssal demon Lord Baron Merton sat beside a black coffin. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and a stream of extremely pure abyssal chi continuously gushed out of the black coffin and entered his body. Suddenly, a respectful voice came from outside, "Master, Johnny has recruited a greater demon. That great fiend is a golden horned." Baron Morton opened his eyes at once, and a peculiar glint flashed in his eyes. He sank into contemplation. A great fiend rank golden horned. Why would such an expert seek refuge with me? After hesitating for a moment, Baron Merton said in a deep voice, "Let him go to the Black Bone Temple." "Yes, Master." The Black Bone Palace was the place where the Black Bone Castle received guests. There were all kinds of powerful abyssal demon specimens placed in the Black Bone Palace. There was even the head of an abyssal demon dragon, showing off Baron Morton's strength. In the Endless Abyss, the more powerful a demon was, the more people would follow them. The weaker ones would be devoured by the other demons until not even their bones were left. Sitting on a chair made of who knows what fiend bone, Yang Feng is sipping a cup of tea. There are some berries unique to the abyss beside him. There are many extraordinary plants in the abyss, but there are also many strange berries. Those strange berries are highly toxic to many beings of other planes. But for abyssal fiends, they are very nutritious and delicious food. Standing behind Yang Feng, Chloris carefully massaged his back and shoulders. This fool actually brought such an outstanding succubus to see Master. He's simply foolish to the extreme. Several abyssal fiend attendants in the Black Bone Palace glanced at Chloris beside Yang Feng, and then swept Yang Feng with their gazes, revealing excitement and jealousy. The adult succubus Chloris is far more beautiful and outstanding than other ordinary succubi, and her value is far above that of Yang Feng's golden horn. To be able to evolve into an abyssal lord in the abyss, Baron Merton is definitely not a soft-hearted person. When he sees Chloris, he will definitely seize her. What a beautiful succubus! As soon as Baron Morton entered the Black Bone Palace, his gaze fell on Chloris. His eyes were filled with greed as he strode toward her. The gold horn on Yang Feng's head flashed, and he suddenly cast the level, for spell gold strength. Enveloped in gold light, he suddenly rose from the seat and sent a claw at Baron Merton's heart. Bastard, you dare to assassinate me! Die! Baron Merton was also a veteran abyssal fiend baron who had gone through countless battles. He roared, his body suddenly swelled up, his muscles bulged, a huge amount of demonic chi revolved around him, and a dragon scale appeared on his heart, blossoming with magic light. When Yang Feng's claw stabbed the dragon scale, as if stabbing a steel plate, it only managed to stab 5 centimeters in. This is the essential gap between a great fiend rank gold-horned and an abyssal fiend baron. Even though Yang Feng's attack is practically a sneak attack, but it is still difficult to insta-kill an abyssal fiend baron. If Yang Feng was an abyssal fiend baron, then this claw would have already dug out the abyssal fiend baron's heart. As expected of an abyssal fiend baron, you're really powerful. Even though Goldhorn possesses amazing battle prowess, but it is still very difficult to kill an abyssal fiend baron by relying on their innate talent alone. Unfortunately, I'm not an ordinary gold-horned. Devour secret method. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he operated Devour secret method. The claw stabbed into Baron Merton's heart devoured part of his heart. Damn you! Baron Merton turned pale with fright, his eyes shimmered fiercely, and he sent a claw stabbing towards Yang Feng's heart. Yang Feng blocked with his left hand, and a gold shield suddenly appeared in front of him. When Baron Merton's claw slammed into the gold shield, abyssal fiend baron rank power erupted in an instant and sent Yang Feng flying. Yang Feng's claw flicked and twisted in a flash, and half of Baron Merton's heart was crushed. Baron Merton screamed in pain, and a large amount of black blood sprayed out of his heart. The half of his heart squirmed and healed. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Baron Merton and sent a fist barreling towards the other party. Baron Merton raised his hand and blocked Yang Feng's fist. At the same time, a pillar of blood sprayed out of his heart and scattered on the ground. Baron Merton let out a miserable scream, "No, don't kill me. I can give everything here to you. Spare my life. I'm willing to be your subordinate, your slave, and your servant. Go to hell." Yang Feng smiled coldly and sent one fist after another barreling towards Baron Merton. After 3 punches, Baron Merton's heart was ruptured by the fearsome force, and he spewed a copious amount of blood and fell to the ground. Yang Feng stabbed a claw into Baron Merton's heart, operated the Devour secret method, and devoured Baron Merton. After devouring Baron Merton, Yang Feng sensed the changes inside him. This Baron Merton is already an advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to promote to a gold-horned. He alone isn't enough for me to promote. Yang Feng glanced at the abyssal fiends in the Black Bone Hall and said coldly, "From today on, I am your new master. Do you understand?" When the junior abyssal fiends saw this scene, they saluted Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Yes, Master." Abyssal fiends were a group of creatures that bullied the weak and feared the strong. By killing their master, Yang Feng proved his strength, and the junior abyssal fiends submitted to him. Of course, it goes without saying how loyal they were. As long as a stronger abyssal fiend defeated Yang Feng, they could become the lord of this city. Without the favor of abyssal force, I'm not a true abyssal lord yet. Yang Feng went to Baron Merton's secret chamber, opened the coffin, and revealed the corpse of an abyssal lord exuding traces of abyssal Earl rank power. Yang Feng secretly arranged for Baron Merton to get his hands on the abyssal fiend lord corpse. Yang Feng grabbed the abyssal fiend lord's corpse and operated a secret method to devour it, and formidable abyssal force poured into Yang Feng from the corpse. In a breath of time, Yang Feng was enveloped by endless abyssal force. Yang Feng frantically operated the devour secret method, and formidable abyssal force suddenly poured into him from the void and promoted him to an abyssal fiend baron. Yang Feng sensed that as soon as he was promoted to an abyssal fiend baron, there was a trace of strange law force inside him. This is the authority of an abyssal lord. With this authority, I can control the life and death of all the fiends in the city who choose to submit to me. As long as I am alive, I can deprive them of their lives with a command. This is the power that governs abyssal fiends. Abyssal fiends bully the weak and fear the strong. Without the authority of an abyssal fiend lord, when abyssal fiends see a powerful existence, they will basically choose to rebel against their original master. Only an existence that wields the authority of an abyssal lord can order the abyssal fiends who choose to submit to him to commit suicide with a single command, unable to resist. It is because of the authority of an abyssal lord that abyssal fiends can command countless abyssal fiends to fight devils in the endless bloody battles. At the very least, they won't collapse and defect and they encounter a devil powerhouse. Chapter 754. After all, the abyssal fiend Earl was just a corpse. After Yang Feng devoured the abyssal fiend Earl's corpse, he only evolved to the pinnacle abyssal fiend baron rank. He was only one step away from promoting to an abyssal fiend viscount. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Abyssal fiend baron rank is already the limit. If I want to break through quickly, I can only go to bloody battlefield plain and fight devils. Although Yang Feng can still send a steady stream of resources from the Cangji plain to the endless abyss and let the abyssal fiend avatar advance quickly. However, Yang Feng is opening up a safe, worry-free, and flawless retreat in the endless abyss. If he helped too much, he would be discovered by other powerful beings. The Bloodbath Plains was the border between the abyssal plane and the infernal plane. Countless devils and abyssal demons slaughtered each other there. Whether it was devils or abyssal demons, they could obtain enormous power from the endless bloody battles. After hell was divided by the ancient devils attacked the endless abyss in order to expand the area of hell, resulting in an endless bloody war. In that endless war, the chaotic and disorderly abyssal demons were constantly defeated. Hell was also eroding the endless abyss. From the beginning, there was only one layer of hell, but now it had become 9 layers of hell. Moreover, the area of hell was constantly expanding. The endless abyss was formed by the condensation of the negative energy from the countless planes in this universe, and it was constantly expanding every year. Even if the 9 levels were taken away by the infernal realm, it wouldn't hurt at all. However, if someone killed a large number of devils in the endless bloody battles, they would receive the joy of the abyss and rapidly improve. That's the bloody plains over there. Beyond that is the devil's territory, the entrance to hell. Yang Feng commanded the 20,000 elite abyssal fiend legion to the edge of bloody battlefield plain. From afar, he could see countless abyssal fiends and devils engaged in a frenzied fight. From time to time, tyrannical auras would rise from the bloody battlefield plain, and at the same time, a large number of abyssal fiends and devils would die tragically. Yang Feng's eyes constricted, and he clearly saw that the abyssal fiend army outnumbered the devil army by more than 3 times. But the abyssal army didn't have any formation, nor did they have any cooperation. They just rushed forward in a chaotic manner, crazily attacking the devils. The devil army was in good order, like well-disciplined iron-blooded elites that had gone through countless battles. They formed a formation and cast all kinds of spells to bombard the abyssal fiends. The abyssal fiends slammed into the reef formed by the devil army like a tide, and then collapsed and shattered. If not for the fact that there were too many abyssal demons, they would have collapsed long ago. Looking at the bloody battlefield plain, Yang Feng vaguely felt that abyssal origin force was calling him from the battlefield, and his eyes shimmered with excitement. He said solemnly, "Munch, take people to build a barracks. I'll go ahead and fight." Munch, who had evolved into a mid-level abyssal demon, said respectfully, "Yes, Master." Although Munch wasn't strong, but he was clever and loyal to Yang Feng. As a result, he became Yang Feng's butler and was responsible for handling chores. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and like a golden bolt of lightning, he flew towards the bloody battlefield plain. As soon as Yang Feng rushed into the bloody battlefield plain, he flicked his wrist, and a 2-meter-long gold scythe appeared in his hand. With a slash of the 2-meter-long gold scythe, 6 devils were cut in two. Souls and power flew out of the 6 devils and were absorbed by the abyss, and then pure abyssal force poured into Yang Feng. Feeling the changes in his body, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. "So comfortable, so this is abyssal force. As long as I keep killing, I'll be able to break through the bottleneck and promote to a Viscount rank abyssal lord." With a thought, Yang Feng plunged into the midst of the devil army. The gold scythe in his hand turned into a fearsome storm and slayed all the devils he encountered. A copious amount of abyssal force poured into his body and improved his strength. Wherever Yang Feng passed, the devils were cut into pieces. He forcibly opened a path, which attracted the attention of countless devil powerhouses. The eyes of a 3-meter-tall baron-rank humanoid devil with long gray hair, a conical horn on the head, sturdy muscles, and a ferocious-looking face holding a huge wolf-tooth club in his hand flickered fiercely, and he brandished the huge wolf-tooth club and rushed towards Yang Feng. In the wake of the huge wolf-tooth club, large swaths of abyssal fiends were smashed into meat paste. The baron-rank humanoid devil killed more than 100 abyssal fiends in a dozen-plus breaths of time, and then appeared in front of Yang Feng and smashed the huge wolf-tooth club at him. "Idiot! Since we are of the same rank, you still want to fight me? How reckless!" Yang Feng leaned to the side, then the gold scythe in his hand flashed, and a gold ray flashed past the baron-rank humanoid devil. A red line appeared on the baron-rank humanoid devil, and a look of despair flashed in his eyes. He was instantly split in two, and a copious amount of blood sprayed on the ground. Formidable abyssal force enveloped Yang Feng, and bursts of joy came from the abyss. Yang Feng exuded Viscount rank abyssal fiend fluctuations of power, and he stepped into the domain of transcendent rank powerhouses. As soon as he promoted to the Viscount rank abyssal fiend rank, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a gold storm. Wherever he passed, large swaths of infernal devils were slayed and became his nourishment. Promoted to the Viscount rank abyssal fiend rank. Interesting, let me, Bath, kill you. In the devil army, a pinnacle Viscount rank devil Viscount with 3 goat horns and a tall physique, looking like a handsome young man, looked at Yang Feng and revealed a malevolent smile. Unlike the chaotic abyssal fiends who kill everything they see, they are different. Most of the infernal devils would choose to kill weaker opponents so that they could quickly increase their strength. The devil Viscount flicked his wrist, and an infernal demonic sword inlaid with a diamond-shaped hell ruby, with countless twisted eyes, and exuding a frightening and queer aura appeared in his hand. The figure of the devil Viscount blurred, and he turned into a black ray shooting towards Yang Feng. When the devil Viscount moved, Yang Feng, who was killing unscrupulously in the devil army, felt his heart shake slightly. He glanced at the infernal demonic sword in the devil Viscount's hand, and his complexion flickered. He suddenly retreated briskly and fled towards the edge of the battlefield. In a one-on-one fight, Yang Feng was confident that he could defeat and even kill the devil Viscount. However, with the infernal demonic sword in hand, he wasn't sure that he could kill the devil Viscount. On such a chaotic battlefield, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Yang Feng, who had always been very rational, naturally chose to retreat. The infernal demonic sword was a wicked secret treasure refined from transcendent rank devils using high-grade soul stones or superior-grade soul stones plus countless human souls, flesh essence, and various extraordinary life forms. Depending on the materials used, each infernal demonic sword had different extraordinary abilities, making it very queer and powerful. The strength of a devil lord with and without an infernal demonic sword was completely different. Smart, as expected of a gold-horned. However, it's worth killing you this way. Speed up. The devil Viscount smiled ferociously, and an extraordinary life-form eye on the infernal demonic sword in his hand opened. Countless black runes diffused from the infernal demonic sword, enveloped the devil Viscount, and suddenly doubled his speed. I can't escape. I can only fight. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he grabbed an abyssal great fiend beside him and threw it towards the devil Viscount Bath. Break! A black swordlight flashed, and the abyssal great demon was torn apart, turning into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. A giant golden scythe descended from the sky, slashing towards the devil Viscount. Shatter! The devil Viscount smiled coldly, and an eye on the infernal demonic sword in his hand suddenly opened. Countless runes poured into him, and he slashed with the sword. A black sword ray shone, slashed the huge gold scythe to pieces, and then chopped off one of Yang Feng's arms. Life burn. In a flash, Yang Feng cast a desperate secret method and burned the lifespan of the gold-horned body. After burning 500 years of lifespan, he suddenly erupted. Instead of retreating, he turned into a golden ray, appeared in front of demonic ogre Viscount Bath, stabbed his hand into the other party's heart, operated the devour secret method, and devoured the other party's heart. The devil Viscount Bath shook slightly, his eyes flashed with endless shock, and his body turned into ashes inch by inch. The infernal demonic sword in his hand fell to the ground. Yang Feng's mind stirred, and he sensed the changes in his body at once. After devouring all the power of this devil Viscount, my strength has increased by a large margin. However, this gold-horned body burned 500 years of life, and now only has 6,500 years of life left. Although the loss is a bit big, but as long as I evolve into an Earl-rank abyssal fiend in the future, I can make up for the lost lifespan and gain even more. Chapter 755. In this universe, apart from the legendary Eternals, all other intelligent life forms had lifespans, and abyssal fiends were no exception. Junior abyssal fiends had a lifespan of about 500 years, intermediate abyssal fiends 700 years, advanced abyssal fiends 1,000 years, great fiends 2,000 years, fiend barons 4,000 years, fiend viscounts 7,000 years, fiend earls 20,000 years, fiend marquises 50,000 years, and fiend grand dukes 100,000 years. However, that was their lifespan. As long as a great fiend consumed abyssal soul coins and stayed in the endless abyss, they could prolong their lifespan to 10,000 years at most. As long as abyssal lords stayed in the endless abyss and absorbed some soul coins, they could live for millions or even tens of millions of years like gods. As for their lifespan, it would be difficult to make up for the loss of a year. The Gold-Horned burned 500 years of his lifespan, which was equivalent to losing more than 100,000 years of his lifespan. Even if he consumed soul stones, it would be difficult to make up for such a loss. Only by evolving into an abyssal fiend earl could he obtain a longer lifespan. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the severed right arm flew back to him. Gold light flickered, and the arm quickly healed. Yang Feng sensed the power inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile of excitement. This devil Viscount is very strong. It should be a pinnacle Viscount rank powerhouse. After devouring it, I now possess advanced Viscount rank power. At this moment, a skull on Yang Feng's waist suddenly shattered into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Who? How dare you touch my people? Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he blurred into motion and flew towards the Fiend Legion he commanded. Warren Fiend Legion's encampment. A backed abyssal fiend baron followed 20 great fiends to the encampment. A great fiend roared towards the encampment, "Come out, this is Sir Baron Dario's territory." Munch and 2 great fiends subordinated to Yang Feng walked out under the protection of a dozen advanced abyssal fiends. Munch said respectfully, I'm Munch, the butler of the great Baron Warren. Baron Warren has already entered the blood war. If you have any important matters, please wait for the Baron to return and discuss it with him personally. The backed abyssal fiend Baron's eyes flashed with a cold light. He took a step forward and revealed a cruel smile, I am Baron Dario. Hand over the succubus among you. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. An incomparably violent demonic aura spread out from Baron Dario's body and shrouded the entire area. Munch and the other abyssal demons' expressions changed drastically, their eyes filled with fear. It is the nature of abyssal fiends to bully the weak and fear the strong. If the abyssal fiend Lord Yang Feng was present, he could use his authority to order the abyssal fiends to attack Baron Dario. But without Yang Feng, the abyssal fiends didn't dare to attack abyssal fiend Lord Dario. The pretty face of Chloris hiding in the barracks flickered, and she crushed a skull engraved with countless runes. Baron Dario glared at the abyssal fiends and shouted, "Get the hell out of my way. Otherwise, die." The minds of the two abyssal great fiends and a dozen advanced abyssal fiends who were Yang Feng subordinates shook, and they involuntarily made way. The two abyssal great fiends were originally Baron Merton's subordinates. But under Yang Feng's coercion, they became Yang Feng's subordinates. When Yang Feng was here, he could use his abyssal lord authority to order them around. But when Yang Feng wasn't here, they had no loyalty to him. Munch's expression was one of panic and despair. Unable to speak, he trembled and knelt on the ground, but didn't make way. Trash! Dario sneered, then stepped forward and casually kicked Munch, sending him flying and crashing into the camp's wood. Munch spewed out a large mouthful of blood. A dozen of his bones were fractured, and his internal organs were ruptured. Paralyzed on the ground, he twisted and struggled in pain. If Munch hadn't been promoted to an intermediate abyssal fiend, he would have been kicked to death. Moreover, Dario didn't kick him casually. If Dario had kicked him with all his strength, Munch would have been blown to pieces. When Baron Dario stepped into the barracks, he glanced at the junior abyssal fiend standing aside and said coldly, "Where is the succubus? Tell me, or you'll all die." "Over there. It's her. She's here." Those low-ranking abyssal fiends unscrupulously betrayed Chloris and rushed to point at her. Face pale, Chloris unfolded her succubus wings and flapped them, flying into the distance. What a top-notch product. I've played with several succubi, but none of them are as outstanding as this one. Get down here. When Baron Dario saw Chloris, his eyes lit up and filled with excitement. He extended his hand, and black abyssal chi shot out like a snake, wrapped around Chloris, bound her, and pulled her down from the sky. Chloris kept struggling, but she was still pulled to Baron Dario's side and hugged. What an outstanding succubus, and a virgin to boot. Interesting, let me be your first man right here. Baron Dario smiled excitedly. With a flash of black light, the armor and leather clothes covering him were blown away, revealing a strong naked body, and he pressed Chloris to the ground. Abyssal fiends were beings formed from chaos, madness, and other negative forces. Only abyssal fiend lords above the transcendent rank, abyssal fiend viscount, could control their desires and become rational and intelligent. Fiend barons, on the other hand, depended on the level of evolution. Baron Dario clearly hadn't evolved to the point where he could think rationally. "I am Warren, do you want to die?" A cold voice came from afar, and the breath of an abyssal fiend viscount descended and enveloped the area. Abyssal fiend viscount. That's a viscount rank lord. The faces of the abyssal fiends changed dramatically, and they trembled and looked into the distance full of awe. A viscount rank abyssal lord was already a transcendent rank powerhouse with all kinds of incredible power. Even on other planes outside the abyss, they could kill some weak feeble divine force rank gods. Ordinary moonlight warlocks weren't the opponent of a viscount rank abyssal lord. If a viscount rank abyssal lord used its sovereign authority in its territory, it might even defeat a glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouse. Fiend Viscount. Baron Dario's face suddenly fell. He beckoned with his hand, and with a flash of demonic light, the armor scattered on the ground flew to him, and he put it on. A black ray descended from the sky, and Yang Feng appeared outside the gate of the barracks. Scram! Yang Feng glanced at the great fiend brought by Baron Dario, then stabbed his hand into the great fiend's heart, operated Devour's secret method, and devoured the great fiend, turning it into a pile of ashes. The complexions of the remaining 19 abyssal great fiends changed dramatically, and they suddenly shot to the side, making way for Yang Feng, and looked at him full of apprehension. The cruel and ruthless Baron Dario gave Yang Feng a look full of apprehension and said courteously, "Viscount Warren, I am Baron Dario, the son of Viscount Fievel, and one of the 3 barons subordinated to him. I like this succubus very much. I'm willing to use 50 inferior soul stones to buy this succubus. Please sell this succubus to me for the sake of Viscount Fievel. This succubus is my exclusive descendant. You dare to touch her? That's courting death." Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he took a step forward. Along with an afterimage, he strangely appeared behind Baron Dario, mercilessly stabbed his hand into the other's heart, operated Devour's secret method, and devoured Baron Dario's power. You dare to kill me. My father will never let you off. Your family." Amidst the miserable screams, Baron Dario turned into ashes that drifted in all directions. "Don't worry, your father will soon become a part of my power." Yang Feng's figure shook, and he turned into an afterimage shooting towards the remaining abyssal great fiends. Even though the 19 abyssal great fiends resisted desperately, but they still died like ants and turned into ashes in Yang Feng's hands. After killing all the enemies, Yang Feng exuded frightening demonic qi and looked around. The abyssal fiends in the barracks lowered their heads, not daring to look Yang Feng in the eye. "A bunch of trash, you dare to betray my exclusive descendant. Go to hell, all of you." Yang Feng glanced at the abyssal fiends and extended his hand, and a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared. A dense crowd of abyssal fiends flew into the huge whirlpool. Twisted by the huge whirlpool, the abyssal fiends issued miserable screams, and then turned into ashes that scattered on the ground. The abyssal fiends in the barracks were scared witless, not daring to resist. After killing more than 2,000 junior abyssal fiends, Yang Feng pointed with his finger, and formidable abyssal demonic qi poured into Munch and pulled him back from the brink of death. Most of his injuries were healed. Yang Feng swept the abyssal fiends with a glance and said coldly, "Line up at once." The 2 abyssal great fiends and a dozen advanced fiends quickly entered the midst of the abyssal fiends and began to line up. Chapter 756. Abyssal fiend viscounts are already transcendent rank powerhouses. Among abyssal lords, they are already considered as powerhouses. In some weak abyssal floors, there are even abyssal fiend viscounts who act as the masters of their floors. On the bloody plains, the abyssal demons had built many castles. Those castles were built by abyssal demons that were at least viscount rank. There is fighting in the bloody battlefield plain virtually all the time. As long as you can survive in the bloody battlefield plain, you can evolve all the way and eventually evolve into a marquis rank abyssal fiend. The limit of the bloody battlefield plain is the abyssal fiend or devil marquis rank abyssal fiend. Once a marquis rank abyssal fiend or devil marquis rank abyssal fiend is born, they will choose to leave the bloody battlefield plain quickly. That is because continuing to fight here won't bring them any benefits. On the contrary, they will become the prey of infinity warlock rank existences. If a marquis rank abyssal fiend returns to their territory, then by relying on the subordinates they gathered in the bloody battlefield plain and the sovereign energy of the abyssal lord, they can even fight a Grand Duke rank abyssal fiend. Of course, only in the case of their territory can they use the sovereign energy to resist invaders. It is because of this that in the Endless Abyss, marquis rank abyssal fiends belong to the quasi-upper echelon, and can partially control their own fate. Grand Duke rank abyssal fiends belong to the upper echelon of the abyss. Charge! Yang Feng led the 18,000 abyssal fiends to a castle, pointed at the castle, and used the sovereign energy of the abyssal lord to order. The eyes of the 18,000 abyssal fiends suddenly turned slightly red, and they rushed towards the castle like a tide. Who's that? Huh, there's a good show to watch. That's Viscount Fivel's castle. Who did he offend? From the abyssal fiend castles nearby, gazes focused on Viscount Fivel's castle and revealed looks of schadenfreude. The relationship between abyssal fiends is extremely bad, and it is normal for them to attack each other. This is one of the reasons why abyssal fiends, who outnumber infernal devils by more than 100 times, are still repeatedly defeated in the bloody battlefield plain. This is Viscount Fivel's castle. How dare you come here and offend the great Viscount Fivel? Go to hell. Covered in flames, a Baron rank Balrog roared wildly and rushed into the crowd of abyssal fiends with the Balrog sword in hand. With a wave of the sword, 20-meter-long flames sprayed out of the Balrog sword. In the wake of the flames, the abyssal fiends were set ablaze and issued miserable screams. A Baron-class Deep Abyss Demon Dragon flapped its wings and flew out of the castle. It was followed by 12 legendary Deep Abyss Demon Dragons. They spat out abyssal dragon breath, burning the low-level abyssal demons. A backed abyssal fiend appeared on top of the city wall. Eyes flashing with a ferocious glint, it looked down coldly and stared at Yang Feng with killing intent in its eyes, and said frigidly, "Is it you who killed my son, you bastard? I will capture you alive, extract your soul, make it into a soul candle, and burn you for 10,000 years. You are Viscount Fivel. For your son to touch my succubus, he's courting death. I'll send you to reunite with him now." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he unleashed the gold horn's innate growth ability gold magic power. Vast demonic chi suddenly converged and formed a set of gold armor covering him. The gold horn's innate growth ability gold magic power could absorb abyssal force and strengthen itself to a maximum of twofold. Reportedly, the Battle Demon Sex Battle Demon secret method was developed based on the gold horn's innate growth ability. Blessed by gold magic power, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the Baron rank Balrog like a ghost. He stabbed the Baron rank Balrog's heart with his right hand, operated the Devour secret method, and frantically devoured. The Baron Balrog's body turned to ash, inch by inch. So strong. What an amazing guy. As expected of a gold horned. As expected of a gold horn that can contend against ghost seeds. His speed is really frightening, and his battle sense is also astonishingly strong. A strong enemy. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the abyssal fiend lords in the castles shimmered with dignity. After Yang Feng insta-killed the Baron rank Balrog, he looked at the Baron rank abyssal dragon, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. The heart of the Baron rank abyssal dragon shook. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky, accompanied by a gust of wind. Once an abyssal fiend evolved into a fiend lord, other fiend lords could no longer control them through ordinary fiend lord authority. The stronger an abyssal fiend lord was, the more difficult it was to be controlled by higher-level abyssal fiend lords. The Baron rank abyssal demonic dragon sensed Yang Feng's terror, and thus chose to escape. Go to hell. Viscount Fivel's eyes shimmered fiercely. He cast Blink, appeared behind Yang Feng in a flash, and stabbed his claw at Yang Feng's heart. Abyssal fiends are extremely resistant to abyssal spells. Unless they have special abyssal secret treasures, they mostly deal with their enemies at close quarters. You're the one who's going to die. Yang Feng leaned sideways, turned around, and stabbed Viscount Fivel in the heart with his claw, crushed his heart, and operated a secret method to devour Viscount Fivel's power. How is this possible? How could I lose to you? Viscount Fivel's eyes shimmered with despair, and he screamed and turned into ashes inch by inch. I surrender. I surrender, please take me in, sir. When Viscount Fivel died, the Abyssal Fiend Legion under Fivel's command collapsed and surrendered to Yang Feng. Only the Baron rank Abyssal Dragon escaped the battlefield with 12 Legend rank Abyssal Dragons. You, how dare you? How dare you kill Viscount Fievel? Don't you know that he's my subordinate? At this time, an angry roar came from afar. A 3-meter-tall ghost-type abyssal demon with a hideous face, 2 horns on its head, and a pair of demonic wings on its back strode over. Its entire body was black and engraved with countless strange magic runes, and it exuded the terrifying power of an earl. This ghost-type abyssal demon strode over. Behind the ghost-type abyssal earl followed more than 100 abyssal great fiends and 10 abyssal barons. Yang Feng glanced at the ghost-type abyssal fiend and asked coldly, "Who are you?" The eyes of the ghost-type abyssal fiend shimmered fiercely, and he uttered solemnly, "I am Earl Fortuny, the great Earl Fortuny." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered fiercely, and a pinnacle abyssal Viscount rank aura gushed out, and he roared at the ghost-type abyssal fiend, "Earl Fortuny, the son of your subordinate Viscount Fievel dares to touch my woman. He deserves to die. You dare to come to me for trouble, are you tired of living? Do you want to die?" Among abyssal fiends, the law of the jungle is a matter of course. As long as an abyssal fiend shows a trace of weakness, they will be swarmed by other abyssal fiends and torn to pieces. What an arrogant gold-horned! To dare provoke Earl Fortuny, how amusing! He's dead meat. To dare provoke a fiend earl for the sake of a woman, how foolish! Even in the abyss, such idiots often appear. Was he bewitched by a succubus or a nightmare? For a mere fiend viscount to provoke a fiend earl, he must be out of his mind. The abyssal fiend lords watching from the sidelines focused their gazes on Yang Feng and Earl Fortuny and discussed excitedly. Just as there are many vicious mortals in the secular world, in the endless abyss, there are also loyal fiends, fiends who abide by order, and fiends who desire love. However, in the endless abyss, such fiends are extremely rare. Many of the abyssal fiend lords are knowledgeable people who have seen countless fiends. Naturally, they have also seen abyssal fiends who have been bewitched by love. You, how dare you? Die! Earl Fortuny's eyes shimmered fiercely, and killing intent gushed out. Suddenly, he stabbed a claw at Yang Feng's heart. Speed up! With a flick of his wrist, the infernal demonic sword suddenly appeared in Yang Feng's hand. With a thought, an eye on the infernal demonic sword suddenly opened, and black light shone and enveloped him. In an instant, his speed increased, and he met Earl Fortuny head-on. Sword rays and claw rays shone. In a breath of time, thousands of ear-piercing sounds of collisions erupted in the void, and a gold figure flew out. Covered in blood, it is Yang Feng. After all, unlike Yang Feng's true body, the gold horn doesn't form a small world and can draw support from world force. As a veteran earl, Earl Fortuny possesses intermediate glorious sun warlock rank strength. In a flash, he suppressed Yang Feng with absolute power and speed. What an amazing kid! If it was an ordinary fiend earl, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to suppress him. Unfortunately, Earl Fortuny is not an ordinary fiend earl. He's dead meat. In the outside world, the abyssal fiends stared at Yang Feng with a dignified look in their eyes. As seasoned abyssal fiends, they naturally saw how powerful Yang Feng was. With the power of a Viscount rank abyssal lord, he contended against an Earl rank abyssal lord. Chapter 757. Earl Fortuny stared at Yang Feng with deep apprehension in his eyes. How could that good-for-nothing Fifuli provoke a powerful enemy like Warren? Damn it, if I had known that this wretched gold-horned was so strong, I wouldn't have made an enemy out of him. Now that I've become his enemy, I must kill him. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble in the future. Bloody Battlefield Plain was a place with the highest mortality rate in the endless abyss, but it was also a place where abyssal fiends evolved the fastest. In Bloody Battlefield Plain, as long as an abyssal fiend didn't die, then a marquis rank abyssal fiend lord would be born at a terrifying speed. Of course, Bloody Battlefield Plain was extremely dangerous. Even Viscount rank and Earth rank Abyssal Fiend Lords could die in bloody battlefield plain if they were the slightest bit careless. Many Viscount rank and Earth rank Abyssal Fiend Lords had just fought a powerful enemy, but then were devoured by ordinary fiends and devils. As such, it was very difficult to give birth to a Marquis rank Abyssal Fiend. However, with Yang Feng's fierce battle prowess, it was only a matter of time before he promoted to an Earth rank Abyssal Fiend Lord. Earl Fortuny's killing intent surged, and he didn't want to let Yang Feng leave alive. Curse! The infernal demonic sword in Yang Feng's hand opened an eye, and a grey ray of light shot out and landed on Earl Fortuny. Weakness, dizziness, and other negative states appeared on Earl Fortuny. Idiot! Curses are ineffective against abyssal fiends. Earl Fortuny roared, and abyssal demonic chi gushed out, immediately dispersing the layer of grey light on his body. Abyssal fiends were dark demonic creatures formed from the negative force of countless planes. Their essence was an aggregation of all kinds of negative force. They were proficient in curses, but the effects of curses that represented negative force had little effect on them. The purification effect of God's divine force was the most terrifying weapon to kill them. Bind! The infernal demonic sword opened another eye, and black runes formed chains that shot out like demonic snakes and wrapped around Earl Fortuny. Shatter! With a roar, Yang Feng poured the abyssal force inside him into the infernal demonic sword, and then suddenly slashed at Earl Fortuny along with a grey sword ray. Earl Fortuny's eyes shimmered fiercely, and monstrous demonic chi soared into the sky and burst the binding ropes. Suddenly, his hand stabbed towards Yang Feng's heart lightning fast. In an instant, Earl Fortuny's right claw strangely expanded and pierced through Yang Feng's left chest. Count Fortuny was stunned for a moment, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes. No heart. What happened? The grey sword light flashed and directly cut Earl Fortuny in two. Yang Feng extended his hand, and a fearsome devour force formed a whirlpool that enveloped Earl Fortuny and frantically devoured his power. At the same time, he took out a high-grade soul stone and chewed it. What's going on? His heart, where is his heart? Dumbfounded, the abyssal fiends watched this scene with shock in their eyes. The source of abyssal fiends' power was the heart. Once the heart was broken, an abyssal fiend would lose its power and die. When fiends attack each other, their target is the other party's heart. Now that Yang Feng's left chest has been crushed, yet he can still fight, this is simply incredible. After devouring Earl Fortuny's power, Yang Feng consumed 3 high-grade soul stones in a row, and a tremendous amount of abyssal force poured into him, allowing him to break through the bottleneck and promote to an Earl rank abyssal fiend. What a fast speed! He promoted to an Earl rank abyssal fiend lord just like that. What a scary guy! The eyes of the abyssal fiend lords watching this side filled with apprehension. No one dared to provoke Yang Feng again. In the endless abyss, the strong are respected. Now that Yang Feng is an Earl rank abyssal fiend, he has become one of the strongest experts in bloody battlefield plain. No abyssal fiend lord will provoke him again for no reason. At this moment, the several abyssal fiend earls who were on good terms with Earl Fortuny secretly made up their minds not to become enemies with Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled at the fortress complex and uttered, "I am Earl Warren. I am a peace-loving person who likes to make friends. Today, Earl Fortuny is courting death, so I am sending him a level. By the way, I will be staying here for a while. I need a lot of materials to refine a fallen angel pool. If you have materials to refine a top fallen angel pool, you can come and trade with me." The materials to refine a fallen angel pool are the corpses of transcendent rank powerhouses of Abyss and Infernal Abyss. The traces of dark energy extracted from the corpses are the source of power for fallen angels. Of course, once a top fallen angel pool is established, it will automatically absorb all kinds of dark negative energy and condense it into the dark energy needed for a fallen angel body. At that time, there will be no need for the corpses of transcendent rank powerhouses of Abyss and Infernal Abyss. The corpses of transcendent rank powerhouses of Abyss and Infernal Abyss are top alchemy materials as well as materials to refine various secret treasures of darkness. If Yang Feng didn't come to the Abyss in person, it would be very difficult to obtain a large number of corpses of transcendent rank powerhouses of Abyss and Infernal Abyss. Does he want to refine a fallen angel pool to build his own fallen angel legion? How can it be so easy to build a fallen angel pool? It requires not only materials unique to the Abyss, but also a large number of resources from the main plane. The abyssal fiend lords focused their gazes on Yang Feng with peculiar looks in their eyes. The abyssal fiends are well aware of the strength of fallen angels. Besides, they are different from the cunning, changeable, and chaotic abyssal fiends who can betray at any time. The created fallen angels were also loyal and devoted to the Creator. Only in some special circumstances would they betray the Creator. However, the production of a fallen angel pool requires a large amount of abyssal resources as well as various resources from the main plane. Many of these resources can only be produced in the divine countries of strong divine force rank gods. Therefore, there are not many abyssal lords who have a fallen angel pool in the endless abyss. Only the abyssal Grand Duke Poidal of the 666th floor is famous for his fallen angel legion. He has one of the top fallen angel pools in the endless abyss, and his fallen angel legion has even more amazing accomplishments. They have even besieged and slain warlock monarch rank existences. Yang Feng smiled faintly. Without paying any attention to the abyssal fiend lords, he sent an army to occupy the castle of the abyssal fiend lord Earl Fortuny, took control of everything about him, and took root in the bloody battlefield plain. The Tsangji Plain, the Bright Moon Province, in a secret room of a sect. Yang Feng's true body retracted his attention from the avatar. At present, this is as far as I can go. Abyssal Fiend Earl rank is already the limit of the avatar. Although I can use the resources here to enhance his strength, but this will leave behind traces. It's not good for leaving a way out. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. The endless abyss is extremely vast. At the time, even the 8 warlock emperors failed to completely conquer the abyss. Although the endless abyss is not a good place, but it is also a path of retreat that Yang Feng has chosen. The rest of the resources are here, only the resources of the endless abyss are missing. Yang Feng pressed a button, a holographic projector flashed, and Yu Yan's figure appeared in front of him. Yang Feng asked, "Have you bought the top fallen angel pool's abyssal materials?" Now that Yang Feng has many experts under his command, he doesn't need to do everything himself. With an order from him, countless warlocks will act and collect all kinds of materials for him. With Yang Feng's current resources, only the resources above the Infinity Warlock rank, which can't be bought with money, can give him a slight headache. Yu Yan answered, "Lord, I bought most of the abyssal materials you need in the Chaos Demonic realm. However, there is still a top resentful soul blood stone, which was bought 3 days before I arrived. The next batch will probably be available in about 10 years. In the Tsangji Plain, as long as you have enough high-grade magic crystals, you can buy resources below the Bright World Warlock rank. However, most of the Infinity Warlock, Monarch, Holy, and Empyrean grade materials are very rare and priceless. Once they appear, they will cause countless forces to compete over them. Once the Infinity Warlock grade materials are bought, it will be very difficult to get them." Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and said, "Who bought those materials?" Yu Yan's eyes shimmered with disgust and killing intent. "Ancestor Moken, an Infinity Warlock who specializes in extraordinary insects. His current research topic is to fuse ordinary humans with extraordinary insects. At the same time, he is collecting the materials of the fallen angel pool. The Great Cloud Dynasty protects ordinary people and is not allowed to use innocent ordinary people for biological experiments. However, in the Chaos Demonic realm, there are monsters who can't stay in the Great Cloud Dynasty." Yang Feng asked domineeringly, "Ancestor Moken? Did you find his lair?" Since Ancestor Moken is a ferocious monster, Yang Feng doesn't need to talk too much nonsense with him. As long as he can lock onto Ancestor Moken's position, he can find a way to kill him. Yu Yan, who is well aware of Yang Feng's style of doing things, answered directly, his lair is in the savage insect plane. Chapter 758. As one of the 36 primary material planes, Savage Insect Plane is currently one of the 36 recognized Grade 2 planes discovered by human warlocks. In the vast universe, there were naturally some second-class planes. However, those second-class planes were either hidden or recognized as second-class planes. Savage Insect Plane is one of the planes that has given birth to Warlock Emperor rank existences. The Primal Chaos Mother Spider is a Warlock Emperor rank existence born in Savage Insect Plane. The Fesua Plane's goddess Lolth is one of the 108 children of the Primal Chaos Mother Spider. Even among the 36 primary material planes, there were differences in grade. God Blood Plane has only given birth to one Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, the first true ancestor. Therefore, it is at the bottom of the 36 primary material planes. Savage Insect Plane has given birth to more than one Warlock Emperor rank existence. In fact, its grade is higher than that of God Blood Plane. There were countless transcendent insects and transcendent demonic insects in the Savage Insect Plane. Because it was conquered by human warlocks, there are many traces of human warlocks left in Savage Insect Plane. Of the humans' 8 great warlock dynasties, apart from the first warlock dynasty and the 8th warlock dynasty, the other 6 great warlock dynasties had once ruled the Savage Insect Plane. Therefore, the Savage Insect Plane had many relics of the 6 great warlock dynasties. After the collapse of the 7th warlock dynasty, the Magic Note dynasty, the Savage Insect Plane established 4 dynasties under the influence of the 6 warlock dynasties. The 4 dynasties are Carapace Dynasty, Demonic Wing Dynasty, Insect Dynasty, and Demonic Spider Dynasty. The 4 rulers of the Demonic Insect Dynasty are all Warlock Monarch rank existences. At the same time, legend has it that Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences are hidden in Savage Insect Plane. Therefore, even Sangji Plane's human warlocks don't dare to rashly set foot in Savage Insect Plane. Many of the Sangji Plane's cruel and vicious warlocks would choose to flee to the Savage Insect Plane. Because of this plane, Sangji Plane's 4 dynasties' human warlocks don't dare to rashly go here. Green Shell City is one of the major cities belonging to Carapace Dynasty. Walking inside the Green Shell City, Yang Feng looked at the city full of exotic charm and exclaimed in admiration, "This is the Green Shell City? How interesting!" The Savage Insect Plane was filled with all kinds of giant extraordinary magic insects, so Green Shell City was very different from human cities. The entire Green Shell City's roads were 600 meters wide, and the entire city was filled with all sorts of huge transcendent plants. The ground was also covered with dense grass. There were all kinds of transcendent devil insects in the huge transcendent plants and bushes. In the sky above the main street, huge transcendent demonic insects could be seen flying here and there. On the streets, there were countless magic sports cars galloping on the ground. In those magic sports cars, there were many devil insects that were mostly in human form, but some of them maintained their insect form. The might of the 8 great warlock dynasties shook the world, and even the Dawn dynasty was tyrannical for a time, with practically no one being able to restrain it. Among the 8 great warlock dynasties, 6 warlock dynasties ruled the Savage Insect Plane and transformed the countless demonic insects of the Savage Insect Plane, giving birth to many queer extraordinary life forms. The devil insects in human form and insect form were traces that the human warlocks once ruled this plane. In the era when the human warlocks ruled the Savage Insect Plane, the human aesthetic concept replaced the aesthetic concept of this plane. The intelligent transcendent devil insects in the Savage Insect Plane also evolved into human forms. Over time, the Savage Insect Plane gave birth to many devil insects in both human and insect forms. Savagery and civilization, these 2 completely different forms appeared in the Green Shell City, showing the current situation of the savage insect plain. Yang Feng walked up to a 100-meter-tall, 1,000-meter-thick huge tree, which had clearly undergone alchemy transformation, and was divided into different rooms. The laughter of men and the weeping of women came from the huge tree. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew up, broke through a window, and entered the 8th floor of the huge tree. On the 8th floor, there were 5 young men sitting on chairs made from beautiful human girls refined by evil alchemy. On the ground, there was a naked human beauty crawling on the ground for the pleasure of the 5 male warlocks. The eyes of a young man with short green hair and a scorpion tail imprint on his forehead shimmered with killing intent, and he barked, "Who are you? How dare you break in? You want to die, don't you?" Yang Feng's gaze fell on a handsome young man with a scarlet scorpion engraved on his forehead in the middle of the crowd, and he said coldly, "You are the Scarlet Scorpion Tower Master? The son of old demon Moken? I am Scarlet Scorpion. Who are you? The Green Shell City is my father's territory. Are you courting death by coming here?" The Scarlet Scorpion Tower Master glanced at Yang Feng, then crushed a scarlet bead decisively, and a message quickly flew out and spread into the distance. Yang Feng drew a sword, pointed at the Scarlet Scorpion Tower Master, and said coldly, "It's you. The 100,000 resentful souls of the Tsangji Plains Maple City asked me to take your wretched life. What else do you have to say?" A cruel smile flashed in the eyes of the Scarlet Scorpion Tower Master, and he clapped his hands. "Maple City? I've slaughtered many cities. I don't even remember what the Maple City is. Besides, I've seen a lot of idiots like you. Basically, I've made you stupid heroes into human candles. Listening to your wails is really interesting." The eyes of the 4 human beauties lying on the ground suddenly turned bloodshot, countless blades grew from their joints, and they erupted with starry sky warlock rank auras and suddenly shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng brandished his sword, and resplendent sword rays shone, and the 4 human beauties were chopped into countless pieces in an instant. The Scarlet Scorpion Tower Master said with a cold smile, "What a cruel person. They are all innocent humans who were just controlled by my spell. To be so vicious, what's the difference between you and me? You're just a hypocrite. Bastard, what's the difference between you and us? You're just a hypocrite." The other young men said mockingly. "The difference between me and you? I'm a human, you're a beast. As for why I want to kill you, it's because you're an eyesore." Yang Feng took a step forward, and glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly spread out. With a flash of sword rays, the young man who shouted the most merrily was torn apart and turned into countless pieces that scattered on the ground. Glorious sun warlock. Damn it. He's a glorious sun warlock. The faces of the remaining young men changed dramatically, and they pissed their pants in fear. Magic light erupted from their bodies, and spatial fluctuations enveloped them. Spatial disorder. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the space became chaotic and the spatial fluctuations became chaotic. The teleportation spells were interrupted at once. Yang Feng waved his sword, and a black sword ray shone, cut through the void, and slashed another young man into pieces. "Spare me. Sir, please spare my life. Don't kill me, I'll give you magic crystals, soul stones, spare me. My father is the Deputy City Master of Green Shell City, he'll definitely pay me a ransom." The 2 young men knelt on the ground and begged Yang Feng. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng waved his sword, and a black sword ray flashed, and the other young man was cut into pieces. "Stop." Just as Yang Feng was about to slay the son of the Deputy City Master, a roar came from afar, and glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power swept over. "Die." With a flash of a black sword ray, the son of the Deputy City Master of Green Shell City was cut into countless pieces that scattered on the ground. "How dare you kill people in our Green Shell City? I'll eat you." Along with a ferocious roar, a glorious sun warlock rank fluctuation of power spread from behind, and a black scorpion tail exuding poisonous gas pierced through the wall of the tree house and stabbed towards Yang Feng like a black bolt of lightning. Scarlet Scorpion uttered with a ferocious smile, "Now that the Black Scorpion General is here, you're dead." The Black Scorpion General is one of the 6 experts of Green Shell City, a pinnacle glorious sun warlock existence. Countless powerhouses have died at his hands. He is the strongest bodyguard of the Scarlet Scorpion. Is that so? Yang Feng smiled and slashed with the sword in his hand, and a black sword ray slashed the huge scorpion tail and erupted with intermediate bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. No. No. I don't want to die. The huge scorpion tail crumbled inch by inch and quickly spread towards the Black Scorpion General, shredding him into pieces. The Black Scorpion General let out a roar full of despair that shrouded the whole city. He's dead. The Black Scorpion General was killed. Who? Who dares to come here and kill the Black Scorpion General? In Green Shell City, there was a burst of frightened discussions. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the 100-meter-long corpse of the Black Scorpion General entered his hand and stored it in a storage ring. When Scarlet Scorpion saw this scene, his body trembled, his eyes flashed with fear, and he stared at Yang Feng and said solemnly, "Stop. I can promise you anything, so stop and spare my life. My father is Ancestor Moken. If you kill me, he won't let you off." Chapter 759. Die, you bastard. Yang Feng looked at Scarlet Scorpion, who has a look of despair on his face, and his eyes shimmered coldly. He brandished his sword, and a black sword ray shone and slashed towards Scarlet Scorpion. "Stop." Infinity Warlock rank breath diffused from the Scarlet Scorpion Pagoda Master, and the wisp of Infinity Warlock force formed a huge palm that extended a finger and touched the Black Sword Ray. The Black Sword Ray, which has just easily slain a glorious Sun Warlock, collapsed inch by inch. After the Black Sword Ray was smashed, most of the Infinity Warlock rank power dissipated, and the remaining power condensed into an old man with long black hair, a short stature, and a distorted face. The old man, who looks very uncomfortable, appeared in front of Scarlet Scorpion. A cold ray flashed in the eyes of the old man, and he said solemnly, "I am Ancestor Moken. Friend, he is my son. If he has offended you in any way, I apologize to you on his behalf. Please give me some face, and let's be friends." "Ancestor Moken, who do you think you are? Do you think an old thing like you can save someone I want to kill? A trifling power projection, break for me." Yang Feng smiled coldly and slashed with his sword, and a black sword ray sliced the old man into pieces in an instant. Unabated, the black sword ray enveloped the Scarlet Scorpion Pagoda Master in an instant and chopped him into countless pieces. A strange rune, invisible to the naked eye, flew out of Scarlet Scorpion, landed on Yang Feng, and formed a strange rune on him. "Bastard, you dare to kill my son, what gall!" A junior Infinity Warlock rank breath gushed out from a hidden valley 1,000 kilometers west of Green Shell City, and a black figure soared into the sky, turned into a black ray, and flew towards Green Shell City. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew out of the tree house. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, and a 10-meter-long green praying mantis engraved with mysterious runes descended from the sky and slashed at Yang Feng with its blade. The earth cracked, and a 30-meter-long one-horned longhorn bull burst out of the ground and mercilessly stabbed at Yang Feng with its spear-like horns. "Fools, just 2 glorious sun-grade insects actually dare to come and kill me? You really don't know what's good for you. Die." Yang Feng smiled coldly and brandished the sword in his hand, and 2 black cross-shaped sword rays slashed at the green praying mantis and the huge one-horned sky bull. The black cross-shaped sword light, which contained the power to shatter everything, instantly slashed the green praying mantis and the huge one-horned sky bull into pieces, causing countless fragments to fall to the ground. General Green Mantis, General Devil Horn was killed by him. What a savage human! Bright World Warlock, he's a human Bright World Warlock. The complexion of the surrounding devil insects changed dramatically, their eyes shimmered with fear, and they screamed loudly. Bright World Warlocks were existences comparable to intermediate divine force rank existences. Even in savage insect plane, Bright World Warlocks were of the upper echelon. Now that a Bright World Warlock has appeared here, they were naturally shocked. The swarm of devil insects scattered in all directions. Among devil insects, the orders of superior insects of the same race cannot be resisted. However, it is very difficult to order other races. Most of the devil insects who have transformed into humans possess wisdom and fear. Without an order, they naturally won't come forward to throw away their lives. Yang Feng released his soul force and sensed Ancestor Moken's fearsome aura coming from afar. Yang Feng smiled, turned around, blurred into motion, and flew away. You want to leave? Damn human warlock, do you think this is your human Sangji plane? A cold and cruel voice sounded, and a 4-meter-tall devil insect with a dinosaur-like head, 4 pairs of insect wings on the back, and a humanoid body exuding Bright World Warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly walked out. Behind the dragon-headed devil insect, there is a wasp queen with many marks of wasps on her body, but she has a sexy figure and exudes a seductive aura. There is a freak with a fiend head, a humanoid body, a pair of insect wings on the back, and a scorpion tail on the back. Savage Insect Plane is one of the 36 primary material planes second only to Zhangji Plane. Many powerful existences have come to this plane when they travel many planes in the universe, which is why there are so many strange species in Savage Insect Plane. Dragon Insect General. The #1 expert of Green Shell City. He has never been defeated. Dragon Insect General, Wasp Queen, Fiend Scorpion General, with the 3 of them taking action, that human warlock is dead. This isn't Zhangji Plane. Those damn human warlocks dare to behave atrociously in our Green Shell City, they're really reckless. When the devil insects hiding aside saw the 3 powerhouses block in front of Yang Feng, their eyes revealed a look of excitement at once. In the eyes of the devil insects on the Savage Insect Plane, the human warlock Yang Feng was an invader. They naturally support their own people. Interesting, you want to block my way with just the few of you? You're overestimating yourselves. Yang Feng chuckled, then blurred into motion and slashed out with his sword, and 9 sword rays suddenly shot out and flew in 9 different directions. Yang Feng's true body disappeared along with the sword rays. My children, go. The Wasp Queen waved her lily-white hand, and a palm-sized insect nest appeared in her hand. Countless fist-sized gold wasps flew out of the insect nest, turned into a dense swarm, and rushed towards Yang Feng. When the dense swarm of gold wasps flew out, their wings flapped according to some mysterious pattern. The buzzing sound lingered and formed a golden sound wave net that swept towards the 9 sword rays Yang Feng has transformed into. The 9 sword rays split the sound wave net, but the power of the other 8 sword rays was directly weakened by 30%. Found you. The eyes of the dragon insect general shimmered fiercely, and he blurred into motion. Leaving behind an afterimage, he appeared in front of Yang Feng like a clap of thunder. Runes shone on his body, and he sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. An archaic black dragon projection exuding archaic breath suddenly rose from behind the dragon insect general and barreled towards Yang Feng with a crushing aura. In front of the archaic black dragon might, ordinary Bright World warlocks would be intimidated, unable to budge. The archaic black dragon projection, which contains the powerful will of an archaic black dragon, completely sealed the space, forcing Yang Feng to go all out and confront it head-on. Not bad, Dragon Insect General, you have some skill. It's worth it for me to use some of my true strength to deal with you. Yang Feng smiled coldly, operated the essence of devour, spread the fingers of a hand, and a black whirlpool that looks like it can devour everything suddenly appeared in his hand, and he extended his hand forward. When the right claw grabbed the Dragon Insect General's right hand, the vortex that can devour everything twisted, and the wool projection of the archaic black dragon was completely devoured by the vortex and turned into Yang Feng's power. No. There was a flash of panic and despair in the eyes of the dragon insect general, and he issued a miserable scream. The huge whirlpool in Yang Feng's right hand sucked him in, and his body twisted and fell into Yang Feng's right hand. He turned into ashes, leaving only a magic core and a storage ring behind. He was insta-killed. The dragon insect general was insta-killed. How is this possible? The devil insects who were secretly watching from the side were all dumbfounded and could not believe their eyes. The dragon insect general is the guardian of Green Shell City. Over the past thousands of years, countless powerhouses have died at the hands of the dragon insect general. In the eyes of the devil insects in Green Shell City, the dragon insect general is an invincible god of war. Yet the dragon insect general was insta-killed by Yang Feng, which is simply unbelievable. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared behind the fiend scorpion general and slashed with his sword, and a black sword ray slashed the fiend scorpion general into pieces in an instant. A look of horror on her face, the wasp queen pleaded mournfully, "No. Don't kill me. I'm willing. Unfortunately, this is savage insect plane." A voice of regret sounded, and a black sword ray enveloped the wasp queen and sliced her into countless pieces. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the storage rings and 2 magic cores of the wasp queen and the fiend scorpion general flew over and fell into his hand. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light flying into the distance. This time, no one dared to stop him. They could only watch helplessly as Yang Feng fled into the distance. At this moment, light suddenly flashed in the center of Green Shell City, and a strange rune suddenly appeared, and ripples swept in all directions like a tide. Green Shell City was destroyed. A human bright world warlock attacked in our savage insect plane. To dare come to our Green Shell City, what gall! The Carapace dynasty's cities around Green Shell City were alarmed, and countless devil insects were released to prepare for war. At the same time, bright world warlock rank devil insects began to be mobilized. Chapter 760. That kid is so fast. No wonder he dared to come here and kill my son. If I can't kill him, White Scorpion Madonna won't let me off. When Ancestor Moken scanned Yang Feng with his tremendous soul force, he clearly sensed that Yang Feng is escaping at a frightening speed. He was both shocked and angered. Ancestor Moken clenched his teeth and chanted an incantation. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence flew out and turned into a pair of blood-colored wings that landed on his body. The strange blood-colored wings pierced into his body and began to absorb his power like crazy. They turned into giant insect wings. The densely packed insect wings overlapped and rumbled. Violent gales blew past, and traces of the law of wind flowed around them. As if he merged with the wind, Ancestor Moken jumped and teleported to places with wind, and approached Yang Feng at an incredible speed. "Little bastard, I caught you. Go to hell." After a dozen-plus breaths of time, Ancestor Moken appeared in front of Yang Feng, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a swarm of palm-sized extraordinary insects, black demon slayer insects, suddenly flew out, turned into a fearsome insect cloud, and swept towards Yang Feng. Most extraordinary insects are restrained by fire, but black demon slayer insects are different. They have extremely high resistance, can absorb all kinds of magic power, and can even devour fire. Only a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse can kill them with a meteorological spell. Otherwise, even if it is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, without a special secret treasure, they will find it difficult to kill them with a single blow. A competition of numbers. I'm the best at this. Yang Feng chuckled, then the space around him distorted, and a swarm of Type 2 Undyings suddenly flew out, turned into afterimages, and slayed the black demon slayer insects. Accompanied by flashes of blade rays, the Type 2 Undyings slayed the black demon slayer insects one after another. The black-slaying insects were also very ferocious. They left many wounds on the bodies of the Type 2 undyings, but their venom couldn't cause too much damage to the Type 2 undyings. Ancestor Moken's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this, and he said with a solemn expression, "Mechanical puppets? Who are you? Why are you here to kill my son?" The battle prowess of the Type 2 undyings is astonishing. When Ancestor Moken saw the densely packed Type 2 undyings, an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, as expected of the Infinity Warlock. His reaction was really fast. "I am the young master of the Undying Mountain, Lei Ming. I have come to take your dog life." With a flash of black light, Alexia, who was equipped with the fallen angel armor, shot out from the forest. She held the fallen angel sword and slashed at Ancestor Moken. Ancestor Moken's face fell. His right hand blurred and turned into a mantis blade arm, and he slashed out with a green blade ray that slashed at the fallen angel sword. The fallen angel sword emitted a black sword ray that slashed the cyan blade ray to pieces, and then severed one of Ancestor Moken's arms. With his junior Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base, Ancestor Moken wasn't Alexia's opponent to begin with. Now that Alexia has obtained the fallen angel armor, her strength has soared by a large margin, and she has completely crushed Ancestor Moken. Ancestor Moken's face fell, and he shouted, "Young Master Lei Ming. I, Ancestor Moken, have no grievances with your Undying Mountain, so why did you deliberately come here to ambush me? I think there must be some misunderstanding between us." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "There is no misunderstanding. There are two reasons why I came here to kill you. First, you have something I want. The second reason is that you deserve to die. I don't like the look of you. Originally, I planned to take back what I want through trade. But since you don't like the look of me, then I'll just kill you. The wealth you can get from killing an Infinity Warlock isn't small. Ancestor Moken is extremely cruel. He once slaughtered more than 10 million ordinary people in order to refine a high-grade soul stone. Even though he was chased by Great Cloud Dynasty's demon hunting division, he only restrained himself a little. But he didn't change his nature, and often sneaked into Tsangji Plain to slaughter ordinary people. He was a vicious and fiendish monster. Yang Feng's killing intent was aroused, and he wanted to kill him. Ancestor Moken gritted his teeth and roared wildly, "Lei Ming, I am White Scorpion Madonna's man. If you kill me, White Scorpion Madonna won't let you off." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with understanding, White Scorpion Madonna. No wonder Great Cloud Dynasty didn't dare to kill this old monster. It turns out that he is White Scorpion Madonna's man. White Scorpion Madonna is the daughter of White Scorpion Monarch, one of Carapace Dynasty's 3 monarchs. Among White Scorpion Monarch's countless daughters, she is the only one who has promoted to an Infinity Warlock. White Scorpion Monarch is a Warlock Monarch rank existence. Even Great Cloud Dynasty doesn't want to provoke such a fearsome existence at will. Great Cloud Dynasty has Empyrean grade secret treasures. If the several Infinity Warlocks use Empyrean grade secret treasures, they can still defeat a Warlock Monarch rank existence. However, Warlock Monarch ranked powerhouses have frightening mobility. Once the other party is shameless and assassinates people, if the other party shamelessly assassinates them, they will be a huge threat to Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, very few Infinity Warlocks can defeat a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse one-on-one. Only those peerless geniuses who competed with Warlock Emperors for the throne in the past have that ability. In Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court, there are many Infinity Warlocks, but none of them can contend against a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he said coldly, "If I, Lei Ming, want to kill someone, even White Scorpion Madonna can't stop me. If she dares to come, I'll suppress her as well. Do it." From the forest came the proud cry of a black Feng Huang, and a beautiful and proud black Feng Huang suddenly flew out and slammed into Ancestor Moken's back with terrifying might. Ancestor Moken's strength was far inferior to Alexia and Yu Yen, and now that Yu Yen had launched a sneak attack from behind, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. After that, he was completely enveloped by the black phoenix flames and burned madly, causing him to let out a shrill cry. Ancestor Moken is not a strong divine force rank god. He is just an ordinary junior infinity warlock. Naturally, he cannot resist the siege of two pinnacle infinity warlock rank powerhouses. But Ancestor Moken is proficient in countless secret methods. His body fluttered, and his broken body split apart, and a speck of green light flew out. In an instant, the speck of green light split into 36 parts and fled in 36 different directions. At this moment, countless seven-colored rose petals suddenly flew up, densely packed together to form a seven-colored rose barrier that enveloped the void, sealing the void. When the 36 green rays collided with the barrier, they were ricocheted away. Alexia's figure flickered, and a series of afterimages appeared above the cyan light. She brandished her sword, and wherever the sword light containing dark energy passed, all the cyan light was shattered. A green ray flickered, and it turned into Ancestor Moken's form. He knelt on the ground and pleaded loudly, "Young Master Lei Ming, I am willing to surrender. Spare my worthless life. I'm willing to be your slave, your servant, your cow, or your horse. Please spare my lowly life." A monster like Ancestor Moken has no moral integrity. When his life is threatened, he can put down his pride, kneel on the ground, and beg for mercy. But once there is a chance, such a monster will turn around and attack his master. Yang Feng ordered indifferently, "Kill him." Alexia's figure fluttered, and she appeared behind Ancestor Moken and slashed down with her sword. A black sword ray instantly slayed and annihilated Ancestor Moken, leaving only an infinity core behind. Yang Feng looked at Ancestor Moken's infinity core with some regret. Unfortunately, human warlocks can't evolve as fast as other extraordinary life forms. In God Blood Plane, if I slayed 2 kindred Grand Dukes, I would be able to create an infinity warlock rank powerhouse. God Blood Plane's true blood kindred are the species with the fastest evolution speed that Yang Feng has ever seen. As long as a lesser kindred have the opportunity to devour the true blood of a greater kindred, they can evolve without any bottlenecks. Because of this, Yang Feng's kindred avatar was able to easily evolve into a kindred Grand Duke. Yang Feng scanned Ancestor Moken's storage ring with his tremendous soul force. There is no resentment soul blood stone. It seems that he left it in his dwelling. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and the 2 infinity warlocks followed by Alexia and Yu Yen flew towards Ancestor Moken's lair. Although the 2 infinity warlocks Alexia and Yu Yen concealed their aura, but the infinity warlock rank aura they released when they slayed Ancestor Moken has alarmed the devil insects. Therefore, no one dared to come out and throw away their lives. They watched helplessly as Yang Feng's group of 3 flew towards Ancestor Moken's lair. "Who are you?" "This is Ancestor Moken's dwelling, Scram." Yang Feng's group of 3 has just flown to Ancestor Moken's dwelling, when a coquettish devil insect with many leech characteristics and exuding moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power blocked in front of them. Yang Feng glanced at the devil insect and said flatly, "A moonlight warlock rank leech devil insect? Interesting, this devil insect can absorb many curses and rare toxins. Capture her alive." Chapter 761. Yu Yen pointed with her lily-white hand, and countless rays of magic light suddenly gathered and formed a giant hand that extended towards the leech devil insect. The grasshopper devil insect opened its mouth, and a pillar of blood containing endless filthy aura soared into the sky, sweeping towards the magic hand in an instant. When the strange pillar of blood slammed into the magic hand, it issued sizzling sounds, and then was crushed by the magic hand. Taking advantage of the momentum, the magic hand grabbed the leech devil insect. As soon as the grasshopper devil insect was pinched by the giant hand, countless runes entered its body and forcefully shrunk it into a finger-sized grasshopper. Yu Yen beckoned with her hand, and the leech devil insect flew into a jade box and was sealed. Alexia's figure flickered, turned into a black stream of light, and flew into Ancestor Moken's cave mansion. Immediately after, a series of miserable screams came from Ancestor Moken's cave mansion. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a swarm of reconnaissance robots turned into a breeze and flew towards Ancestor Moken's dwelling. Countless pieces of information were fed back by the reconnaissance robots and analyzed by the optical computer network composed of more than 1,000 level 4 optical computers. Found it. Yang Feng turned into a black stream of light and entered the depths of Ancestor Moken's dwelling. Soon after, he appeared in a cave filled with countless abyssal transcendent rank corpses. In the center of the cave, there is a pond covering an area of about 100 hectares. In the pond, there is a black crystal suspended in the center of the pond. Countless black rune chains extend from the crystal, pierced into the countless abyssal transcendent rank corpses, extracted the power of the corpses, and condensed into drops of black liquid that dripped into the center of the pond. Yang Feng showed a smile, fallen angel pool. Judging from these materials, this is a top fallen angel pool that can give birth to infinity warlock rank fallen angels. A top-notch fallen angel pool is currently the strongest fallen angel pool that human warlocks and gods have mastered and can quickly produce. Above the top-notch fallen angel pool, there were also monarch-level fallen angel pool, sacred-level fallen angel pool, and god-level fallen angel pool. However, those fallen angel pools required massive resources and various rare natural treasures to refine. Many of those materials were treasures that could only be encountered by luck and not sought after. It was extremely difficult to successfully refine them. Break. When Yang Feng flew out of the cave, he slashed with his sword, and a black sword ray enveloped the huge cave. Rumble. Along with loud rumbles, the huge mountain was cut in half by Yang Feng's sword strike. Yang Feng extended his hand, and countless runes entered the cave with the top fallen angel pool, and the cave shrank until it was the size of a palm and entered his hand. Infinity warlocks already possessed the terrifying power to pluck stars from the sky and destroy a grade 9 plane. For Yang Feng to destroy a mountain range was just a piece of cake. What's this? At the moment when Ancestor Moken's cave dwelling collapsed, Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and a palm-sized statue engraved with black armor full of barbs flew into his hand. The statue has a humanoid shape, crimson eyes, and exudes a queer aura. The queer aura coming from the statue made even a bright world warlock like Yang Feng feel a little uncomfortable. In the vast universe, there are countless queer existences, many of which even human warlocks don't know about. Yang Feng searched the database and found that even with his rich database, there is no record of this statue. Yang Feng contemplated for a while, then his heart stirred slightly, and he sealed the strange statue in a jade box. The target is in hand, let's withdraw. Yang Feng, Alexia, and company flew away without hesitation. How dare you kill my white scorpion Madonnas, man! A ferocious roar came from afar, and the clouds in the void shifted and formed the projection of a sexy and enchanting woman with a white scorpion mark on the forehead, a scorpion tail wrapped around the waist, and a sexy and flirtatious woman staring coldly at Yang Feng's group of 3. An infinity warlock rank powerhouse can kill a great warlock rank powerhouse with one blow from 10,000 kilometers away. At the same time, they can also project themselves from 10,000 kilometers away. However, such a projection doesn't have any power. It's just a deterrent and an attitude. Scram! A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng barked and flicked his finger, and 7-color skyfire suddenly flew out, entered the projection of white scorpion Madonna, and burned wildly. In an instant, the projection of white scorpion Madonna was burned to ashes by the violent 7-color skyfire. Yang Feng's group of 3 blurred into motion, entered a cave, passed through a small astral gate, plunged into the astral boundary, and disappeared. In Savage Insect Plane, there are as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. Just Carapace Dynasty has 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. After Yang Feng's attack succeeded, he made a prompt decision to escape. If he stays, only death will await him. A quarter of an hour later, 3 powerhouses exuding infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power appeared in front of the cave. The one in the lead of the 3 infinity warlocks is White Scorpion Madonna. Behind her stand 2 ferocious-looking devil insect powerhouses with a mixture of insect and human form. Ordinary people will feel their blood run cold at first glance. A devil insect with a dragon-like mouth and a fly upper body asked solemnly, "White Scorpion, shall we go in now?" White Scorpion Madonna's eyes shimmered with the light of wisdom, and she shook her head rationally, "No. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, I remember now. He's the young master of Undying Mountain who set off a huge storm in Sangji Plain's Great Cloud Dynasty. Great Cloud Dynasty even lost Bright Moon Province to him. This guy is definitely not that simple. If we chase after him, I'm afraid we'll get ourselves killed. According to my father's speculation, there should be a Warlock Monarch ranked powerhouse standing guard behind Undying Mountain." Another devil insect with a mantis head and a pair of fiend wings on the back asked solemnly, "Are we just going to let this matter go? That's all we can do now. However, if he dares to come to our plane again, I'll definitely kill him." The White Scorpion Goddess coldly snorted. She stretched out her hand and pointed. A white radiance flickered and enveloped the astral gate. The astral gate immediately collapsed and turned into dust that drifted away with the wind. On the other side of the astral gate, an incomparably huge fleet was guarding, and at the same time, countless experts were gathered there. Suddenly, the astral gate distorted, and then collapsed and disappeared. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. He didn't take the bait, what a troublesome guy. If White Scorpion Madonna dared to break through the astral gate, then even if she brought a Warlock Monarch ranked powerhouse with her, Yang Feng would still be able to deal the other party a heavy blow. As for White Scorpion Madonna, it would be best if he could capture her alive. If he couldn't, Yang Feng wouldn't mind killing her. Yang Feng even dared to kill the Blazing Angel suspected to be a Warlock Emperor subordinate, let alone a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. After the astral gate disappeared, the huge fleet set off and slowly disappeared into the astral boundary. The Endless Abyss. In a Viscount-grade castle, there are traces of fierce fighting everywhere. In the underground of the castle, there is a huge square. In the center of the huge square, there is a huge fallen angel pool. At this time, there are no more abyssal transcendent corpses around the fallen angel pool. In the center of the fallen angel pool, there is a statue of a fallen angel with a crystal inlaid on the chest of the statue. Tremendous abyssal force swept in from all directions. When the abyssal force entered the crystal inlaid on the chest of the fallen angel pool, drops of black liquid dripped into the pool. The most suitable place to build a fallen angel pool is the Endless Abyss. The Endless Abyss is filled with dark force. As long as the fallen angel pool is built in such a place, it can continuously extract abyssal force and transform it into dark force. Yang Feng's true body, wearing an armor that can isolate the erosion of abyssal force, grabbed the dawn blazing angel Seabass, and came to the fallen angel pool. When the dawn blazing angel Seabass saw the fallen angel pool, his complexion changed dramatically, and he shouted with a look of fear on his face, "The fallen angel pool. You want to pollute me? Corrupt me? Stop. If you do that, my lord won't let you off. Any fallen angel is a traitor to their original master. Once a dawn blazing angel is corrupted by the fallen angel pool, the Dawn Lord will never let them off." Without hesitation, Yang Feng threw Seabass into the fallen angel pool. A copious amount of dark force poured into Seabass like a tide, causing him to scream in horror and despair, "No! Don't!" Wisps of dawn authority gushed out of Seabass, intertwined with the dark force, and cancelled each other out. Seabass's fleshly body constructed from divine force collapsed inch by inch, and then gradually constructed a new fleshly body constructed from dark force. "How dare you! Suddenly, a wisp of warlock emperor rank Empyrean might gushed out of Seabass and nearly tore the fallen angel pool apart. Abyssal Lord Authority, suppress. The eyes of Yang Feng's abyssal fiend Earl Avatar shimmered fiercely, and he roared, and a tremendous amount of abyssal force suddenly erupted and suppressed the wisp of Empyrean might. Chapter 762. A tremendous abyssal will suddenly descended and collided with the wisp of Empyrean might. The violent clash of wills set off a huge energy storm in the real world and blew the water of the fallen angel pool about. In the end, the wisp of Empyrean might was eroded by the abyssal will and turned into nothingness. The wisp of Empyrean might and the abyssal will are virtually on the same level. However, the wisp of Empyrean might is like water without a root, while the abyssal will is rooted in abyss and has an almost endless supply, which is why it can easily suppress the wisp of Empyrean might. Yang Feng guessed that the dawn-blazing angel wouldn't fall so easily, which is why he summoned the Abyssal Lord Avatar here. In terms of fighting strength alone, Yang Feng's true body can suppress the Abyssal Lord Avatar with one hand. However, Yang Feng's true body isn't an Abyssal Lord, after all. Naturally, he can't rely on the protection of the Abyssal Will. As soon as the wisp of Empyrean might was suppressed, the fallen angel pool full of corrosive force entered the dawn-blazing angel and eroded the defenseless dawn-blazing angel. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the fallen angel pool, and countless black runes entered the pool. At the same time, he threw a high-grade soul stone into the pool. 10 days later, a fearsome aura spread from the fallen angel pool, and Seabass flew out of the pool, landed on the ground, knelt on one knee in front of Yang Feng, and uttered respectfully, "Well met, my lord." When Yang Feng saw this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he revealed a satisfied smile. Seabass and the other two blazing angels are all Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels. After they are transformed into Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels, they are definitely a powerful force in Yang Feng's force. Yang Feng stared at Seabass with a dignified expression and asked solemnly, "The Dawn Lord you speak of, is it the Dawn Lord of the Tsangji Plains 8th Warlock Dynasty?" The 8th Warlock Dynasty's Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord, was a peerless expert who unified the entire Tsangji Plain and conquered countless plains. If he hadn't been defeated by a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse in his prime, suffered serious injuries, and was forced to hide in the Tsangji Plain to recuperate and ultimately never left the Tsangji Plain, he would have been considered one of the strongest human warlock emperors. In the vast universe, there were countless planes, and similarly, there were countless deities who wielded the power of Dawn, the Lord of Dawn. Yang Feng wanted to confirm whether the Dawn Lord was the Tsangji Plain's 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord. "My lord, since we were born, the Dawn Lord told us that he is the great 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord. He is now the supreme god of Dawn Plain, the Lord of Dawn. From my observations and the information I have, the Dawn Lord is indeed the Tsangji Plain's 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord. According to the Tsangji Plain's classification, Dawn Plain is a grade 2 plane, a plane of the same grade as the 36 primary material planes. It was discovered by the Dawn Lord at the time, and served as his escape route. The Dawn Lord can be said to be the Dawn Lord of the 8th Warlock Emperor, or not. At the time, before the Dawn Lord's true body was besieged, one of his avatars ignited his divine fire, absorbed the countless Dawn Godheads he collected, and advanced to a god in one fell swoop. The King of Dawn is my former master. Seabass explained in detail for Yang Feng. Yang Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that, so it was an avatar. Gods were favored by the plain origin. As long as their true body stayed in their divine country, they could live for more than 1 million years. Many powerful human warlocks would make an avatar and promote to a god in another plane. In this way, even if the soul of the true body decayed and he died, he could use an avatar to extend his life. However, although gods have a very long lifespan, but they are still bound by the plane. Once a god's true body leaves the plane for more than 10 days, they will weaken at a terrifying rate of 1% per day. If they leave the plane for less than 4 months, they will weaken to death. The only way to survive is to transform and break away from the identity of a god. Therefore, most gods come to other planes in the form of avatars. Yang Feng pondered for a while and asked, "How many Bright World Warlock rank angels and above does the Dawn Lord currently have?" Seabass answered, "As far as I know, the Dawn Lord has 896 Bright World Warlock rank angels, 172 Infinity Warlock rank angels, and 9 Warlock Monarch rank angels. As for Holy Spirit Warlock rank angels, I have never seen them, and there is no intelligence to prove their existence. However, according to the Dawn Lord's style of conduct, there should be 1 or 2 Holy Spirit Warlock rank blazing angels guarding him." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified shade, 172 Infinity Warlock rank angels and 9 Warlock Monarch rank angels. As expected of a former Warlock Emperor powerhouse, his underlying strength is really amazing. The Dawn Lord was a Warlock Emperor of the Zhangji Plain in the past. Along the way, he has destroyed who knows how many planes, killed more than 1,000 Dawn Lords, and obtained countless resources. Since the Dawn Plane is one of his trump cards, it naturally obtained his support, which is why it has so many powerhouses. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, "Seabass, I captured the 3 of you alive. Will the Dawn Lord send people to suppress me? A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. The Dawn Lord is no longer as powerful as the 8th Warlock Emperor. But if he insists on suppressing Yang Feng, as long as he sends 4 Warlock Monarch rank blazing angels plus Infinity Warlock rank angels as his wings, Yang Feng's forces in the Bright Moon Province can be leveled. With the power at the Dawn Lord's disposal, if he mobilizes all his angel legions, he can even destroy the Great Cloud Dynasty. No. Although the Dawn Lord is powerful, but he clearly has more powerful enemies to deal with. During the past hundreds of thousands of years, they have been holed up in the Dawn Plane, and they have steadily expanded outward step by step. As far as I know, there are already 372 planes that have fallen into the Dawn Lord's control, and they have established a perfect defense system. Since the 3 of us have fallen into your hands, it means that you have the power to kill Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels. According to the Dawn Lord's way of doing things, he should carefully investigate you. After finding out your details, he will send someone to negotiate with you. He will redeem you. Master, if you don't want to thoroughly offend the Dawn Lord, then it's best to keep the other 2 blazing angels. When you negotiate with the Dawn Lord, you can exchange them for other benefits and eliminate the other party's hatred. Seabass, who is well aware of the Dawn Lord's way of doing things, sold Yang Feng information on his former lord. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then asked, "If I transform the 3 blazing angels, what will the Dawn Lord's reaction be?" Seabass uttered, "Then there will be a blood feud between the 2 of you. Unless you can come up with greater benefits to resolve this hatred, once the time is ripe, the Dawn Lord will mobilize countless powerhouses to give you a fatal blow when you are in the most danger." Yang Feng weighed it again and again, and finally chose to give up on transforming the other 2 blazing angels into fallen angels. The Dawn Lord is a supreme god of a plane. His strength is far inferior to that of the 8th Warlock Emperor at the time. However, his strength is still terrifying, and he is not an existence that Yang Feng can resist. If the hatred can be resolved, Yang Feng doesn't mind returning the 2 blazing angels to the other party. Yang Feng uttered, "However, the Dawn Lord is really patient. He hasn't come looking for trouble for so long." Seabass uttered, "When the Dawn Lord dominated an era, he had countless subordinates, but he also sowed a lot of hatred. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many people besieging him at the time when he was old. His avatar naturally became more careful. After all, he is much weaker than before. Only by staying in the Dawn Divine Country can he feel at ease. The stronger the person, the higher the level of contact, the stronger their friends would be. Similarly, the strength of their enemies would also be stronger. At the time, the Dawn Lord suppressed the world and defeated countless strong enemies. Most of the strong enemies died at his hands, but those who survived grew into extremely terrifying existences. Now, the Dawn Lord can only hide in the divine country to ensure his safety. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, and he heaved a sigh of relief, so that's how it is. Unless the Dawn Lord uses his true power, he basically can't threaten my safety. As long as I don't court death, I won't provoke him to go all out to destroy me. After all, he has stronger enemies. Compared to those enemies, I'm not qualified. Even though the Dawn Lord is just an avatar, but in his eyes, his enemies are Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. A trifling Infinity Warlock rank force is nothing in his eyes. At this moment, Yang Feng felt the box sealed by the statue he snatched from Ancestor Moken tremble slightly. With a thought, he took out the box and opened it. The strange statue suddenly absorbed abyssal force from all directions. Inside the statue, tiny symbols that Yang Feng has never seen before suddenly appeared and exuded mysterious, strange, powerful, and fearsome fluctuations of power. Yang Feng's Abyssal Earl avatar took out a gourd and poured the abyssal river water towards the strange statue. Like a bottomless black hole, the strange statue frantically devoured the abyssal river water. Chapter 763. The water of the abyssal river in the lake was absorbed by the weird statue, yet there was still no end to it. Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord avatar used his Abyssal Lord authority and beckoned with his hand, and the water of the abyssal river thousands of kilometers away suddenly flew out, turned into a torrent, and poured into the weird statue. After devouring the abyssal river water for a day and a night, the weird statue finally trembled. Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord avatar pressed with his hand, and the water of the abyssal river floated in the void, motionless. After about a dozen plus breaths of time, the weird statue cracked and revealed a black square crystal. When Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord avatar saw the black square crystal, his eyes lit up, and he grabbed the square crystal and stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as the square crystal entered Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord avatar, a fearsome force broke out in an instant and entered his body. Originally, Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord avatar gained a lot of power on the bloody battlefield and became a pinnacle Abyssal Fiend Earl. Now that he obtained the power of the square crystal, he transformed again, crossed the huge bottleneck between Abyssal Fiend Earl and Abyssal Fiend Marquis in one fell swoop, and evolved into an Abyssal Fiend Marquis. Yang Feng glanced at the Abyssal Fiend Marquis avatar that has evolved into an Abyssal Fiend Marquis and frowned, saying, "There is no record of this power in the database. I need to analyze and study you." There is no record of the weird statue in Yang Feng's Warlock database. No one knows if the weird power will change the connection between the avatar and the true body. The world of warlocks is full of weirdness. It is impossible to see it from the perspective of humans. In the world of warlocks, ice containing the law of ice can freeze fire. Human souls can be exchanged with each other. In the world of warlocks, Earth's absolute zero is just a joke. Under the effect of the law of ice, it can even reach a temperature far higher than Earth's so-called absolute zero. There is no record of the weird statue in Yang Feng's Warlock database, which aroused his vigilance. If he isn't careful, then once the Abyssal Fiend Marquis avatar is contaminated, and it may eventually betray him. The Abyssal Fiend Marquis avatar agreed decisively, understood. After passing through a top-grade warp gate, Yang Feng and the Abyssal Fiend avatar came to a fully equipped underground laboratory in Bright Moon Province. The most advanced and cutting-edge scanners began to scan and analyze Yang Feng's Abyssal Fiend avatar. There's nothing wrong with his soul. My body is 5% stronger than an ordinary golden horned. My bones have been strengthened by 3%. My blood has been enhanced by 12%. Based on the analysis of the information we currently have, the final conclusion is that the incarnation had been strengthened and there was nothing abnormal about it. As for the square crystal, after analysis, it should be a type of high-level life form mana that the statue had transformed into. The conversion method and absorption efficiency of this kind of biological mana is beyond what we currently possess. Messages were sent back one after another. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, saying, "Can the statue's technology be analyzed?" According to the analysis of the information we currently have, the level of technology of this statue surpasses the technology of our Shi clan in its heyday. There was a huge gap between them. If he wanted to analyze the technology of this statue, he would have to obtain the information of this statue's civilization. Otherwise, please unlock Shizu technology to the highest level. Only then will it be possible to analyze the technology of the next level. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly, and he stared at the statue with a dignified look in his eyes. This statue is so amazing. How did it appear in the Cangji Plain? Since Yang Feng came to the Great Cloud Dynasty, he has almost never stopped collecting information about the Warlock civilization. According to the various information he has, when the Shizu dominated the universe, they were at their peak and could slay great holy step existences. But against Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, the outcome of the battle is unknown. The level of this statue surpassed the level of technology of the Shizu in their heyday, which means that the statue came from a terrifying civilization far beyond this universe. Such a terrifying civilization is very likely to give birth to eternal sovereigns, or even more terrifying and powerful existences. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then handed the statue to his abyssal fiend avatar. The world of warlocks is extremely strange. Since I can appear here, then naturally there may be existences or items from other higher universes that have descended into this world. Those eternal sovereigns may be existences from higher universes that descended into this world. Existences of that level are not existences that I can come into contact with for now. If I continue to think about it, then it will just be groundless worries. Time passed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. At the entrance of the Bright Moon Province's Undying Mountains headquarters, a young man with short blonde hair, a medium build, and a faint smile on his face appeared at the foot of the mountain. Behind the young man was a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. They were all outstanding figures that could only be found once in a million. Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly spread, and he said loudly, "Dawn Divine Emissary Pui is here to greet the young master of the Undying Mountain. Please come in." A gold ray shot out from the Undying Mountain's headquarters, landed in front of the Dawn Divine Emissary Pui, and formed a gold staircase. Pui and the two people behind him stepped on the gold staircase. With a flash of gold light, they appeared in a vast hall. There is a person sitting on the throne in the hall. It is Yang Feng. On the left and right of Yang Feng stand the two powerhouses Alexia and Yu Yen respectively. Both of them are shrouded in a mist of magic, making it impossible to see their faces. At the same time, there are faint Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power in the dark. Pui stepped forward, bowed slightly to Yang Feng, and revealed a strange smile. Dawn Divine Emissary Pui greets the young master of the Undying Mountain. In other words, greetings Battle Demon Sect's Great Elder Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. How did you find out? After Yang Feng became the incarnation of the Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, he almost never appeared in public using his identity. Only when he fought against the emissary of the Dawn Lord did he use his identity. The Dawn Lord just grasped that flaw, and yet found out his true identity in such a short period of time. This kind of investigative ability is simply terrifying. Pui smiled and flexed his muscles. After all, my lord was once the master of the Cangji Plain. In the Cangji Plain, few things can escape my lord's eyes and ears. Yang Feng responded flatly, "I am Yang Feng." Pui uttered, "Young Master Yang Feng, we had a little conflict with you before. Reportedly, 3 blazing angels fell into your hands. Please return them to us. In exchange, we are willing to pay an equal price. After that, we can write this off." Angels are divided into 9 grades. The upper 3 grades are blazing angels, throne angels, and wisdom angels. The middle 3 grades are primary angels, energy angels, and force angels. The lower three grades are authority angels, great angels, and angels. Blazing angels are the most powerful beings among angels of the same rank. They can evolve into beings with supreme god rank battle prowess. Throne angels can evolve into beings with warlock monarch rank battle prowess. Wisdom angels can evolve into beings with infinity warlock rank battle prowess at most. At the time, the three dawn blazing angels resisted the siege of countless experts under Yang Feng's command. From this, it can be seen how strong they are. Yang Feng said flatly, "Of the three blazing angels, I have already transformed one into a fallen angel. I can only return the other two to you. Of the two blazing angels, take one as an apology for accidentally transforming a fallen angel. As for the other, you only need to pay the resources needed to cultivate an infinity warlock rank powerhouse, and then you can take it away." Behind Pui, the beautiful woman with a sexy figure spread her angel wings, and infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power emanated from her. She stared fiercely at Yang Feng. "What, you transformed our brother into a degenerate? You damned heretic! If you don't apologize to us and compensate us, then our great lord will never let you off." Yang Feng's eyes radiated a fierce ray, and as if a fierce beast has awakened, a fearsome aura spread from him. He stared coldly at the beautiful infinity warlock rank throne angel and uttered frigidly, "The great Dawn Lord is indeed very powerful, far stronger than me. But I also fought my way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This time, it was your Dawn Divine Country's people who took the initiative to attack me. I have already given you face by taking a step back. Or, does the Dawn Divine Country want to fight me to the death? If Yang Feng falls out with the Dawn Lord, he can only choose to give up Sanji Plain's Undying Mountains foundation and be forced to flee to Red Rage Plain. However, with Yang Feng's terrifying power, once he attacks the Dawn Divine Country, as long as he has the right strategy, he can definitely kill more than 10 infinity warlock rank angels." Pui frowned slightly and shouted in a deep voice, "Celine, shut up." The beautiful throne angel glared at Yang Feng and kept silent. What a barbarian, he doesn't know any negotiation skills. Pui glanced at Yang Feng with contempt in his eyes, but he sighed in his heart, "It's a pity that this barbarian has a lot of power. I can't fall out with him for now." Having investigated Yang Feng's rise, Pui is aware that Yang Feng has a terrifying power in his hands. Although that power cannot compare to the Dawn Lord's accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years, but once he falls out with Yang Feng, it is very likely to break the balance between the Dawn Lord and other powerful existences. Chapter 764. Pui uttered with a smile, "Since you said so, young Master Yang Feng, then we'll give you face and deal with this matter according to your opinion." When Yang Feng saw Pui take a step back, his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he mused, "It seems that the Dawn Lord doesn't want to make a big deal out of this. His troubles shouldn't be small. None of the 8 Warlock Emperors is a simple character. If someone dared to attack an Infinity Warlock subordinate to them during their heyday, then with a single order from them, countless powerhouses will destroy or expel the enemy to the astral boundary, the endless abyss, the netherworld, or other places that even the forces of the Warlock Emperors can hardly cover. The Dawn Lord was not a magnanimous Warlock Emperor, and the number of enemies he destroyed at the time was also innumerable. Now that Pui has given in to Yang Feng, it is clear that the Supreme God Dawn Lord has countless troubles to deal with. He doesn't want to make a strong enemy. Pui said, "Young Master Yang Feng, I also brought the Great Dawn Lord with me this time. I hope that our two families can form an alliance and help each other out." Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and pondered for a while, saying, "Ally? I'll think about it." Pui opened his hand, and a cube-shaped communications crystal flew out of his hand and flew towards Yang Feng. "This is my communications crystal. If you want to contact me, young Master Yang Feng, you can do so through the communications crystal." When Pui saw Yang Feng grab the communications crystal, he showed a smile, bowed to Yang Feng, and uttered, "Then I'll take my leave first." Yang Feng waved his hand, and gold light enveloped Puyi's group of 3 and teleported them out of Undying Mountain. Ally. Is it so easy to be an ally of the Dawn Lord? Although you can get great benefits by becoming an ally of the Dawn Lord, but you also have to face the Dawn Lord's enemies. If I become an ally of the Dawn Lord, I'm afraid that the first person to be eradicated will be me. After Puyi's group of 3 left, a cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he calculated coldly in his heart. The best way to destroy an enemy is to go from weak to strong. When dealing with an enemy of the same rank, first destroy the enemy's weakest wings and allies, and then destroy the enemy. This is the way to go. By allying with the Dawn Lord, although Yang Feng can obtain great benefits, but he must also face the enemies of the Dawn Lord. For the current Yang Feng, an enemy on the level of the Dawn Lord is still too powerful. After completing the agreement with the divine emissary of the Dawn Lord, Yang Feng's true body hid in a secret place in Bright Moon Province and entered closed-door cultivation. Yang Feng has mastered the resources of Bright Moon Province, Li Gui Province, Yu Province, Red Rage Plain, and many other forces. These resources are enough for him to quietly practice cultivation until he reaches the pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank. There is even hope for him to break through and promote to an Infinity Warlock in seclusion. Under such circumstances, Yang Feng is naturally willing to enter secluded cultivation until the power of his true body reaches the limit, and then leave secluded cultivation to look for the Black Emperor's treasure trove or enter the core world to look for more resources. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Cangji Plains Cloud Capital, one of Yang Feng's avatars, Zhao Fan, is lying on a beach chair in his small villa. In his arms is the short-haired, youthful and beautiful girl Lan Chuxia. It's really peaceful. Yang Feng stroked Lan Chuxia's jade-white, silk-like smooth skin, absorbed the sun force contained in the sunlight, and showed a satisfied smile. When Yang Feng's avatar Zhao Fan advanced to the Moonlight Warlock rank, he was already a genius among geniuses. Although Yang Feng's true body still has countless rare resources that can make his avatar advance to the glorious Dawn Warlock rank, but that will arouse Great Cloud Dynasty's suspicions. In fact, after Yang Feng's avatar Zhao Fan advanced to the Moonlight Warlock rank, it aroused Great Cloud Dynasty's investigation. But after several rounds of investigation, there were no suspicions, and so he was able to sit firmly on the throne of Bureau Chief of Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division. Suddenly, a series of violent tremors came from the ground, as if the heavens and the earth were about to collapse. Lan Chuxia, who is lying in Yang Feng's arms like a cat, was taken aback at once. She straightened her petite body and asked, "What's going on?" A dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said solemnly, "I'll go ask." As the imperial capital of Great Cloud Dynasty, the Cloud Capital is guarded by countless secret treasures and has more than 1,000 warlock towers. If a warlock monarch rank powerhouse comes to the Cloud Capital to behave atrociously, they will be quelled. It is impossible for an ordinary earthquake to affect the Cloud Capital. But now that the Cloud Capital has been affected by an earthquake, it is definitely not an ordinary earthquake. Yang Feng took out a communications magic box, selected by Yuxian's imprint, and connected. After a while, Bai Yuxian's voice came from the communications magic box, "Zhao Fan, why are you looking for me?" Yang Feng asked, "Your Highness, do you know what happened in this earthquake?" As a peerless genius of the Bai family, Bai Yuxian is very well informed, even more so than Yang Feng, who has control over Undying Mountain. After all, Great Cloud Dynasty is much stronger than Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. Bai Yuxian replied, "I don't know. Even I don't know what happened in this earthquake." At this moment, a vast and boundless aura spread out from the eastern world's Time Sky City, spreading out in all directions. What rich life magic energy! It's coming from the Time Sky City. Yang Feng has quietly arranged surveillance robots in various areas of the Great Cloud Dynasty. When the vast and fearsome aura diffused from the Time Sky City, the countless surveillance robots immediately sent feedback to the level, for optical computer network and analyzed the source of the aura. In Bright Moon Province, Yang Feng, who is absorbing countless resources and strengthening the 9 small worlds inside him, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and he flew towards a warp gate. During those 2 years, Yang Feng not only had his surveillance robots quietly stationed in various places of the Cangji Plains for dynasties, but he also quietly set up many warp gates in various places of the 4 dynasties. After passing through the warp gates, it only took Yang Feng a few minutes to appear in a cave near the Time Sky City. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng flew into the sky and looked in the direction of the Time Sky City. In the surroundings of the Time Sky City, warlock powerhouses flew into the air and looked in the direction of the Time Sky City from afar. They saw a huge rift open in the location of the Time Sky City, and a copious amount of gold light gushed out from the huge rift. When the gold light gushed out from the ground, it combined with the air on the ground and formed seeds, huge stones, and magic crystals that sprayed in all directions like raindrops. Some low-level warlocks continuously cast spells from the sidelines, forming mage hands that reached towards the sky and scooped up the magic stones and magic crystals. On Earth, the eruption of the golden light was equivalent to a tornado in the sky. Within the tornado, there was an endless amount of cash floating. Attracted by the magic crystals, 3 moonlight warlocks cast spells to grab the resources ejected from the gold light. Once a moonlight warlock stepped into the transcendent realm, they became a transcendent. Moonlight warlocks are transcendent rank powerhouses. But on the Cangji Plain, moonlight warlocks have to fight for their own resources. Rogue moonlight warlocks who are unwilling to join major forces and want to establish their own forces also have to fight for resources. The rest of the warlocks above the moonlight warlock rank stared at the rift that sprayed gold light with dignified and shocked looks in their eyes. No one knows what happened. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking sound, the huge rift split open 1,000 kilometers wide, and a copious amount of gold light gushed out from the ground. Under the impact of the fearsome golden light, the tens of thousands of low-level warlocks issued miserable screams, their bodies twisted, and they turned into all kinds of strange beings. Then, their bodies burst open and turned into clouds of blood mist, which combined with the golden light and became new resources. As soon as the golden light poured into the 3 moonlight warlocks, they trembled at once, and then, as if insects stuck in a spider's web, they couldn't budge and were in unbearable pain, and their bodies began to change. Warlocks can absorb life magic energy to evolve and become more powerful. However, there is a limit to the amount of life magic energy a warlock can absorb at each rank. In a short period of time, if a large amount of life magic energy is poured into a warlock, their fleshly body will explode. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he blurred into motion and fled frantically. Along with flashes of light, the Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank cast secret methods and fled into the distance. The earth shook and cracked open 100,000 kilometers wide, and dazzling gold light soared into the sky. Suddenly, a giant tree with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers broke out of the earth, pierced through the sky, and entered the starry sky. A vast and boundless mighty force emanated from the giant tree and spread in all directions. The giant tree pierced through the Cangji Plains atmosphere, and then its crown suddenly split into 9 branches, each of which has a floating continent with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers suspended above it. Thin branches extended out of the strange giant tree and pierced into different voids, continuously extracting all kinds of power and sinking into the floating continent in the treetop. Chapter 765. From time to time, a leaf will fall from the giant tree's crown and fly towards the 9 floating continents. When each leaf falls, it will turn into a floating continent that looks like many stars orbiting the moon. Whatever it is, there must be a treasure on it. Go. With a scorching gleam in his eyes, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a dense swarm of Type 2 Undyings as well as a large number of 4th-generation battle robots flew out of the 9 small worlds inside him and flew towards the floating continent formed from the giant tree like a tide. At this time, there are countless munitions factories in the 9 small worlds inside Yangfeng. His true body is like a mobile super-carrier, and he can release all kinds of battle robots at any time to deal with various combat environments. The eyes of the Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks present shimmered with greed, and they cast secret methods and turned into streams of light flying towards the floating continent formed from the giant tree. As old monsters who have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, the Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks have experienced countless adventures and all kinds of strange phenomena. Naturally, they are aware that there must be a treasure on the huge mysterious ancient tree. Virtually all the warlocks flew towards the floating continents above the canopy and the 9 branches extending from the 9 floating continents. Only Yang Feng's battle robots flew towards different floating continents. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering rumble, an exquisite castle that was filled with countless mysteries flew out from the ground, and in an instant, appeared on a floating continent that was condensed from tree branches. This continent belongs to the Time Imperial Court. Anyone who enters without permission will die. A domineering voice came from the castle, and resplendent rays of light fell on the warlocks and Yang Feng's battle robots. Shrouded by the resplendent light, the warlocks and Yang Feng's battle robots were sent flying. Wisps of incomparably terrifying saint might emanated from the castle and swept across the land. Holy Spirit Warlock. Time Imperial Court. The First Warlock Dynasty. How is this possible? Didn't the First Warlock Dynasty collapse? When the warlocks present sensed the holy might emanating from the floating continent, their faces changed dramatically, and they didn't dare to approach. Holy Spirit Warlocks are the guardians and strongest powerhouses of a race. In the vast universe, most of the guardians of higher races are Holy Spirit Warlocks. Before Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses appear, Holy Spirit Warlocks are the most powerful existences in the world. Even if the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 Warlock dynasties join forces, they may not be the opponent of a Holy Spirit Warlock. The Great Cloud Dynasty, the Western world, and the other 3 Warlock dynasties all have Empyrean-grade secret treasures. By fully stimulating the power of those Empyrean-grade secret treasures, they can indeed seriously injure or even kill a Holy Spirit Warlock. However, it is necessary to force a Holy Spirit Warlock into a head-on confrontation in order to seriously injure or even kill the other party. If a Holy Spirit Warlock lowers his status and launches a sneak attack, he can insta-kill an Infinity Warlock. Once the 4 dynasties become enemies with a Holy Spirit Warlock, the 4 dynasties' Infinity Warlocks can only hole up in the capital city. Once they leave the capital city alone, they will most likely die. Boom! A 10,000-meter-long primordial dragon flew out of the earth and landed on another branch floating continent. A cold and domineering voice came from above. This continent belongs to the Taboo Imperial Court. Anyone who enters without permission will die. That's the primordial dragon Wuxia, who was slain by the Taboo Lord. It's the mount and palace of the Taboo Lord. Didn't he disappear with the fall of the Taboo Lord? The Taboo Imperial Court. Hasn't the Taboo Lord died yet? Shocked by the sudden appearance of the primordial dragon, the human warlocks fled from the branch floating continent. Among the 8 warlock emperors, the Time Lord is relatively mild-mannered. Due to his humble origin, the Taboo Lord is an ordinary person with almost no cultivation aptitude. Along the way, he plundered the bloodline of countless powerful life forms, purified the bloodline, and finally reached the summit. Therefore, he is extremely murderous. Not only does he kill his enemies, but he also shows no mercy to human warlocks. Seeing this scene, the human warlocks flying towards the other branch floating continent stopped and stared at the other branch floating continents. Boom! The earth split open, and a 10,000-meter-tall giant engraved with countless runes broke out of the earth and jumped onto a branch floating continent. A flat voice came from the sky, and a fearsome aura spread from the branch floating continent. This continent belongs to the Transcendent Imperial Court. Anyone who enters without permission will die. The Headless Giant General Pavilion. That's a peerless powerhouse who was slain by the Transcendent Lord. That's a fearsome existence that can compete with the Transcendent Lord, and it's a chariot that the Transcendent Lord later refined. He didn't disappear. The faces of the human warlocks changed dramatically, and they commented. Boom! A star palace engraved with countless star diagrams flew out from the ground and landed on a branch floating continent. Dazzling beams of star light flew over from afar and landed on the star palace, and projections of stars appeared above the star palace. A gentle voice came from the star palace. This continent now belongs to the Star Imperial Court. No one is welcome to enter without permission. Different from the other warlock emperors, the Star Lord is the most gentle among the 8 warlock emperors. The warlocks of the Star Imperial Court are also relatively gentle. Boom! The earth shook once more, and a huge mountain range shrouded in a boundless black aura abruptly flew out and landed on a floating continent. It was filled with a deathly aura and the most mysterious nether river that ran through it. A strange voice came, this continent now belongs to the Death Imperial Court. Only the dead can enter without permission. Boom! The earth split open again, and a 10,000-meter tall palace engraved with countless runes and shrouded in mysterious mist flew out and landed on a branch floating continent. A proud voice came, this continent now belongs to the Magic Note Imperial Court. Anyone who can hand over a secret treasure recognized by the Magic Note Imperial Court can enter this continent and become a member of the Magic Note Imperial Court. Otherwise, trespassers will die. The 6 Warlock Imperial Courts have appeared. What about the Golem Imperial Court and the Dawn Imperial Court? What's going on? Why did they appear? Didn't the 8 Warlock Imperial Courts collapse? When the human warlocks saw the 6 powerful forces appear in the sky, their eyes flashed with astonishment. The 8 Warlock Imperial Courts of the Tsangji Plain were the most glorious era of human warlocks. Even the Dawn Imperial Court shocked the 36 primary material planes with its might. No force dared to fight the Dawn Imperial Court. The 6 Warlock Imperial Courts are extremely powerful and invincible existences. Even the Warlock Emperor rank existences who have lived for millions or tens of millions of years in the 36 primary material planes and hidden in the astral boundary, the endless abyss, the netherworld, and the endless starry sky, don't dare to confront them head-on. But now that the forces known as the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts have appeared and occupied 6 branch floating continents in one fell swoop, all the warlocks stopped at once, not daring to act rashly. At the moment when the warlocks stopped, countless battle robots flew into the remaining 3 branch floating continents. As soon as they entered a branch floating continent, Yang Feng saw through the perspective of the battle robots that there are spirit springs, magic energy lingering, and all kinds of rare extraordinary plants and rare materials that would make Infinity Warlocks envious grow everywhere. In the center of each branch floating continent, there is dazzling golden light, as if something precious is being nurtured and born. Yang Feng's battle robots suddenly turned into streams of light and flew towards the center of the branch floating continents at their highest speed. In the center of each floating continent was a golden lake. In the center of each golden lake was a small bell, a bow, and a shield. You can only choose one. If you take more, you'll suffer a backlash and die. If you only take one, you'll benefit greatly. When Yang Feng saw the 3 treasures, the fate algorithm in his sea of knowledge trembled, reminding him of the hidden opportunities and dangers. I need a shield. Only by staying alive can everything be possible. Yang Feng made a prompt decision. A battle robot flew into a golden lake, grabbed a shield, and suddenly flew out, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards him. As if tangible gazes descended from the sky, they followed the battle robot and focused on Yang Feng, making him feel as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. The 6 Warlock Imperial Courts exudes Holy Spirit Warlock rank fluctuations of power. Even Yang Feng may not be able to resist an all-out attack of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse at this time. A black ray suddenly flickered, appeared silently from the void, and extended its hand towards the shield in the hand of the battle robot. Die! With a flash of anger in his eyes, Yang Feng erupted with intermediate bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power, blurred, and appeared in front of the black figure. He extended his hand and operated the essence of Devour, and a black hole suddenly appeared in his hand and engulfed the warlock in an instant. Chapter 766. After Yang Feng insta-killed the warlock, he grabbed the shield, and wisps of pure power seeped out of the shield, entered his body, and nourished his fleshly body and soul. Yang Feng grabbed the shield, his heart in turmoil. His figure fluttered, and he flew into the distance. What treasure is this? If the warlock groups known as the 6 warlock dynasties had taken action before, Yang Feng would have turned around and left without competing with them. After all, once a Holy Spirit Warlock took action, it would be impossible for Yang Feng to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. But now that the shield was in his hands, Yang Feng naturally wouldn't give up on this shield full of mystical power and origin. As soon as the shield entered his hand, the fate algorithm inside Yang Feng trembled, filled with joy, indicating that the shield is of great benefit to Yang Feng's future. Yang Feng conquered Yu Province and Bright Moon Province and obtained the treasure trove of the Kindred Grand Duke, the treasure trove of the 2 Grade 4 planes, and countless other treasures. However, the only treasure that had received the revelation from fate algorithm was this shield. One could imagine how precious that shield was. Even if a Holy Spirit Warlock takes action, even if Yang Feng has to expose countless trump cards, he will take away this shield full of mystical power. Each of the warlock groups of the 6 warlock imperial courts occupied a branch floating continent. As if gods, they overlooked the warlocks below and allowed the warlocks to fight over the treasures on the remaining 2 branch floating continents. A motley crew, they don't even have a bright world warlock. What if I let Alexia and Yu Yen take action and take away the remaining 2 treasures? With a thought, Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm and began to calculate. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, and a projection of the stream of fate slowly appeared beside him. If a warlock emperor like the Time Lord can see the sea of fate with the fate algorithm and a Holy Spirit Warlock can see the river of fate, then a bright world warlock like Yang Feng can see the stream of fate, then it is already terrifying enough. Suddenly, Yang Feng's body trembled slightly, his eyes overflowed with blood, and he spat out a big mouthful of blood, his aura suddenly weakened. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. This won't do. Alexia and Yu Yen can easily snatch the 2 treasures. However, that would also attract terrifying enemies. An enemy like that is not an existence that I can resist at the moment. Through the fate algorithm, Yang Feng has vaguely guessed that the Holy Spirit Warlocks of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts are under some kind of restriction. However, if Yang Feng insisted on taking away all the treasures nurtured by the floating continents, then the warlocks of the 6 warlock dynasties would definitely get rid of him. Yang Feng looked at the branch floating continent with some regret. Unfortunately, each branch floating continent is a real treasure trove. If you can occupy it and nurture it carefully, you'll be able to get a steady stream of wealth. The branch floating continents are filled with rich life magic energy. At the same time, there are countless extraordinary plants and extraordinary minerals. Each branch floating continent is a paradise for warlocks far beyond the cloud capital. However, the branch floating continents can only be occupied by tyrannical enough forces. The forces under Yang Feng's command are already considered to be influential in the Zhangji Plain, and are even stronger than the 10 great sects and the 8 great families. But compared to the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties, they are far inferior. Yang Feng looked at the branch floating continents with regret in his eyes. It's a pity. If this magical tree were to emerge in another few thousand years, then I would definitely have a place on the 9 branch floating continents. If nothing unexpected happens, in another 20 years, Yang Feng will be able to advance to an infinity warlock in seclusion. At that time, he will collect the evolution materials for the level 5 and level 6 strongholds. Once he succeeds, he will have the capital to attack the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Within a few thousand years, he will be able to promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock. At that time, he will have a place on the 9-branch floating continents. Suddenly, the earth split open, and golden rays of light shot out from the earth. As if tearing apart the earth, a resplendent ray of light carrying terrifying might appeared in front of Yang Feng in an instant. A slender, handsome man with a gold mark on his forehead, a slender figure, and a golden mark on his forehead glanced at Yang Feng contemptuously and said coldly, "Aboriginal monkey of the surface world, hand over the split heaven shield in your hand. Otherwise, die." Yang Feng frowned slightly. "The surface world? In other words, you're from the core world?" The core world is a mysterious area that only a very small number of warlocks know about. The core world is located in the Tsangji Plains underground, but it is located in a mysterious space of a higher latitude. The Great Cloud Dynasty's underground world and the core world are completely different spaces and existences. In the core world, there exists the essence accumulated by the 8 warlock dynasties, powerful Holy Spirit warlocks. After the collapse of the 8th warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty, no Holy Spirit warlock rank existences have come to the Tsangji Plain because there is a group of human Holy Spirit warlocks in the core world. The handsome man said arrogantly, "I didn't expect that a mere aboriginal monkey of the surface world would know about the existence of our core world. Hand over the split heaven shield. That isn't something an aboriginal like you can control. Go to hell." There was a flash of killing intent in Yang Feng's eyes, and he took a step forward and operated the essence of Devour. A Devour black moon suddenly appeared, suppressed the space, and, as if it can devour everything, pressed towards the handsome man. Essence. It seems that I underestimated you, aboriginal of the surface world. It turns out that you have some skill. However, you aren't the only genius in this world. The peerlessly handsome man smiled coldly, and his pinnacle bright world warlock rank fluctuations of life force suddenly changed. As if a primordial dragon that has existed since the eternal era has awakened, an azure dragon emerged, roared, and, carrying fluctuations of world force, slammed its claw into the Devour black moon. Pure and overbearing dragon force, which seems to surpass all existences, broke out in an instant and smashed the Devour black moon with absolute power, and then slammed into Yang Feng's fist. Boom! An incomparably terrifying energy shockwave spread out in all directions, setting off an incomparably violent storm in the air. Yang Feng was sent flying for more than a dozen kilometers and spewed out a mouthful of blood. A dignified look flashed in his eyes, so strong. This fellow is a warlock genius who formed a small world and grasped essence. He is a warlock genius who has found his own path. To run into such a monster-level genius, the core world is really powerful. Along the way, Yang Feng has defeated countless experts of the same rank. This is the first time he has met a warlock genius who formed a small world and grasped essence. The handsome warlock exudes endless fluctuations of dragon force, and true dragon projections surround him, making him look like a dragon god in charge of dragons. He looked at Yang Feng with a proud expression and uttered coldly, "For an aboriginal of the surface to be able to grasp essence, you're a pretty good genius even in the core world. I, the true dragon crown prince, am the young master of the true dragon race, a warlock destined to become the 9th warlock emperor. Submit to me and become my subordinate, and you can follow me all the way to the top. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." Interesting, a mere bright world warlock dares to talk to me like this, what a reckless thing. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he operated the battle demon's secret method, and a white battle demon armor suddenly appeared and covered him. When the white battle demon armor covered Yang Feng, the life force inside him surged frantically, and his speed increased 5-fold. Yang Feng took a step forward, and the world ring inside him extracted world force from the 9 small worlds. The Devour Black Moon suddenly erupted and, as if it has evolved into a huge black hole, crushed towards the true Dragon Crown Prince. 3 dragons unite. When the true Dragon Crown Prince saw the Devour Black Moon containing Yang Feng's true power, his countenance flickered, and he barked. 2 dragon shadows flew out from the 2 treasure boxes on the back of the true Dragon Crown Prince and entered the body of the primordial green dragon. The eyes of the primordial azure dragon lit up. As if it possessed intelligence, it extended its claw and, carrying dragon force that could pierce through planes, crushed everything and slammed into Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon. As if able to devour all power, the huge Devour Black Moon swallowed the primordial azure dragon projection and frantically absorbed the power of the primordial azure dragon projection. The primordial azure dragon projection struggled frantically inside the Devour Black Moon and shrank. Damn it, it turns out that an aboriginal like you is also a powerhouse who formed a small world. Since you dared to scheme against me, then go to hell. When the true Dragon Crown Prince saw this scene, his face fell, and he flicked his wrist and swallowed a monarch-grade secret treasure true dragon bead. In an instant, the true Dragon Crown Prince's body fluttered, and he turned into a 100-meter-long archaic azure dragon shrouded in archaic aura. Exuding infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power, the archaic azure dragon descended from the sky and enveloped in an overbearing essence of power barreling towards Yang Feng. Once archaic dragons reach adulthood, they are glorious dawn warlock rank existences and wield a variety of essences. Among them, the essence of power is an essence that archaic dragons must master. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.